also pop up on my phone. We live, Tiga. What good?
Hey, what you saying, Beanie? My brother from another mother, my big brother. It's all about our next brother today, our younger brother. And man, couldn't miss this one for nothing, Beanie. Couldn't miss this one for nothing.
Right. You double tasking, you there over there in the bubble. So we glad that you could make it with us today out your busy schedule.
Yeah, man, the bubble been going great. The boys them are gone, and now I'm dealing with the young ladies, and I can see definitely we have some talent in the VI. They just need time, and we need to put in a lot more, especially into the women's basketball, because you see the young ladies them want to play and they want to learn. I'm really enjoying my time with the young ladies them, and kudos to them. Kudos to Sports Park and Recreation. Also, we always gotta give a big shout out to Calvert White, Commissioner of Sports Park and Recreation Education, to AC Hansen and AC Vince. Vince has been a beast over here in St. Thomas. So much love to you, Vince. Keep doing the good work. And I'm just enjoying it, being just teaching. That's in my blood. I just enjoying it. And I hope a lot of people are watching the live feeds them and Department of Sports Park. They have the live feeds them every day. So you can tune in and check us out and see what we're doing.
That's good, man. Good. Sounds like good things going over there, We can always use some fine tuning on our kids then because they're definitely a band talented just because they're from the VI. We all know that. But everything could use a little fine tuning, a little tutelage. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? So
yeah,
that's
yeah.
good, man. Now you're
Always
doing big things, big things. So we're glad to hear that.
appreciate
So
you, man.
usually Mumba is the one that are really directing this part of the show. So Tegan and I gonna do our best to fill Mumba shoes. We know it can't be filled, so we're gonna do our best to play our part. Um, we're gonna start off with uh, I don't even know how Mumba to pronounce it, but we're gonna start off with our okay. So Mumba posted up on the screen there. So we're gonna start off with our local.
Legends, yeah, our local guys, them Legends
Right,
340.
that got their own company going on. So we're gonna start off with the Legends 340, based out at right here in Jacksonville, Florida, with Dingo and the crew. If I'm looking for T-shirts with cool logos, just try to check out Dingo at legends340.com. We have Savory Eats LLC based out of Orlando by Sheena Fontaine. If I'm looking for good food. VI people that cook the best food. So
For
Sheena got
sure.
a location down there in Orlando. Go check her out if you close. You know what I'm saying? Even though all the way from Jacksonville, I could drive down and go and get some eats. Follow on Instagram at Melting Pot Cooking Class. Melting Pot Cooking Class. If I want to learn some local recipes, some island recipes, I follow Melting Pot Cooking Class. And we have lots more to go. I can just wait till they flash up on the screen. We have the Good Life Apparel. Again, more clothes. If you're looking for clothes to wear, and I want to rep the local establishment,
You can't cook.
is the Good Life of Apparel. So check it out. We have Sebon Caribbean Restaurant. I don't know where Sebon Caribbean Restaurant located, but I believe it's in Orlando, down by Mumba. So check out Sebon Caribbean Restaurant. We have Apollo Legion. That's Tegan's favorite
Yes,
crew.
sir.
Apollo Legion. He even repping a shirt right now. So
Of
check out
course.
Apollo Legion based out at St. Croix. Follow on Instagram Island Destiny 340 Serenity Braids by Nikki. Again, that's at Destiny 340 Serenity Braids by Nikki. That's our Instagram. We have Rico Canario at www.lulu.com/spotlight/R Canario. If I'm not mistaken, Rico is the one that I have all the items, the souvenirs, and the stuff that you could check. He is a walking history book of the Virgin Islands. So
Yes, sir.
check out the website and do some studying if you want to learn some things. So that's Rico Canario. Right Way Service Station located in Princess next to Avis. Get your
Uh-huh.
gas, get your snacks. Next time when I get ready for the podcast, make sure I take out right way for our snacks to come down and sit down for the podcast. We have Paris Enterprise, my LV Massive. doing his thing down in Orlando, getting them luxury cars, affordable luxury cars. That's what I'm gonna put. Affordable luxury cars. Paris Enterprise. Follow on Facebook at Livewire Sports, where they have all the great interviews of the young up and coming rising stars, legends. A lot of education about uh, college students, our young students, our young athletes, they have some amazing episodes on Livewire Sports. Follow them on Facebook. We
Yes,
have
sir.
Midnight ENT. Follow on Instagram, Twitter, Snapchat at their the real midnight / follow on Facebook. Real Midnight. That's right there. That's my brother and his artist, his wife.
Big up front chick.
Yeah, French. We have Next Level Up Printing. I don't know much about this one, but Next Level Up Printing. If I'm looking for our local stuff again, local fabrics, we have oliviadesire.com. Don't know much about this one either. Mumba got the details about that one. So, but still, follow oliviadesire.com. And we have
checking it out. Oh boy, Bubbles promotion.
Bubbles Promotion, another one of our VI massive, doing the thing. Luxury cars again, low good price, check them out. I think the Bubbles based out of Miami, if I'm not mistaken, but check him out. Who do we have next? Follow on Facebook at Brino's Kitchen. This one new. This is the first I'm hearing about Brino's Kitchen. So follow on Facebook at Brino's Kitchen. I assume that's something to do with food. So check them out. And follow on Facebook, City of Refuge Worship Center live stream every Sunday at 10 a.m. That's our friend Mona, Pastor Mona Barnes. Check her out. And then we have AIM Credit Repair LLC. That's our boy Carlos Hawkins. Check him out if you want to repair your credit. You know what I'm saying? Check out AIM Credit Repair LLC. We have Calypso Clothing LLC. We shouldn't wear nothing else but our Caribbean, our VI clothing, because we got
clothes for this.
Right. We have so much people doing the thing. So make sure I check out Calypso Clothing LLC. And I think that's Dwayne's thing, right? I think that's Dwayne.
Yeah, that's great. That's Dwayne.
Okay, gotcha. So follow Calypso Clothing LLC. All previous episodes are available on our YouTube channel at VI Legends. Hey, even if I don't watch YouTube, just please tell a friend to tell a friend, go out and subscribe. The videos them gonna always be there. You can always go back and stream them. The more views we get, the more popular our website, our YouTube page get, and the more things that probably we could bring to you guys. So go subscribe to the page. Check out some of the old episodes at VI Legends at YouTube. Well, I could see why Mumba exhaled when he finished doing that.
But you did a good job, Beanie. Good job.
Hey, appreciate it.
Definitely, you did a great job.
So last episode, I came in a little late, but I came in and got all the good stuff. We talked to King Baka Bulla, as we know him. Talk about your give your thoughts on the previous interview.
Well, I was just blown away how much Bulla was so humble in the fact that he didn't really know how good he really was. It was kind of crazy. As we were saying, man, how many people was calling for you and how many people looked up to you. Everybody already know he was my favorite player when I was very young watching him playing. I was just blown away that he didn't really understand how many people's lives he touched. You know what I'm saying? With his game, man. It let me know, like, man, he was really the definition of what we need in terms of a role model in those days. And he did a great job. And Kevin King, we definitely behind you. Man, if you didn't give me that push, I probably won't be the Kevin Shepherd that a lot of people see and know today. So I got so much love for him. Keep doing what you're doing. You still look good. Like, you can still run and jump about 50. You're 50. He's 50 years old, right? And he still look like 20. So that's crazy. He's just still in great physical shape. And man, it's not. I'll run out of words just talking about Bulla. That's how sad it is. You know what I'm saying? He's one of my favorite. And P, we probably won't see another one like him.
Right, man, and you know everybody that usually got the same thoughts about Bulla as far as their memory goes back when they played against him. Bulla's style of playing was unmatched. You know what I'm saying? And like I said on the show, Bulla always had a way of just getting to the hole, my son. Regardless of Bulla had a small, he was sharp, he had a small frame, and he used to go in between the giants, you know what I'm saying, and just find a way to get his points. And every once in a while he's sneaking a dunk there, you know what I mean?
Yep,
So
yep, yep.
he was definitely exciting to watch. He was very difficult to guard, and he was just amazing in every way on that basketball court.
Man, he was so fast, man. That's one of the biggest things. He was so fast. And he did it. He did create the crossover and he didn't even know. That was crazy. That behind the back, man, it was just special to watch. I wonder if he can still do that move. That's crazy.
But you don't lose your move, you know, Tiga. You just lose your speed. That's it. And then
Yeah,
you know feel it when you're done. You, you don't lose the move. You know, like playing you to think the same way, maybe even better as far as your thinking goes. But to
yeah,
get to the spot or make the move, man, that's a whole nother
yeah.
subject. Mr. But
All the time. Undefeated P.
undefeated.
So
but
man, finally, to our boy Mumba, and I'll go first, since being, him longer than me. I mean, Mumba was always one of my all-time favorite people in this whole world. I ain't even saying it because we there on the show and we hosting with he. He have just been like, I follow his career, his mentality, how tough he is, where he came from. I know him from lying. He probably don't even know this, but I used to follow him when he played baseball with my cousin Nick, because those two guys was 1-2 when they were growing up in the
mhm,
baseball scene. So I know a lot about Mumba. They had the same type of build, the same type of frame, and both of them were so damn strong. Man, just naturally strong. And once he came to complex, and I realized, man, this dude here could be a problem, especially with Bogus. I know
mhm.
Bogus watching, he will echo this. Man, Mumba used to block Bogus every practice on the glass. And I used to be like, damn, I know I can't beat you at the rim, so I have to learn to really destroy you and this pull up jump shot.
Hmm.
That's why I always used to get him. And Mumba will not quit, man. This man will literally play me one-on-one every day. And despite not even winning a game, he will not give up. And that type of determination, it just wins you over because it knows that, man, every time he lose, he's learning and he's gaining more knowledge. And eventually, he's going to get you in the long run.
Right.
But his work ethic is second to none. Man, I'm so proud of him when he got to Seattle. Like I told you many times, I was going to surprise him once he had made that jump to the major leagues. I had already bought my ticket. I was not going to miss his first ever game. And
Right.
fate came in and things happened to go the other way. But I'm still proud of him. He'll never be a failure in my eyes, but a success in others.
Right. I gonna start off with in the basketball world, what position or what you would categorize Mumba as? Like just one
I
like
have
a
him as a point forward.
okay. When Mumba get introduced to the scene, even though I knew him a little younger, like you know what I'm saying? Just seeing him as a young youth, playing ball. You saw him playing baseball. I saw him playing basketball. But Mumba came up in an era where there was not just him as a talented point forward. They had Carlos, they had Coffee, they had
Mm.
Scotty was pretty good too.
Yes, balance brother.
And Mumba come up in that little era where honestly the four of them, and I think Steve Martin, I think not Steve Martin, what the older one, Dean
Yes,
Martin. It was like about five of them that was real good, that were taller than the normal guys that you would see, and they were all five of them are very talented. And Mumba used to stand out with the rest of them. Tyrone used to be not to be in a little bunch there too. I would
yes,
Tyrone being in that bunch. But anyways, I say that to say this. Mumba just I feel 1 year this dude just sprout out just a little taller than the rest, but carrying his skills with him. You know what I'm saying? And like you said, like Mumba is the type of player like you could not forget about or think he out of the play. You know what I'm saying? Like Mumba is relentless when it comes to getting that block shot, my son. But just seeing him coming up from Arta, seeing him playing in Arta, seeing once he came complex and he could share this story, like automatically I look to Mumba to just pass on the torch to in complex, because I remember complex had a 3-on-3 lunch league, and it was me, the vet, and I picked 3 rookies to play on my team. It was Mumba, Doobie, and Tyrone. And so that was the only young team, considering me, that was the only young team in the lunch league. And we tear up anything you put on the other side of the court away. And that's because, and I wasn't outshining them, man, T-Guy. Ain't like Pan just killing and no. Doobie, not, and Mumba is eating up the older guys, yo. And that's the type of talent this man had, even as a 9th grader coming in, playing against 12, 11, 10, and 9. And Mumba, Tyrone, and Doobie is just eating them man up and there. And I just kicking back, taking it easy, and these man just running away with it.
Just doing their thing.
And he never looked back.
That man was tough.
Right. He never looked back. He just every year he just get better and better and better and better. And I wish he had more playing with us in the national team, because he'd have definitely been a great asset. But his first experience wasn't the best, and he just set a different path for himself, which turned out to be a great one. You know what I'm saying? And hey, it's a pleasure coming out here every Wednesday and Sunday doing the show with him. The show is nothing without him. We just ain't gonna keep our waited any longer. Without any further ado, Mumba, Penny, Rivera.
Welcome
man.
to the Elite Podcast, my youth.
What going on? What going on, my brothers? Real touching, man. I appreciate it.
Talk to the people in Mumba. They want to hear from you.
Yes, it's all about you. You know the stage. You know what to do.
First of all, man, I appreciate the love from both of man. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I inspire me so much, you know. So I appreciate the love, man. Some real touching words, real kind words, man. So I appreciate everybody tuning in, supporting me, supporting the Elite Podcast as well. My boy Maynard, I love you, my brother. You know, KJ, Kami, I love you too, my brother. Rest in peace. Rest in peace to your brothers, man. You know, so much love to everybody tuning in. You know, so yeah, man. So
Mama, how you feeling, man? How you doing on this Sunday evening?
Man, I doing good, man. You know, it's just weird. It's weird because I'm in a different position now. You know, first of all, big up to all the business owners and the shoutouts. Pang, you did a good job. Tiga set you up.
Did a great job. Stop doing a great job.
Tiga not ready. Don't say I ain't doing this. I gonna pass it to Pang, but you did a good job, man. You did a good job. So you might be doing that more often now.
Yeah, you got a voice.
Oh man.
Well, but I need to know more about all of the business them. You know, some of them I just know the names clicking, but what they about won't clicking for me. That's the only thing. But we're gonna keep it going. I could take it on every once in a while.
Yeah, it'd be good. You know, it'd be good hearing it from a different voice, man. You know, big up to Terry Barron. That's my big bro. Too much love to eat.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man.
So today, go ahead, Tia.
So Mumba, your time is here, man. We want to get to know everything from day one, so you know what to do. Give us a summary, and we're gonna pick it back after you.
Yeah. You don't know how it is, man. You know, you guys could interrupt me anytime, man. So, first started, man. I used to always watch basketball on TV as a kid when I was young. My mother used to take us to the park over in Kenegata, and she would play me one-on-one in basketball and stuff. And she never used to take it easy on me. I was probably like around 6 years old or so, but I never really played any leagues or anything like that. I would just play with her. But I used to always love baseball, man. I used to always watch baseball on TV. You know, the Atlanta Braves. You know, we had previous guests on, and everybody picked the Atlanta Braves. The only person who used to love the Braves were like Young. Young used to always love Chicago Cubs, but everybody else used to love the Braves. So I used to love the Braves, man. And I see a partner hit a home run. I forget his name. His name will come back later on because I end up meeting he later on in life. And that was the first home run I ever see hit. And I was telling my mother, man, I want to play baseball. And I was like around maybe 8 years old or so. And then, that's how I get introduced to G-Nix. So
tell us about that. Tell us about that introductory to G-Nix, like and give us, because G-Nix is not here with us anymore. Just give us a little bit of what he means to you as well.
Yeah, so I met G-Nix. I live in Harrigan, and I didn't know. I didn't know he was a baseball coach and stuff like that. I didn't really know him then because my mother was real strict, man. She never used to want me to go outside or something. That's man. I apologize if I cuss or something, by the way. That used to drive me crazy because we used to live on the 12th floor. So I used to always see all the kids them in Harrigan playing and stuff. And I used to always beg my mother to go outside and stuff. And I would see G-Nix walking around here and there. I used to always want to know who that person is and stuff like that. He would be talking to the youth them and saw, giving them some little, ideas and stuff like that and everything. But I finally meet G-Nix and it was a Saturday morning. And this was my first practice ever. I never played baseball in my life. Never, ever played baseball in my life. I remember I take me to the ballpark down in West to practice because that's where we used to always practice down in West. And it was a Saturday morning, 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock. G-Nix used to practice all year Saturday. And my Ross was so nervous, my son. I tell my mother, listen, man, hey, drop me by the park. By the park, the end of the park, by the little bridge and so. And she dropped me there, man. And I started crying, my son. I started crying. And I just walked the slowest walk in the wall all the way down to the bar field because it was a different element, a different environment. Never played sports in my life. I was raised up in a single parent home. So I never had a father to teach me no sports or anything like that. So it was crazy, man. And I seen all these kids down there playing catch and just going through the motions and stuff like that. And I was just a nervous wreck walking to the field, man. And I finally make it there. And G-Nix just, man, this man welcomed me with open arms, man, and he's the greatest teacher, my son. He teach me everything, brother, and just turned me into a beast. You check. So
perfect word for yourself, a beast.
Yeah. Yeah, man. He had patience, man. As a coach, he had patience because I always reflect back to when I started. He had patience. He really know how to teach. When I was catching, because there's a difference between watching baseball on TV and playing baseball, you check. So when I was just learning how to catch, I used to always like jab at the ball. And G-Nix would always say, hey, don't jab at the ball or you ain't gonna have no teeth. He would ask me, you like your teeth? You like to smile? And be like, yeah. And he was like, don't jab at the ball. Just have patience. Let the ball come to you and just be soft with it. Be soft with the glove. And, we just walk from there, man. He was a hard worker. He was strict. And when I know he was the real deal, when it didn't matter who you was or how good you was. Because when I would come to practice and I started coming to practice, you had like Rasan and Kareem and, JD Clark. He had a bunch of men that G-Nix used to work with and stuff. So these men were so good. I used to look at these men like, man, these men is amazing. I want to be like, I can't wait to be good as these men. That's what I used to be saying. And like, man, he would pop off, and if somebody ain't doing the right thing, man, if somebody's slacking, not working hard, it ain't matter how good he was, my son. He was treating everybody the same, and that's that. When I see that, man, I was like, man, it just put me in shape. I just wanted to walk and just be the best I could be.
That's good, man. What is jabbing at the ball? What I mean, I wanted to ask you that all day.
So like, the ball coming, so I going for the ball. I reach in for the ball instead of letting the ball come to me and just timing it. Just time like you catching a pass from somebody instead of reaching for it. It's just kind of like just catching it nice and easy and let it come to you.
Gotcha. Because that's opposite. Yeah, that's opposite for us when in basketball. We definitely should go engage.
Yeah. You're right. True that.
Cool.
Yeah, man.
So you said you was about 8 years old when you met G-Nix, like around that?
Yeah, 8 years old. I was 8 years old.
Like how did once you started playing baseball, how did that feel to you? Like was it easy meeting friends and making friends on the baseball team? Was anybody resentful? Like did you have to did you have to work hard to outshine your peers?
The guys that they wasn't resentful. They was cool, man. You know, all them were cool. You know, they was doing their thing. You know, G-Nex had a lot of people, man. So you had like, you had like JD Clark and Kareem Smith and Rassan and them. Them man was a little bit older than me. So them man would always be at the ballpark too. You know, but you had Neg. Neg is like that's like my brother. Like, you know what I'm saying? People used to think we were brothers and stuff like, because we was always together. So you had Neg, me and Neg living Harrigan together. You have Maki. Maki used to always come in Harrigan and sleep with G-Nix. He not sleep with G-Nix, but sleep by G-Nix, you know, and still so he didn't have to, so his mother didn't have to wake up all in the morning and take you to practice, you know. So it was good, man. You know, we had that friendship. We all came in the same time, me, Neg, and Maki. So, you know, we was all fresh together. You know what I'm saying? So we lean on one another, man. And then you had you had Moses Pichado and some of them man who used to come around Harrigan and stuff like that. You know, you had Jabari Milligan as well too. You know, from Mali. So you had some people that we knew and stuff like that, going Claudio Marco and everything, man. So it was really comfortable. You know, so nobody were really resentful and stuff like that. You know, we was our kids and everybody. That's one thing with G-Nex, man. It was like when you was at practice, it was just you was at practice, the man. Nobody went messing around and stuff like that. Nobody went playing no games. Nobody went complaining and being a spoiled brat or whatever the case would be. It was like our business. You come to practice, everybody walking. We ain't trying to get in trouble. We ain't trying to run extra or anything like that. So, you know, he
was a very serious man. I could definitely, I watch him do a lot of practices. He never used to play around. Very organized.
Yeah, man, very organized, you know. So everything was easy, man. You know, it was easy because nobody wanted disrupting practice or anything like that. You know, you had the boss and everybody was there to walk. So it just come easy, you know.
That's a lot of talent early in your upbringing, son. You got a lot of great players.
Yeah.
Egg, Bakil, Jesus Christ. I never lose no game.
We lose when I first joined the team name were Reds. So when I first joined Reds, you know, I was 9-10. We lose couple games, you know, because you had SPS, you know what I'm saying, St. Patrick's, Shamrocks, you know, big up to George Bailey, Terry Byron, you know, all them fellas that play on that team and stuff like that. They was the real deal too. So when I came in, we lose couple games, you know. You had Steve Cagetti, you know, I think he was with the Bears or the Braves or something like that. So he had some good teams. Dodgers was good then. Dusters was good as well too. So we lose couple games, but I think I want to say when I first came, when I was 9-10, Shamrocks was the team. I think Shamrocks was the team to beat, if I'm not mistaken. You know, but then when I turned 11-12, it was like, it was another level. It was me, Nega, Maki. You know, we had Art, big up to RT, big up to Lamar Milligan, you know, big up to Moses Pichado. You know what I'm saying? Big up to Jens Lawetz, you know, Michael Sudin, you know, all them partners there, man. You know, we had an amazing team, man. We weren't playing no games. I think we lose like one game. I want to say like in 2 years, if I'm not mistaken. I think we lose to Dusters. Rudolph was here recently and he talked about it. And we lose to Dusters. And that was a devastating loss, man. You know, because we just was the best team. Yeah, that's the one that hurt.
What position you started playing first? You wasn't a pitcher at first?
No, I started playing outfield first. My first 2 years I played outfield. Then my third year I played third base. And then my last year I played catcher. So, you know, G-Nex moved me around a lot. It's a funny story because I'll tell you this. When I was 11, I was playing third base and I loved third base. That was my position because Terry Pendleton was my favorite player at the time and he was a third baseman. So I used to love third base. I like outfield too, but I just love third base. And my last year now, G-Nex like, man, you're going to be a catcher. I didn't want to catch. I was pissed. Yeah, I was pissed. I didn't want to catch. So you used to have Caribs. Caribs was a good team because all them are from Mali, Maji. Big up to Maji. Maji is one of the best baseball pitchers during our time too. Them team was like a fun team, man. It was a bunch of Mali, man. You have Maji from Harrigan, you know, and they was a fun team. I used to like playing against them. You know, a lot of our friends was on Caribs and stuff like that. So I was mad. G-Nex tell me I gonna catch. So I didn't tell you nothing. I just started going around telling people like, man, I ain't playing on Reds no more. I going on Carriers, man. I ain't going on no Reds. I'm feeling myself, because I was, one of the top players as well, along with Makil and Neg and, what I'm saying, you got Rudolph as well, Tupac, Clark with the Angels and Alvas Oviedo, play with Dusters too. You had Joel Rodriguez, Pika, play with Dusters, Darian, Dusters as well. So, I feel it myself. And you remember, Genius live in Harrigan. I live in Harrigan too. So Genius can't win about me talking about I going to Carriers and I ain't telling nothing. I ain't even tell me about anything like that. I just talking reckless out the mouth. And Genius can't win, my son, and he come up to my door, knock on my door. I opened the door and I was shocked to see Genius. Because Genius never knock on my door. He never come up to our floor to knock on my door. He come up to our floor to knock on my door. And he was like, hey, maybe down by the stables. So the stables is behind Harrigan and stuff like that. That's where Genius kept his house and so. And, big up to Bojo, rest in peace, Kawasi Joseph. He used to deal with Hassan. So, and I said, man, what this man want with me? That's what I said in my mind. I 11 years old. So I said, man, I in trouble. And I walked to the stables. I mean, when he started talking, he was like, I hear you want to play with the Caribs. I said, well, I think I want to play with the Caribs because I don't want to catch. He was like, well, if you know Genix, you know who to talk. He's real soft-spoken, and he kind of a little animation when he talking and stuff like that, And he's like, well, Mumba, if you don't want to play catcher, all you have to do is come and tell me, Mumba. That's all you have to do. Just come and tell me, And we just started talking, and he was like, you know why? He was like, you know why I want you to catch? Because you're the most important player on the team. And he was like, you understand why me when I say you're the most important player on the team? I was like, nah. He was like, you're not the best, but you're the most important because you're the most athletic. He said I could plug you in any position at any given time. For some reason, you could play any position and you just catch on real quick. He was like, you just got that gift that you could play any position real quick. I don't have to do too much with you and stuff like that. You pick it up real quick. So he was like, Moses gone. I don't have anybody else to catch. You is the only person I could have catch. So that's why I said you're the most athletic, you're the most important. So that's the reason I want you catching. But if you don't want to catch and you don't want to play with the Reds anymore and you want to go to the Caribs, then you could just go ahead. But just let me know now. And I was just like, I said I go catch. And that was it.
Coach.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Hey, you mentioned a name me here in a long time, my son, and that used to be my brother in school, my son. Kawasi Joseph, my son. Rest in peace to Kawasi, man. Yeah. That used to be my brother. He and Carlos, them man used to be my brothers in school, brother.
Yes, sir.
Real talk. That dude, I love that dude, my son. One of the jokiest, serious man all at this in one thing. He could clown all day, but don't mess with him, my son. Kawasi was serious in a heartbeat, my son. And
the realest.
Smiley as he be, he and Carlos, smiley as that man be. That man would throw down with anybody, boss. Anybody.
That man already.
But anyways, keep going. I just wanted to say that because I really used to like hanging out with Carlos. I mean Kawasi and Carlos.
So I have a question, Mumba.
Yeah, go ahead.
When did you transfer the pitching?
Okay, so this is the funny thing, right? So when we come into Little League, Neg always had the strongest arm. You talk about I was strong, Neg was strong, and what I'm saying, I don't know what it is, man, but Neg was he was like a machine, brother. He could hit, he could pitch, he had a strong arm, he had that type of arm like Terry Byron and George Bailey. So then Makil come along when he was 11, 12 years old, having a strong arm, and I would pitch against the weak teams. Makil and Neg would pitch against the best teams, and then Makil would pitch against the best team or the second best teams, etc. So like when we were 11, 12, it was more like Angels and Dusters. Those were the two main teams, you know what I'm saying, that would give us some run for our money. And I would pitch against a team like Dodgers, because Dodgers was weak then. Rest in peace to Courtesy as well. Rest in peace to Courtesy.
Yes, sir.
Courtesy. He used to play with Dodgers, so rest in peace to him. So I would pitch against them, and I would pitch against a team like the rookies. My brother Young, his mother Annie, she used to coach rookies. They used to have a weak team too. So Genix would just have me pitch against them teams, and so that's the thing. I pitched against Dunsters once when Maki were pitching. and they kind of rough you up. That's the game we lose. I come in and I did good against Dusters, and that's when I kind of all my stripes with Genix as well. But I used to mostly pitch against the garbage team. So I think I started pitching when I was 11, maybe 12. But it was just, just to pitch weak teams.
So I want to pause there for the baseball side because I don't want you to go up all the way in baseball and then we start over to talk about basketball.
No,
I know, right?
So in parallel of your career, like so kind of tell me how you started in basketball, because you got up to 12 years old, and I know 12 years old is when you get introduced to junior high, and I know for sure you were done playing basketball when you came into junior high. So kind of take me back a little bit, and in parallel of your baseball career, how you started playing basketball.
Okay, so I started playing in Harrigan. We would play basketball. Me, Young Neg, Naibo. Shout out to Naibo. He always in Harrigan. Saeed. Shout out to Saeed Payne. That's my brother too. We would just play basketball in Harrigan just for fun, nothing serious. But I was still a baseball head. It's funny because when I was 12, I used to hear about BD and stuff like that, but I never got into basketball like that. It was just more just staying in Harrigan and just playing, for the fun of it. Because we would play baseball as well too, in Harrigan as well. We got, me, Naibo, Neg, Young, John, his brother, Rasan, a bunch of little men from around the way. We just play baseball, basketball. We had like our little group of guys and stuff like that. We would always play. Bojo, Kowasi, and a lot of them, man, older man. Rest in peace to Kareem Wagner, Dillinger, older brother, Began. Rest in peace to him too. Then older set Jamo, rest in peace to Jamo as well. That older set of man them in Harrigan, them I used to play, but them I used to kick us off the court and stuff like that. Carlos Peterson, same thing. Marquis, Christian, same thing. Them I used to kick us off the court. So I never really got into basketball that much. But going to senior league, how I really transitioned to basketball was when I get to senior league, I didn't make the All-Star team when I was 13, and I was upset. Genix was upset, and he didn't know why they didn't pick me, and I was real devastated and upset. Ned get picked, Makil get picked, and I was like, it was weird. Genix was real pissed, and through the grapevine and stuff like that, it was like, well, you have a bad. I had a bad attitude when I was young and stuff like that. It was more competitiveness than a bad attitude. I just didn't know how to challenge. I didn't know how to control my emotions and, what I'm saying, and be humble and stuff like that. I was like a firecracker. If I get upset, I just pop off and I just talk reckless or whatever the case may be. But I never had that. I never had that issue with any coaches and stuff like that. I never had that issue with Genix or anything like that. It was just more of a competitiveness, you know what I'm saying? And that was it. But it kind of turned me off and stuff like that. And then you kind of talk. You in the introduction, you talk about the VI team, so it's kind of similar. My reaction that way. So at that time, I was transitioning into ATA. You understand? So ATA, basketball, lunch league. The biggest thing, crazy, biggest thing.
You went to class, remember?
You saw what?
You went to class.
Me?
Yeah. Normally, people who go to ATA don't go class.
Tigan.
If you didn't lunch league, you don't go class.
I didn't play lunch league. So, because I was 7th grade, ATA was like, man, it was like, lean on me, that type of environment. Like, I go in ATA, Bojo going ATA. You got Bojo, you got Jamo, you got Carlos, you got a tick at the West, you got man from Raleigh, you know what I'm saying? You got all them man from Mali, you got them man from Winners, like man from Grove, man from Lorraine. ATA tick, a lot of beef, wow, with each other and stuff like that. So you gonna hang with your people them, you know what I'm saying? So I'm Harrigan to the bone. You know what I'm saying? I can remember when I was in 6th grade going into ATA. And last day at school, them I had big fight and stuff like that. I can remember my coach watching Saeed and Jamo. Jamo wasn't my age. Watching Kowasi and Saeed them huddling at the building with rest in peace to Punchi. Jair Gomez, rest in peace to Punchi. All them man there in front of Kowasi building, bloody up. And so and my coach watching like, man, what happened? Them man get big fighting ATA and stuff like that. So now I like, man, I can't wait to go ATA, brother. Like, that's your mentality. You check. I laugh it, but it's true.
See
You
again,
know,
he showing his attitude as competitive nature. That's his way of saying that he was a bad boy. I tell it now, you know.
I know, yeah, he had a click.
Mumba was a little bad boy, you know.
hey,
Mumba got your click.
it's the you know, it's the environment. You know, you're in that environment and you have friends you grew up with. I remember you in Harrigan, 90% of the people in Harrigan, they don't have any fathers. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't live with their father. So it's a lot of single mother parents. So you know, a lot of parents walking graveyard shift. Sitting with my mother, she was walking graveyard shift and stuff like that. So you lean on your friends and your brothers to be like your bigger brother. You know what I'm saying? You know, your protector and stuff like that. We have each other back. You know what I'm saying? So going into art is like, man, you know what I'm saying? I got to roll with my brothers. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
If they fight and I don't fight, when we go home, then it's going to be a problem in the project. You know, so that was my mentality.
Mumba,
yeah, go ahead.
let me say this real quick. You hit something that just hit my spirit a little bit. Do you think that's one of the biggest misunderstanding that the powers that be in the Virgin Islands don't understand about the youth them growing up in the BI in terms of not having that figure, that father figure, that role model figure, that social figure in terms of being that man to show them the right ropes. So now everybody kind of leaning on everyone.
No, it's true. That's the biggest misconception because you know you gotta think about it. If you are youth and you don't have a father figure in your life and your mother is the disciplinarian, but then your mother is not home half the time because she got to work graveyard shift or whatever the case may be. You come home from school, you know what I'm saying? Your mother at work is like, you gonna really do your homework? No, I'm trying to go outside and play marble and catch chicken and me and Nick going through the hills and valleys down west trying to catch hass. You know what I'm saying? And then when you come home, your mother's still at work. No, I try to do my homework, or maybe not, I don't even do my homework. So, you know, it's like it's a big misconception because you don't have that stability and that father figure to kind of put you in check. You know, you have your friends and you lean in on everybody who have the same mentality, and that same mentality is just having fun, trouble, or whatever the case may be. You know, so
I remember my first day at my son. I wanted to go home and never come back, my son. I tell you that, my son.
Why?
Because once I get to Adam, it's not fetch had Rastaman with big beard and then heck and
it's true. It's true. You know,
hey, my son,
Well.
my sister had just, I was always like a year behind them when it comes to Arta and Central. I was always going to the next level the year after they left. So I had no family, and so in Arta, it was just me, you know, and my friends them, and so ghost them, and so. But Arta was definitely terrifying when I first get him, son. And I want to believe they had a fight the first day of school, my son. I promise you. You know what kind of save we a little bit, my son? We went school for like about 2 weeks, and then Hugo came. So like when we came back to school, we had double session. So it saved us because the 8th and 9th graders went in the morning and the 7th graders went in the afternoon. So I never saw that old Raptor man again, my son. Only in passing when they leaving school and we coming in. Only in passing. So we never had to see them, their old tanks and so in Arta, my son, the first year. But you know, once we warm up to school, it will go the following year. But it was definitely terrifying in Arta, son, because Mumba is not lying about them fights, and they had some terrors in Arta, son. They were serious about their neighborhood. And then
which is crazy because they're right next to each other.
Right.
Yeah, but that is really crazy.
With him, like for Mumba them crew, Mumba them they were Frederickstead Town. They were Harrigan, they were Mali, and every once in a while they would pair up with Safarali, but they used to war against each other too at times.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. And even Cambridge had their little crew and so too.
Cambridge.
It was definitely rough at Arta, but we managed to make it through.
Williams the Light was in Arta as well, ain't it?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, Williams the Light, Grove, Lorraine, Wim, everybody.
Williams and Grove was the worst of the worst.
Oh my God, that's crazy.
Was the worst of the worst.
I should have got Arta Shashank with them.
Man, Grove Williams used to fight every day. Watch out. Like literally, man used to have to get banned out of school because if they come school, they don't get wolf. Like so much man used to just, you know what, me going back to school, because This man beating me behind too much, Mister. Like literally can't drop out of school because they can't come back. Can't come back. You Babylon, anybody could walk you in school on one day. The day Babylon don't show up, you getting wolf that day. Man, can't stop school, brother. Hey, it was rough at Arthur, son. Rough.
Man.
That is crazy.
And you don't get a fight one day. Fight goes on by the week. You know what I mean? And if a fight happen in the morning, you guarantee a fight happening in the afternoon. It's no ifs, no ands, no doubt about it. You go and fight in the morning, you go home and you tell your friend, and then both hoods coming back after school. And fight happening right there again. Artaga like I don't know if you remember, Artaga like a big field in front of school.
Yes.
One hood gonna be on that side of the field, the other hood gonna be on that side of the field, and then man gonna just come together clashing, listen. And then the rest of the school just circle around them, watching the fight. Everybody jumping up and down. But he ain't lying. Arthur was rough to grow to move about things. But anyways, Mumba, that was a good
that's a good Arthur moment.
yeah, look back in the past.
So London was your first time playing basketball officially in terms of organized.
So I'll touch this real quick. So when I go into Arthur 7th grade, I see that so lunch league was the thing. So Saeed, Saeed Payne, Harry Gunn, that's my big bro. Then I had a team, I know Pang, and you guys touch on all the teams that played in lunch league, and that's when I saw Pang playing. Pang was like the man in Arthur then. And I wasn't playing because I never used to play basketball. So I was just watching the lunch league and Pang was the man. So I was like, man, the reason why I got into basketball was because of Pang. Because seeing Pang play and stuff like that, it was like, man, I want to play basketball, brother. It was just the atmosphere of the game. Pang was the man. He was good and everything, man. So I was like, man, I want to play basketball, brother. And I was like, man, I ain't wasting my time with baseball no moment. So I go play basketball. You know what I'm saying? So seeing Pang, Pang is the one that actually inspired me to play basketball. Honestly, real talk. Like he actually inspired me to play basketball. You know what I'm saying? So, and you could kind of see, like, I want to say our game is kind of similar in a way here and there and stuff like that. So that's why I started playing basketball. And Saeed used to play basketball. He was playing in lunch league. And from since then, I started playing basketball every day in Harrigan. Every day. So started playing every day, learning the game, man. It was rough because Saeed, Carlos Peterson, that's my big bro. Maki, them I never used to take it easy at me, my son. I used to get frustrated in Harrigan every day playing basketball. Them used to take advantage of me. And it was just nothing but motivation, man. Motivation to be the best. And then I stayed back that year in 7th grade. Then the next year I went, Arta again. I didn't play in the basketball team. I'm still trying to learn the game and play the game and stuff like that. And then
who was the man of the JV your 2 years in 7th grade?
I don't even know who is the man. I want to say man like Calvin.
No.
Balance was the man when I was there. He was the man too. But Pang was the man. You know what I'm saying? But I never used to go. I just went lunch league, so I didn't really know who are playing on the team then and stuff like that. But Valence used the ball just because going stuff rally and stuff like that. But I didn't really know anybody on the basketball team. I just know Valence, Calvin Wenham, Roro. Team. And then I know somebody picks them up all year. And other man were playing on the team that I know, but I didn't know that man was on the team then because I wasn't following basketball like that. It was just like lunch league kind of sparked my interest seeing Pang play. And then the following year, the same thing. I wasn't that good at basketball yet. I'm still learning the game, still playing and stuff like that. That's when so my first time playing was summer of my 7th grade year going into 8th grade. So that's 94, 95, I want to say. If I'm not mistaken, 93, 94, something like that. So I was 40 when I started playing, but really playing, get it to the next level. And then, go ahead. You was going to ask a question?
Yeah. Did you ever went up to Pang and tell you he's the nicest thing?
No. I wasn't going to do that.
We ain't had that type of moment in Arthur.
No,
so
we
you
didn't.
just admire him from far. You never really made contact and said, man, I really like how you play and stuff like that.
And Mumba, I appreciate the high praise, but we definitely had some talented players because at the same time, Tegan, we had Terry, we had Shotgun, we had Shaggy used to play ball pretty good back then. Shaggy from Safarali, Frenchie, Ghost them man and so still in Arta, Ghost, Nigel, Moses, Fireback had a real good team.
I got talent like crazy.
Yeah. Grove had a awesome team. Bolo used to play. No, Bolo went Woodson. Achama were bad in Arta. Grove had just an awesome team. Them and Williams Light had a good team with Terry them and sorry Tegan, but
sometimes right that you say Grove and I'd be like, dude, you live right next to Grove, but I always remember Lorraine and Grove. You guys used to compete against each other.
Well, Lorraine never used to compete with Grove. Grove used to compete with Lorraine. Grove is the one that like started that like real Lorraine Grove beat because Grove, if you say if I go and tell anybody that I from Grove next to a Grove person, you from Lorraine, like not from Grove, there is the one that got a little resentment towards Lorraine, you know what I'm saying? Lorraine was strictly girls as I'm just gonna say it how it is. We look woman. I won't say we's pretty boy, but we like to look clean and so they're in the street. And we chasing the Scots, you know what I'm saying? Grove used to be for Larry. We never used to be paying them man no mind. Honestly, we just used to be doing our thing. Grove used to be for against Larry, but like it was just I don't know. I don't think I've ever played on a Grove team but I never had me personally. I never had beef with like one single person in Grove. I used to hang out a lot in Grove. You know what I'm saying? That's where Frenchie them first lived. When they moved St. Croix, they used to live in Grove. I used to walk up and down Grove, morning, noon, and night. You know what I'm saying? So I never had beef with anybody in Grove. That's what my father used to like him a lot too. So the OGs them from Grove, I could never walk past the turf and somebody don't say Young Prince, give me a little change to go to the store, buy them a drink and a chips or something and keep the change. Like there was never a day I walk up in Grove and somebody don't do that for me. You know what I'm saying? I go and buy bread or something and so I never had beef with nobody in Grove. But we're gonna ask a few questions from the audience, the ones that I saw. I know Dwayne asked a question earlier, so I can start with Dwayne Mumba if I can find it. I know you have tweeted up. I had it there, but the comments then, Mumba, you got the comments then going so fast that I couldn't keep up with it.
Yeah, there's a lot of comments.
So go ahead. I'm gonna look for the question, but go ahead and talk about when you first, like Tegan said, because you still didn't get to your answer. When you first played organized basketball.
First started playing organized basketball was in Teen Car Prevention. Savita used to take us to and that was in Chabot. First time ever playing in a basketball team. Let me rewind real quick. Rest in peace to Argent because Argent was organizing a team for us to play in the Winfield James because Winfield James and our Chabot League was about to start at the same time. So rest in peace to Argent. Rest in peace to him. So Prevention went to Chabot. Javon Maynard, big up to him, big bro. Valence, them was there, them older man and stuff. We had a bunch of man. And I went, and that was my first time ever playing in an organized league. So it was a Chabot with Prevention. I only went one time because Maji and Sai was on the team too, and them all decided to go to Arta and play. Me and Rashid, Maji younger brother, we went Chabot with the team. But Valence was the man. And you touched on it before. Yeah. This man never used to pass.
No.
He never used to pass. So whenever again, this man ain't passing the ball. So with me, I'm competitive. I as a team player, you're not passing the ball to me, you gonna hear it from me. So I let Valence know, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, dude, you gotta pass the ball. And me and Valence is the coolest. Like we always been cool. And even after that incident, we were cool. But we get in a big argument and stuff like that because we are beating the team. So I started playing more and I started cherry picking. And I was getting a bunch of fast break and scoring. Now this is my first time I playing basketball, so I feeling good game buckets and stuff like that. You hearing about Shabbat and stuff like that. So it's like, man, and Vanessa was like, he started getting at me for cherry picking and stuff like that. And we getting a big eye. I was like, listen, you complain about me cherry picking, but you don't pass the ball. So we talking about
you
know why Valence was vexed when you cherry picking? Because that's how he played. When he was behind me, that's how he played the game when we was on JV together. All that dude used to do is cherry pick. So that's why Valence used to be. That's why Lava used to be vexed with you. That was his thing.
Yeah. So, So I played that game, and then when we come home from Shabbat, Maji and Sai was already home. And I was like, man, I should have come. I told my son, I should have come and play with us. We played the whole game and everything. I was like, man, I ain't gonna buy Shabbat League, but I gonna go with Phil James. And then that's when I really started playing. So I play in our league, that Winfield James League, So you want Dwayne question, yeah?
Yes. Go ahead.
So Dwayne asked how was catching. Catching was good. It was tough. It was a different transition. It was hard catching Makina and catching Neg because they used to throw hard. Neg fracture. He kind of fractured my thumb when I was in Little League and stuff like that. And I kind of give G-Nix headache because he was like, oh gosh, like what? You know what I'm saying? I hope his thumb will be good for the season and stuff like that. So Neg, I kind of mess up my thumb, but catching was good, man. I had fun catching. You know what I'm saying? Catching Makil. I catch Neg, I catch Maji later on in my career, so it was good. But that wasn't my position.
Is that how you is that why your thumb is the way it is?
No.
Yeah, I was bumming right.
So, well, I'm gonna ask that question later about your thumb, but if you don't mind answering that question, so like you say you went to play in the Winfield James League. We're gonna switch it back to basketball. You say you went to play in the Winfield James League. Like, tell us about some of the teams that was there. Like, were you frightened? Because I know Winfield James League probably had a lot of older players in like playing in JV. You know what I'm saying? They probably had like a lot of older players because I think we had a team in that league there. You could correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah. You guys had a team there. See, I was fairly new still to basketball. Like nobody didn't know about me and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So it was like I can't remember any of the teams. I know they had a team from King Brick, they had a team from Wim, team from Raleigh, Harrigan, team from Grove, team from Lorraine. I think that's about it. It had more teams, man. It had a lot of teams, but
I think they came from Friesenberg and Soto.
Yeah, and I want to say I had teams from East too, but
yeah,
that was my first time playing. I don't really know any ballers. You like the only person I know, and then Terry Simon. You and Terry was like the first two basketball players like I actually know and admired at the time. Everybody else, I didn't really know about them and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So even like Man League and stuff, I never went to Man League as a kid. I never used to know about Man League and stuff like that. So you could tell like my knowledge of the game and seeing court basketball was real, premature at the time. So,
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So when you arrive at, sorry, go ahead.
I'm gonna pose the questions up on the screen so I could see, so I could just plug them in whenever.
No problem.
Yeah.
So look, I'm trying to flip-flop it now. When you arrive at Complex, how old were you?
Arrive at Complex in
96,
97. Second year Complex open.
So you were still playing baseball or not? Because now you say you transitioned to basketball. Did you go back and play baseball?
So I went back and played baseball because G-Nix would always tell me like, Mumba, don't stop playing baseball. Don't let what happened, deter you from stop playing baseball. So I played that year in senior league. They make the all-star team. I didn't play senior league again. G-Nix created a man league called Basics. So I played man league when I was 14 years old, 14, 15, I want to say. You know what I'm saying? So I was still kind of in baseball here and there and stuff like that. The thing with baseball, like I could go years without playing baseball and I could go on the field and it's boom. Like nothing left. It got to that point where it was just natural for me. So
I think where I'm trying to get to, because like you said, you were so athletic, you could do so many different things, and G-Nix could plug you in in so many different um, positions on the field. What I'm trying to get to with my questioning is, when did you realize that you're gonna take pitching seriously? And did you really think pitching would have really take you that far in your career then, as looking forward to other positions?
Nah, because it's funny, Tegan, is like people know me as being a pitcher, but I wasn't known as a pitcher even then. Like Genix still used to like, because when I played 30 to 50 now 1 year, Genix would pitch me against the weak teams. The only good team I ever pitched against was Rangers in senior league. Funny story, I had a no-hitter going against Rangers in senior league in DC Canagata Bar Park, 2 outs. Neg had a habit of catching the ball with his bare hand that used to drive Genix crazy when Neg played first base. And Neg try and catch the ball with his bare hand for the third out and mess up my no-hitter. And Rangers end up getting like 3-4 hits off of me. And Genix, I never see Genix so upset until that day. He went off on Neg, brother. Me and Neg always talk about that. We always laugh and stuff like that. So, but during that time, Tegan, I never thought about baseball taking me that far. My mind was already set on basketball, man. Like I was plugged in. Like I love the sport, playing every day. You know what I'm saying? Even when I was in 8th grade, which was my first time playing on the school team, playing on any school team was in 8th grade, just before going complex. Every day we used to go down to West Coast and playing against man from Raleigh, man from Cambridge, man from Lagoon, Raleigh, Mali. We used to play basketball every single day, every day playing basketball. So every day I was playing basketball every single day nonstop.
You used to play barefoot like me?
Huh?
You used to play barefoot like me because I grew up playing ball barefoot.
Never. I never was a barefoot dude. I always gotta have something on my foot, brother. Socks.
So like Frank said earlier when he introduced you, they had a lot of great talented players your age that were growing up. When did you first meet them? And could you remember them in terms of how you met them, in terms of like Coffee, Dean, all of those other great players who was actually at your age group? Could you remember your first time playing against them? What was that like?
Yeah, so the second year, playing in the Winfield James League, that's when guidance was playing. So that's when I met Carlos Hawkins. I met Cami. You know what I'm saying? Rest in peace to his brother. Rest in peace to Dean Martin. So guidance had a squad, BC. You know what I'm saying? And now at this time, I kind of own my skills. You know what I'm saying? That was I want to say that summer going in before I went to complex. And I'm feeling myself. I have an understanding of my game. I kind of know my strengths here and there and stuff like that. So that's when I meet Carlos and them. You know what I'm saying? And we used to just go at it because guidance was the team. And I don't like to lose, but I don't like to play. I don't want to blow out any teams. I want the games then to be tight. I want the games then to be close. If I'm playing against somebody, I want them to be on their best day. So I could elevate my game. So that's how I met Carlos and all them from guidance. And it was just butting heads, man. Competition, me, Neg, Naibo, Young, Mitchell King. We had our little 5-man, 6-man squad from Harrigan. And we used to go to the games by ourselves. We didn't have a coach. And we should just go and we used to battle out against them, man. So that's how I met them. I met Coffee when I was at 8th grade at playing. You know what I'm saying? That's when I met Doobie as well and some of them. And play against Coffee them, in junior high. So that's when I met Coffee. Coffee was the man. Everybody used to talk about Coffee and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So my mentality then is like, whoever is the man, I come in after you. That just does the way it is. I love competition. You know what I'm saying? They used to fuel me, and Coffee was the man, so I wanted to be better than Coffee. They used to talk about Carlos. When we get in that league in Arta, we going after I going after his head. I want to score more points than you. I want to grab more rebounds than you. I want to block you. I want to get more steals than you. That was my game when I used to play against Carlos, D. Martin, KJ, Kami brothers, them, all of them. D. Martin. I going after them. I ain't backing down, nothing like that. And that's just my mentality.
when you mentioned courtesy earlier, I wanted to cut you off and throw in KJ name because that's when I remember him when you mentioned courtesy because that man is cousin. The way how you went after people them. So we're gonna ask Langolo question. So where did you get this competitive aggression from? Like where did that come from?
I think it come from growing up in Harrigan, man, because it was like you had to fight for your position on the court. You know, we had the previous guests, and they always talk about when they was young, growing up in Raleigh, them I used to kick them out of the court when night comes. So that's the same feeling, the same thing. And for some reason, I just never used to back down from nobody. It's just something in me that I just bound with, that I just don't back down from nobody. So I used to fight. I used to want to be on the court. Some of them I would be like, hey, Mumba, bring your basketball. Come on, let's play. And then I'll come and them I would kick me off the court. And I would be in the court and get my basketball from them. And then I would kick my ball down to the post office. So that's where I get that aggression from, just trying to fight for what's right and to be the best and stuff like that.
God, that's a big kick, Mumba. All the way to the post office. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, man. Because Harrigan Court, they'll kind of sink down, and then the post office get like a little. Yeah. So that might used to kick, yeah. They might never used to play, brother. So.
All right. So you arrive at Complex. What was that scenery like? You meet up once again with Pang, and you're hearing about this new sensation, Bogus and Tegan from East. What was your thought process?
So now this is crazy. This is crazy. So when I got into Complex, right, Tegan and Pang, I was last. When I mean I was last, meaning that I was kind of in the streets, getting a lot of trouble and stuff like that. Because when I first come Complex, you know what I'm saying, is like, remember, you think about it, is the same feeling I had when I was going into Arta. Remember Complex, it used to be so much fights.
Yeah.
The first year Complex open, I was in Arta. So we used to always be hearing about the fights them. Now all my friends them is in Complex. It's just me and Neg. Me and Neg is the only two man from Harrigan still in Arta. Everybody else, all our friends them is in Complex. You check, so it's like, man, I'm hearing about this, I'm hearing about that, and stuff like that. So, summertime come, I was 15. So I went into college when I was 15, because I can remember this. I was driving without a license, I was just learning to drive, and me and Bob was getting into a serious car accident with Judge Cabret. So I end up getting a house arrest and all kind of stuff like that while I was in Complex, freshman. Now I'm in Complex, getting in trouble left and right. My mother got to come to the school every day. I know Vieli kind of touching it a little bit, man. And I was just getting in a lot of trouble. And then that incident happened where my face get bust down when I get stabbed in my face. You check what I'm saying? And it was like, so that's when I said when I was last because I was in 8th grade. I played in the Arta A team, Arta A Richards basketball team. When I was coming into Complex, I had no type of motivation to play basketball or anything like that. Like I had no motivation. So I was getting into trouble and stuff like that. And then Tiga, I met him on Tiga, and then Pang was like, yeah, you want to play in the lunch league team? And it was like, man, it was crazy because it was like you see somebody you look up to, admire your game to come and ask you to play. Remember, Pang is from Lorraine, to be from Lorraine, Woodley from that area. You see what I'm saying? Woodley from Lorraine. Yeah. I'm from Harrigan, nowhere near Lorraine. Me and Pang ain't really have that type of relationship like that. You see what I'm saying?
I was gonna say how Pang made that connection. So happy I got you on the show.
I think he just admired my game and admired the way how I played. You see what I'm saying? Same way like how we admired Doobie. Doobie was like a prodigy, a phenom when he was two. He was at coffee tight level. You see what I'm saying? So and then he's amazing. And then you had Tyro Woodley, not as a beast, tough, great, man, nice body, strong. So it's like, I was like, man. So that kind of gave me confidence, man. It gave me confidence to see that, man, he admired my game, and like he said in coming into the podcast, he was like, man, he let us do our thing. He didn't even say take our shine. We used to play mostly. He was like a player coach. You got 3 freshmen going up, killing man and stuff like that. And it was like, it just gave me confidence and it gave me motivation to play in the team. On top of the fact that my mother used to come to the school so much that she was worried that they was gonna kick me out of school, so early. And Vianney, I think she had telling Vianney, like, he's good in sports, he's good in baseball, he's good in basketball. Like, remember Vianney coming and talking to Haywood as well too. I mentioned like, hey, he's supposed to be good and stuff like that. So all of that stuff kind of intertwined and everything. So, so in a way, Pan kind of saved me and gave me that kickstart to really take basketball more serious, because I was kind of strapped. I was kind of trapped in that mentality of getting in trouble and stuff like that too. I was at the crossroads, you know what I'm saying? Big and I just die, Jamo die, you know what I'm saying? So you see your friends them dying and stuff like that, and it's like, man, you have an immature mindset. You don't know how important life is. You know what I'm saying? You just in that environment. You see your friends die, and it's like, you kind of have that revenge in your mind, or you kind of have that itch on your shoulder where like nobody gonna mess with my friends and stuff like that, because that's just the reality of the situation and the environment you grew up with. You know what I'm saying? You want to protect the brothers them. You know what I'm saying? So that's where I was at, 9th grade and stuff like that. Big up to Jamelia Henry. Big up to Reedy's James family, Reedy's Woodruff. They were like my sisters. I love them to death. I used to hang with them as a freshman in high school too, and they kind of helped me out as well too, kind of get me out of trouble and kind of keep me grounded and stuff like that, because they used to hang, across some what tough was, where all the Westman them used to lime. So they kind of saved me and kept me out of trouble a lot of times too. So I want to give them a shout out to them as well too.
What was your relationship with Mac at that time? Like when you first came Central, Complex? Did you have a relationship with Mac? Did you know Mac before then?
So this is crazy. This is crazy that I have to be telling these crazy stories. So this is how I first met Mac, and Zoro touched on it. I was playing in a game in Raleigh. You know what I'm saying? And I know playing in the project, I'm playing Raleigh. You know how Raleigh was the project then. I don't know how it is. I'm playing in Raleigh, playing a game. Zoro make a bad call. I didn't agree with it. I started cussing out Zoro. Zoro kicked me out. I going on and on and on and stuff like that. And then Mac kind of called me and tell me come to the side, because I guess Mac used to hear about me and stuff like that and everything, And that's how I met Mac.
From an ejection.
From an ejection.
And
man.
It's funny how life get, and we probably gonna get to this, and he ended up being my coach and somebody that I admire and look up to, and I owe my life to him as well. And Zoro, same thing, we end up being teammates, and we get to that. So that's how I first met Mac. And then Mac was my gym teacher and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So
what grade was this? This was 9th grade or 10th grade?
9th grade.
You didn't try out. You didn't play 9th grade ball in company.
Oh, I didn't even say try out for the team or anything like that. That's a show. Like my mind was like in a different place, man. Like I was at a crossroads for real. Honestly, real time.
Tegan, I was vexed with 2 people in school at that year there when they didn't try out for the team. I was vexed with Nut, because he didn't try out for the team. Nut, I felt could even make the varsity. And I used to tell him, man, son, I go in tryouts. You coming or what? No, man. I get home, son. I get home, man. He's the same way too. I vexed them, man, and try for neither.
That was definitely good enough them times. I didn't know much about Mumba, honestly. Only about baseball. But Nut was definitely good enough that we thought he could have made the varsity team as well. He had just strong. He had just built like a man.
Yeah, he used to have that LeBron of effect. He could just bulldoze man going to the rim.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you didn't play. So how was it watching like Coffee and Doobie, tear up JV?
It was honestly, man, I didn't even care, because like I was lost in 9th grade. Like real talk, like I was lost. Like really, truly, real talk. Like I was lost, man. So I didn't really care. Coffee was in my class. He was in my English class. So, they was doing their thing. I was doing my thing. I failed. I stayed back in 9th grade. I think I passed like maybe 2 classes and stuff like that. It was the same thing like when I went to art, man. It was just like, it was a new school. And I just got caught up in the wrong things and stuff like that, man. you know, and it all started with that summer, man. I had a rough summer, getting into a bunch of fights and stuff like that. Even my 8th grade year at Arta going into complex, I just getting a lot of trouble, getting into a lot of fights, a lot of different stuff, man. So my mind was just fragile and whatever you want to call it, man.
So when did it click in you that you have to change and make a new path? Who helped you? You don't say Pan pulled you, but something else had to influence you to say, man, this ain't the right way to be going. I need to make a change. What happened?
I think it was when my face got, honestly, is when I got stabbed in my face, man. You know, that kind of changed, it kind of changed everything, because when I got stabbed, I was 15 years old then, and the person who kind of had my back was somebody that was cool with me, but we wasn't like that, like tight. You know what I'm saying? And then when it happened, you know, my friends then was there. And at that time when I got stabbed, I was on house arrest. So it was just bad, man. I was on house arrest then. My friends then didn't have my back. A lot of them was looking at my face. I was like, man, your face messed up. I'm F you up and stuff like that. And the only person who had my back, you know what I'm saying? He just did what he had to do. And the situation I got taken care of. And it kind of changed my perspective on friends and who was really my friends and who wasn't my friends. And it was like, you know what I'm saying? At the same time, my mother was like, she didn't want me to go, and I begged her to go and stuff like that. And then when I get stabbed, I had to walk to a payphone and call my mother and tell my mother come take me to the hospital. Like when I look back at it as an adult, that's crazy. Like I get stabbed in my face. My partner went chasing the man. I come to my friends and say, man, this dude stabbed me in the face. But look for here, and these men just there watching me and like whatever. And I have to walk to a payphone. At the time, my ex-girlfriend, her sister, and one of her friends was walking down, and they see me holding my face. I had to look in a side mirror for a car to see how it was and stuff like that. And I had like holes, and I could have touched my bone and all kind of stuff. Remember, I 15 years old, and I had to walk to the fire station, pay phone. I had to beg for a quarter to call my mother and tell she to come and pick me up to take me to the hospital because I get stabbed. That was like the worst call I could ever. That was one of the hardest things, to call my mother to tell her I get stabbed in the face.
Especially when she didn't want you to go. So yeah. It's like that's like double whammy right there.
Yeah, double whammy. So that changed everything. It changed my perspective, and I slowly was, you know, gradually changing my ways and stuff like that. You know, and all of that was 9th grade. You know.
Wow. So. And I remember when you had that little upset. I remember you coming back to school with the patch over your eye and everything. And I remember all of that. I remember all of that. Like you may not know this. You said you saw me play, but I've been looking at you from time you start playing ball at Arta. I've been looking at your game, checking out your game. I always respecting your game and just know you was one of the youth them that gonna be good coming up behind away. You know what I'm saying? And
appreciate that.
I'm glad. Well, I won't say glad that whatever happened, but I'm glad that you were able to take your experiences and make a decision to say, you know what, something got changed, my son. I headed on the wrong path, and I just need to do something different. So my mother is, I probably letting down my mother the most. You know what I'm saying? And if it's one thing we as youth like to do is make our mother proud, especially when she's the only one around taking care of we. You know what I'm saying? We just want to make our mother proud. So how did you end up on the team? Like now that happened. That was your 9th grade year, 10th grade come around. School's fresh year of school. Like where was your mindset going into school?
All right, so real quick, I'm gonna answer Dwayne's question I got posted. What place I traveled to start team in Little League? I just went to Rock. That was the only place, you know, I went to Rock alone. So so next year I was like, you know, I'm gonna travel for the team. I was 16 then, playing, you know, same thing, basketball. You always have basketball leagues going on. So still playing. I'm in the basketball leagues, Shabbat league, holding my own, doing my thing, getting my game up. You know what I'm saying? down in Arta League, same thing, get my game up. You know what I'm saying? So Harry Gan playing, feeling better about myself, and then try out for the team, man. Try out for the team. Well, hear what I know about me by then, you know what I'm saying? You know, because of with the whole lunch league and all that stuff. And then, you know, start hearing about Tegan, Bogus, you know. Well, I heard about them, you know, when I was a freshman, you know what I'm saying? I was hearing about them because I had come to some games and I watched the games and stuff like that. But then I didn't really come to all the games. So I know about Tegan and Bogus then, but then, you know, I tried out for the team, made the team, and then that's when everything started, man. You know, that's when I started.
Did you immediately went into, even though Tegan and Bogus was on the team, did you immediately jump into a pivotal player on the team? Like you had that role? Was that immediate for you, or Tegan and them had to walk you out a little bit for you to get our ranks?
No, it wasn't immediate. They had to you know, they had to walk me out and stuff like that. You know, they you know, I never really played against them, so they didn't know what I could have bring, you know, and I see them play, so I know what it was about. You know, but y'all started from practice, and it's just my mentality. Like, I don't really care who you is. I come in after your head, and that's just how it was with Tegan. Tegan and Bogus was the man them on the team. You had Clavis, you had Warmer. You know what I'm saying? You had all them other players on the team. You know, I apologize if I can't remember them, man. So, but you know, Tegan and Bogus was the man of the team, and I was coming after them. That was my motivation. Them too. Bogus was the first, and then Tegan was like the man, and Bogus was the man. I was coming after Bogus first, and then I was gonna come after Tegan. That was my mentality and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? And y'all started.
Even though the man was on your team.
Yeah, it doesn't.
You know what's so funny, Pan? That you said that Mumba never practiced with a starting fight, even though he was a starter. Never.
Never wanted to play with them.
He used to tell you what you want to play with the second unit.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's courageous.
Yeah, it just, you know, it was just that competitiveness, man. I want to play against the best. I don't want to be I don't want to play with the best players on the team. I want to compete at the best. Once I got to the point where I was comfortable with who I was as a basketball player, I didn't want to play with any other better player, the best players. I wanted to play against them. You know what I'm saying? I had my crew. My crew was Young, Neg, Naibo, Mitchell King, you know what I'm saying? Raul, Martinez, you know what I'm saying? Saeed, that was my crew. That was my brothers. That was the players that I always play with, Mike, and stuff like that. And everybody else, I just wanted to play against them. You know?
So let me ask you this thing. Who was worse? Valence or me? In terms of passing, not getting a pass.
Valence was worse. I think Valence was the biggest arcan ever. You know, I said this and I'll say this again for people to hear about you, Tegan. You were cocky, you were confident, you were selfish, but you work hard. You was a team, you was a good teammate, you was a team player. You worked hard, you resolved right to be how you was. People didn't see your work ethic in practice. So that's why we never had no type of issues with you being selfish, because you work hard. I respected your game. You know what I'm saying? I feel like you was better than me. I feel like Bogus was better than me at the time. I just feel like both of you was the only two players better than me on Complex at the time. So I respected you guys. You guys showed nothing but love and respect, admiration towards me, and you guys did everything possible to help me out. So I see like how you guys work and practice. So it never rubbed me the wrong way, you shooting all the ball and stuff like that. Because people can realize how hungry and passionate you was. For real. Like you were so passionate to play college basketball, and that's what motivated me to really to play college basketball. It was your work ethic, you and Bogus. You guys touched on it. You guys used to come. Bogus have the weight vest, walking out to practice. After practice, you shooting ball and you walking out and you doing everything, and you taking the video camera out. Like those was like serious motivation for myself. You know what I'm saying? So like it was like, man, you know. So
and kudos to you, Mr. Because you used to want to play one-on-one every day after practice.
Yeah, man.
And he won't quit, and you know I ain't quitting, so we'll be there for hours playing one-on-one. We can talk about who win or lose, because
while I in practice, I then came out punching in their ways.
You want to get to that's funny. You want to get to Langalo question?
Yes. So Genix was a major factor of your baseball career. Who was influential growing up with your basketball player development?
Um, basketball development. I look you. I looked at you, Pang. I looked at you. That's why I model. That's who I model my game after. I model my game after you just looking the way how you play the game. You was unselfish. You was just an unselfish individual to the point where a senior will take freshmen and put them on a lunch league team and give them the spotlight. So that shaped me as a person as far as in sports. So I model my game after you. I enjoy watching Terry Simon play. I wasn't skillful as a scorer as him, but I used to watch him play. And then Tegan and Bogus was like the foundation, not the foundation. Foundation is the beginning. So Pang Yu was the foundation. Tegan and Bogus was like it kind of completed my game as a player because playing in complex, I watched Tegan and Pang determination. I already had determination. And I feel like they was better than me. So my determination had to go to a higher level to be better than them. And then I studied the way how Bogus would take a charge, how we do the reverse layup, how he would post up, how he would seal the defender. The defender to get the ball. I watched Tegan. No, I couldn't play like them. But I used to take parts of the game. See that with you, Pang, I take parts of your game. You see what I'm saying? And with Tegan, it was a change of pace. You see what I'm saying? It's a change of pace and stuff like that. That quick pull up. You know what I'm saying? Shielding the ball from the defender and then taking off. He would do this, that layup and stuff like that, all that stuff. He would find ways not to get blocked by me, and I would take those ways and incorporate it in my game. So
I see that from Zorro. So let me give Zorro his props. Because Zorro used to do that at dunking, right? I couldn't really dunk, so I had to lay it up. The flamanda.
Yeah.
That's a Zorro move.
Zorro and Scottie Pippen.
Yeah.
Well, I see Zorro do it before Scotty.
Right. Most of us would because a lot of us ain't got cable and TV. But Scottie Pippen used to do that too. But on the island, definitely Zorro.
Yeah,
100%.
Yeah. So you was the foundation, Pang, and honestly, Bogus and Tegan was pretty much they complete my game. Also, Carlos, I take parts of his game too. I take parts of Coffee game, take parts of the Martin game. Sport, I used to go out. Me and Sport went at it in Shabbat League. Kareem, I take parts of his game too, man. So that's why I think I was a student at the game. I never been a hater. I used to always admire everybody who was good, and I used to just study them my game. I used to take what I think would help my game, even though I couldn't play like them. Like I never used to play like Tegan or Carlos. But I take parts of the game that could help me out. You know what I'm saying? So those were the people. Good question, Langalo.
So were you still playing baseball senior league at the same time with complex basketball? Or you were just strictly basketball?
I was strictly basketball. I played in I played on a complex baseball team. Mr. Miller, shout out to Mr. Miller. I know Mr. Miller from since I like 8 years old, 9 years old, by the way. Derek Miller. I know him from a long time. So he know me as a baseball player. So I played in the baseball team, and we had a good baseball team. We went up against Terry Byron, them St. Joseph. We went up against McKeel, Rogers with Central. So I played against them, Ryan Joseph, Sai Payne, Mitchell King, Raul Martinez, you know what I'm saying? Wang, Bogos, a lot of them, man. We played with each other on the complex team. Shout out to Ryan Joseph. He was the reason why we won that championship that year. Ryan Joseph was the MVP of the baseball team. He was a 10th grader. And he came out and he balled out of control, man. So we had a good team, So I was still playing. I just played baseball. So Tegan, I would only play baseball unless a coach asked me to play baseball. So during that time, we took a team, and that's how I met Lavran Saro. And we took a team to the Walt Disney World, to the RBI baseball, and with the great Emo Plasky, rest in peace. And I forget the assistant coach, Lavran Saro, call his name at his episode. But that's how I met Aaron Plaskett and some of them from over Iraq. We went over there and played baseball. We got our brains kicked in, but it was fun. And then that was I played baseball then. And then when you guys left, I played my league 1 year. When you left, Tegan, most strictly basketball.
Okay. So what was recruiting like when you? Well, let me see if Panga any question before we transition out to college and the recruiting.
Well, he had one last year in complex. Well, when after I left, where he took the reins. So
yeah, I
don't
think they lose any game.
Right, that's what I was gonna ask. So now Tegan and Bogus gone. You know, Mac give you the keys to the team, like he gave you the realms. And how was that? Now you is the man of the team. Like everybody's looking up to you now. Like how was that going into 12th grade?
Well, it was good. You know, throughout my sophomore year with Tegan and Bogus, them, you know, I won them over as a teammate. They kind of had confidence in me. Where later on in the year, I Bonito and stuff like that, and they would like draw up plays for me to do and stuff like that. So Tegan and Bogus, I think they kind of maybe told Mac that, you know, Mumba is the man, man. He's the man. He gonna carry our torch moving forward. So, you know what I'm saying? Mark had a conversation with me to start the tryouts and stuff like that going into my junior year. And he was like, you know, Bogus and Tegan really, really respected you. You know, they really admire you and they think you would be a good leader for the team. I think you're gonna be the leader of this team. I want you to be the leader of this team. And that was it, man. My confidence was high going into that year, bro. I was ready to take off everybody's head, brother. Honestly, I wasn't playing around. Like I was coming after Coffee nonstop.
I was gonna ask you that. That was my next follow-up question because Coffee now is at St. Joseph. Yeah. And even when I came to Idora again, I pull up St. Thomas gym. Everybody wanted to see Mumba. They didn't even want to see Idora again at Charlotte. They wanted to see Complex and St. Joseph play. How was that like?
It was crazy. And Tegan, to get into your question, Andre asked that question, was college on my mind during high school? It wasn't on my mind in high school until I started playing with Tegan and Bogus because college was on their mind. So that aura translates to me, that positiveness where they want to take the game to a next level, rub off on me, and that's how that happened. So I wanted to make that out there. That's to show him.
Especially when we were taping the games, because
yes.
You done said in a couple previous episodes, bang, once the tape rolling, nobody touching that ball.
Right.
Yeah.
Hey, everything.
That's when I was there. We had no good video, man. Nelson used to do a video. We used to have the game so excited. Nelson, you could hear how much he cheering, but the camera don't move. All you see is the ball going up and down the court, crossing the camera, and Nelson is not moving. I used to be like, what is this man doing? But so
Tegan, fellas, let's get to their question, carry on question.
Okay.
And then Andre asked a question about I want to say it was about your game plan. I'll answer that question real quick.
But ask that first because I think that question was first. I think he asked what techniques did you take from Pan game, from my game?
From Pan game, it was just the overall defense, offense, and selfish passing, you know, running the court in the open floor, you know what I'm saying, getting everybody involved. So that's what I took from his game. And that's all.
Don't forget Chase Don't Block.
Chase Don't Block too, yes. Chase Don't Block, 100% correct. So that's why I took from Pan game. That's why his game, like, it was the foundation of me as a basketball player. And then that's why I like Penny Howard so much because of that. And that's why I like Kobe Bryant so much because of Terry Simon, because I just like the way how that scoring mentality, that mid-range game, Terry Simon, Kobe Bryant, I just couldn't, that wasn't my game. I couldn't play, but I admire that. I wish I could play like that. You saw what, Tegan?
That's a great combination.
I wish I could have played like Terry Simon and Kobe Bryant. I couldn't play like them. I could have played like Pang, more like Pang, overall, do everything. You know what I'm saying? I couldn't play like you, Tegan. So I just so that's why, you know. So and then what's your relationship like with Coach Haywood when you first joined the complex team? My relationship was good with Coach Haywood. He was like a cheating. You know, he was strict. He never used to play around. Same thing. I don't care if Tegan is the best. I don't care if Bogus is the best. They F up. I go get they ASS, and that was just Mac.
Haywood style,
Haywood style. So it kind of rub off on everybody else. So like, it doesn't matter how good you are, brother. Fall in line, respect the game, and work hard. So you know, I had a great relationship with Mac, and it just became greater when I ended up joining his team. So
I think where a lot of people let me just interject a second, Mumba. Well, a lot of people get a misunderstanding about Haywood. They hear his voice and how big he is. You kind of get this feeling like he's like the craziest Jill Sergeant who they in the locker room just lose him punching. We will make a mistake and we is like petrified puppy or he. But once we finally get to know who Mac is, his competitiveness and how much he care about us, once you know somebody will go to the ends of the earth for you, then whatever he does on the court, we hear the voice, but we don't take it literally. You know what I'm saying? Because we know he cares. So to people on the outside, they will hear he shouted, "Man, make my goddamn shot," and all these things, and they will think like, why is he so mean to those kids? But they don't understand. We understand who he is. So that words don't mean nothing to we. That just give us encouragement to play more. But to the fans on the outside, their man will be like, wow, I could have never played for Heberson. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But they don't understand who he what truly is.
You're right. That's true. That is true. So you ask, going up against Coffee, I'm gonna say this about Coffee, honestly, real talk. He's somebody that I really admire, and I think when I got older and I became a father and my son got involved in sports, I really appreciate I really appreciate Coffee more as a basketball player as a kid, because he was like he was like a professional as a middle school basketball player, man. Like when I was in high school, I feel like I was better than him. That's how I felt. I felt like I was better than him. People would be like, "Coffee's the best." I'd be like, "These they're crazy. I's the best." But then no, real talk. When I look back at my career now, and I watch it from a different perspective, bro, like his game, he was the best, man. Like if you're a basketball player, you watch his game and be like, man, that's an NBA player right there. That's an NBA player from that young, because his game was just a beautiful game. It was smooth, it was nice. You know what I'm saying? He could do everything. You know what I'm saying? He humble, he respectful, and he played the game. So, that's somebody I admire and respect, man, and I appreciate more as I became an adult and a father. You know what I'm saying? But when I rewind back to when I was playing, I wanted to take his head out. But I didn't have that type of negative animosity towards Coffee, because Coffee was a good dude. Man, he was real good. We was cool. We was cool. We was good friends. He didn't have that he didn't have that negative aura or that aggressiveness where it'll rub off away and we butt heads. It was always positive with me and him. He would be joking in the game. He'd try to pull down my shots. He would pull my jersey out my pants and stuff like that during games. So it was always like that fun, competitive. Yeah, honestly, man, in the heat of the moment, that's Coffee. You know what I'm saying? So it was, and he was the best. I just wanted to be the best. And every time we play, man, I come in after him, man. So that was it, man.
That's the only. I just wish I could have seen some of those matchups, man. Because, like I said, you and Coffee was two of my favorite players too, son. I would have just like to see both of you go at it. I know that would have been fun.
Yeah, man. It was fun, man. The games that used to be good. I have all the newspaper clippings about our games, and I would read them, and stuff like that. And it just give me memories of those good games, man. I always wanted the game to be close. I didn't want it to be blowouts. I didn't want to, blow them up. I wanted it to be close. I wanted them to get close and we crush their hearts. I wanted to beat them by 1 point. I wanted to beat them by 2 points. I wanted Coffee and Carl and the John them, the brothers them, Chris Isidore mounting them, all them, and I wanted them to leave the gym with them hearts crushed, knowing that we could beat them, but we didn't beat them. That was just my mindset. You check? So, Tank, real quick, Tank guidance team for that mentality, because they used to beat me up all the time. The incident used to beat me all the time. So,
revenge. But Coffee, them had a squad too, man. No, you just calling some names. God damn.
That's what I was saying in my head. Like, what?
Who the hell was that complex where we got?
Complex, it was me, it was Neg, it was Young, courtesy, rest in peace, Raul Caesar. Big up to my boy David Maynard. Big up to John St. Louis. I need to get John St. Louis on. He's one of a hell of a basketball player too. Rashad Sprav, Brian Dash, Animal, Taco used to be around. Naibo used to be around. Let, sharpshooter Let. Big up to Let. Hanim Ari, big up to Hanim. Doobie was in and out. You know what I'm saying? Can't get himself together with school and stuff like that. You know, as well too. I think that's everybody, if I'm not mistaken. Hopefully, I didn't forget anybody.
Was Playboy still playing when with Coffee that time? Playboy,
Playboy.
I think it's Chris. Playboy, Chris.
Yeah.
Carl, Coffee. Mountain.
Yeah.
Wow. That's a good team.
Yeah, they had a good team, but you know, we just had a better team.
So before we jump to college, let me ask. I'm gonna ask Jomo a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
What was the moment you knew you could be a great sport player?
It was, man. I want to say my sophomore year playing with Teague and them, because we were playing against, you know what I'm saying? I was a big sports fan, so I used to always watch the sports news, and I used to always watch Channel 8 news and stuff like that too. You know, you would hear about those players in Iraq and stuff like that, Caesar, you know, and Jabari Brown and all them and stuff like that. And it's when I kind of like get a chance to play against them, you know, playing with Teague and Bogus them. And I would contribute, and I would really do good. Like, I would really try like 8 points here and there, being efficient and stuff like that. I was like, man, I could play with the best of the best. And that's what I knew. Like, man, ain't no stopping me. That's what I knew, that I was good, honestly. You know what I'm saying? That moment. Baseball was, you know what I'm saying? Baseball is a different mentality, and we touch on that too. But for basketball, that was it then.
So Tegan and I know about your recruitment process, how you were getting recruited. We know about at least one team for sure, because I think we were Tegan, I don't know if we was on the spot when you were getting recruited by Murray State. Let us know if any other teams other than Murray State were recruiting you, and like how was that recruiting process for you?
All right, so I'm gonna jump out real quick and I'll jump forward to that question. So junior year, you know, I had a good year. Tegan and Left had an amazing year. I was athlete of the year, all that stuff, MVP, Hurricane tournament, MVP complex tournament. We just did West Central tournament. I had an outstanding season. So going into my senior year, Coach Miller and Haywood had me go to a basketball camp, 5-star basketball camp in Scranton, Pennsylvania. That's where Michael Jordan, Larry Bird, all the famous basketball players went. I went to the basketball camp. Opened my eyes with basketball, you know what I'm saying? Realized like I wasn't that good. You had a lot of better players up in the States. You know, Tegan, you talked about Damian Wilkins, right? That's when I met Damian Wilkins. He was at the camp and stuff like that. He was one of the best players at the camp. You know what I'm saying? So I met him there. I had a good camp. I won the Mr. Hustle Award because I had a 7-footer from New York named Brock. They call him Brock. He was from Brooklyn. So I ended up having to fill his role playing center as a 6'5" skinny dude. And I was playing against some tough dudes up in the States, man. But again, I love competition. I ain't got backed up from nobody. I come from Harrigan, you know what I'm saying? So I come from the project. So that's my mentality. I ain't feeling nobody. So I ain't backed up from nobody. John Calipari was the head of the camp. That's when he was the Nets basketball coach. The Lakers shooting coach was my coach on my team in that 5-star basketball camp. I ended up winning the Mr. Hustle Award. Just me winning the Mr. Hustle Award. Some schools contact me. Central Connecticut State. They made it to they won the conference a couple years. A couple other schools from around the way, small schools and stuff like that, was interested in me. You know, so going into my senior year in high school, you know, it was just all about just owning my game, man. Just being a better player, being a better shooter and stuff like that. I know I could score driving the ball to the basket. Like, nobody could stop me in the open floor and stuff like that. I know I was good at defense and all that stuff and everything like that. So, you know, I was just trying to be just a better player, getting an outside shot, mid-range and stuff like that. Unfortunately, that never happened, but I suck at shooting. So,
outside shot was coming.
Yeah, but I didn't shoot. You know what happened to you again? I get caught up in the competition and winning that I started just open floor, taking it to the hole and scoring. And not owning my game and preparing myself to be a college player,
Yeah.
playing two guard. You know what I'm saying? Playing the three and the two being 6'5", so it kind of hurt me and stuff like that. You know, so um the junior year, like I said, I had a great year. We had the Sunstroke League. That was the Sunstroke All Star game. That was the first year. Coffee didn't play because Coffee was traveling with the team. And then I play. I had a great game and I had an amazing game. I had such an amazing game that Shaky gave me the championship trophy because JC Williams won the MVP, but he gave me the championship trophy and tell me, hey man, you deserve this. And he gave me the championship trophy. So I actually have the first Sunstroke championship trophy in my house. So Shaky gave it to me. And I guess Anderson saw the game and he was interested in me. So that's how it happened. He came and see me practice in Complex. He saw me play a pickup game. You know, he liked my game. They offered me a scholarship. I signed with them. I signed with them early. I signed with them before Coffee. You know, so that's how that recruiting process went. You know, then you know, we traveled with the VI team, and we talk about the experience and stuff like that. That they play.
So wait. Hold on. Now things started to make sense now. So before you get signed, before you went with a VIT?
Yeah. I signed
So
with.
that basically was like a grooming. He tried to groom you or something.
I don't know what the hell you were trying to do with me.
Okay, go ahead. I got a follow up thought.
All right. Viewers, we gonna get to your questions, so we apologize if we kind of late on the questions and stuff like that. So he signed me, you know, and I signed my I want to say only my senior year, if I'm not mistaken. I signed with Morris State. I signed with before Coffee and everything. Coffee didn't even have signed yet, you know. So so we, you know, had a good year, you know, and stuff like that. Again, you know, big up to John St. Louis. He had a great year, you know what I'm saying? So big up to John St. Louis and everybody, you know.
Yeah.
Real quick, big up to Neg. Neg had a good season too. Neg had a great year. He shut down everybody. He shut down Jerome Gums. He shut down Coffee. He shut down everybody that was an offensive power in the Virgin. So big up to Neg. Much love to Neg. Underrated defensive player, by the way.
He don't stop. He's a ass.
Yeah, he's a ass. So we traveled with the team, you know, and you know, it was good being. Hey man, I had an amazing time, you know, with the VI team and stuff like that. I was excited because he was the coach and I signed with him. You know what I'm saying? Pang and everybody there and stuff like that. Carver White. I'm hearing about players that I read about players in the newspaper and they was in the team. So it was like just cool to be rubbing shoulders with all these different guys. You know what I'm saying? You know, and we had a good, we had a good, I guess a decent tournament, you could say. You know,
that's Barbados, right?
Barbados, yeah.
That's when I met Tyro Alec, Jaja Richards, you know, and Andy Hobart. I always know Andy when I was young, but that's when I really, really met him and stuff like that. They was my roommates. I was the young pup. So you don't know how being around that man is, my son. And then we talked about the Jamaica accent. We had fun with the VI team. I had a great time, you know, ball and everybody and stuff like that, man. And I didn't play much until the last game. You know, Tyro Alec kind of was like, man, you got to put this man in the effing game or whatever, man. Or whatever the case would be. I felt like I had good practices even at St. Croix before we started. You know, we would have walkthrough and stuff. I felt I did good. I felt like I could compete. I felt like I could, you know, hold my...
Especially at that level, because that level, you definitely should have played because the Caribbean level is not that tough until you probably get to the semifinals and finals.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, it wasn't that tough. I know I could have played, you know what I'm saying? And much respect to all the players in the VIT because they were great players like Pang, all those guys. You know what I'm saying? These guys is legends, Carver White and stuff like that. So Andy Hobart, Jaja Richards, Tyro Alec, everybody, Johnson. You know, anybody I forget, I apologize, but I felt like I should have get some game time here and there and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It wasn't until the last game I come in the game, we played, I get back-to-back steals. I come in the game, I contribute and stuff like that. And I was really, really hot. Like, I was really hot. I was really upset. Coffee as well as on the team. I don't know why I forget Coffee. Coffee was on the team. I was honestly, real talk, brothers, like I was really hot. I was disappointed because the fact that I signed with him, And I felt like he should have put me in the game just to see what I could contribute
Right.
like grown men on a professional level. I didn't want to get playing 20 minutes. I just wanted to effing play. Give me 2 minutes in the first game. Give me 3 minutes in the second game. That's all. I wanted to play. I don't want to go with a team and not play at all. Like, no. I at that point in time in my life, I ain't even said playing them type of games, brother. Don't put me on no team if I ain't gonna play, even a minute or 2 minutes. So
Did
that's
Carlos
what
play a lot also? Carlos was that
Carlos
team?
didn't. Yeah,
Carlos
yes. I think that's the trip Carlos was on, and in practice he went down for Anderson and he gets sent home.
No. That was a different trip.
Okay. I thought I was gonna say that, but okay, go ahead. I thought it was that trip, but
It wasn't that trip.
okay. You know, one of the things I do want to say, but he's a good coach. He know basketball. He's been around it for a long time. I think he is given a hard task when it comes to coaching us, as far as the short time that we don't get to practice and stuff. But at the end of the day, he didn't know us. You know what I'm saying? He don't know what.
Can't make excuses.
No. I ain't making excuses. I going on. I actually pointing out his downfall. Like, he didn't know us, and he didn't really. He gave us a chance to be on the team, but didn't give us a chance to be on the team. You know, to contribute. You know what I'm saying?
He didn't really give you a chance to make your game shine and put you in position to let your game come true the way you know how to play. I can see what Pang said.
I agree with Pang, but this is why I disagree with Pang, because my situation is different than the other players. This is somebody that I'm bringing into my program as a college player. So this is different. My future is in his hands. My dream is to become an NBA basketball player. So my future is in his hands. So how I see it and how I learn from my previous coaches, Haywood and Genix, is that no matter the competition, I have to plug this person in, because if I'm going to have this player for the next 4 years at my college program, I have to find a way to pull him in against these professional players and these advanced players that's already playing college basketball to see how he can hold his own. And that's why I was looking at it as Pang and Tiga, you know what I'm saying, is the fact that it's like he's my coach, not just for the VIT, like college. So like, put me in, see what I could do here and there, whatever the case may be. You know what I'm saying? He might not know my game, but he know my game enough to give me a scholarship.
Right.
So you give me some effing game time. You see what I'm saying?
I can't, as much as I like him, I can't defend that decision. I'll have to ask him myself, because I know if I were getting you and you coming up there from my school, shoot, you better believe you would be getting some game.
Right.
I want to see what the hell you got.
Yeah. I won't picking up for your situation. I was just talking overall in general. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He definitely did you dirty. You know what I'm saying? And like you said, there's no excuse for that. That man should have played you. He should have played you. And he's more about the big name. You know what I'm saying? He's definitely all about the big names. Like, get the young players. He is not into young. He's very old school, old fashioned. You know, don't plug in the young players to play like Ollie and see what they could do. He, like you said, he waited until the last game to give you playing time. And trust me, everybody on that team was wondering why Mumba is not playing, my son. Like, why this man ain't playing the game, brother? You know,
and I blow out a lot of teams. Because you probably play teams like St. Kitts and Antigua and some of them Caribbean countries.
We definitely blow out a lot of teams.
Yeah.
Even Coffee was playing.
Yeah, Coffee was playing. Yeah. I think he started and everything.
So, now you're looking back at it, like, because sometimes coaches are very smart, knowing that he probably wanted Coffee. You think he signed you as a way to get Coffee to come, knowing that Coffee had other offers from other schools, and you could be the lure in Coffee? Yeah,
it came about where, you know, one of the reasons why he signed me, because he wanted to lure Coffee and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? That was and it happened. And Tegan and Pang, man, you know, it's like, it's crazy, because you playing with people's careers, you playing with people's lives and stuff like that. People don't realize it. When you look back and think about it, it's like, you're not just playing with mine, but you actually play with you play with Coffee's career too, because I felt like Coffee could have played with any college in the country. So you playing with his career as you playing with mine as well too. You know what I'm saying? So, and that was one of the reasons why he signed me. You know, after that, me and him had a conversation, because one thing my mother taught me was that, you know, if you don't want to play for somebody, Mumba, you have to tell you got to tell that person. You gotta tell him, I ain't gonna do it for you. I didn't want to play for him. Honestly, I didn't want to play for him. So I tell him, you know what I'm saying? I didn't want to play for him. I let him know straight up.
Where did you tell him? Because I felt like that conversation happened like either right before you went to the airport or on the airport. Where did you tell him? Where did I have our discussion?
That happened like just before we got to the airport. We had that conversation. You know what I'm saying? And it was just a man-to-man conversation, you know, no disrespect and stuff like that. And then he found me a school to go to in Iowa. You know what I'm saying? And we just had that conversation. I didn't respect his decisions and stuff like that, honestly. You know what I'm saying? So, and it is what it is, you know, and then we never had a conversation after that. And that was the last time I ever spoke with him and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So, I'm gonna, you know, honestly, I don't really care about the man, to be honest with you. You know what I'm saying? I don't really care about him, stuff like that, to be honest. You know what I'm saying? Because he played with my career. And that's real talk. You know what I'm saying? Because Teague and Pang, we adults, you can't do that to kids. You just can't. You can't really do that to kids. You know what I'm saying?
Let me ask Kev question, and I'm gonna touch on right there where you're gonna touch a little bit on I'm glad you said that. Well, no, I'm gonna say this first and then we're gonna ask Kev. I agree with you, and I don't resent your feelings towards him for that, because I'm gonna be honest with you. I remember after that trip there, Mumba, it wasn't until like another year or two I started hearing about you again. Honestly, it was like you came up in the ranks as one of the top high school players. Mumba, I didn't even know where you went to college after that. Honestly, and I think that was a result of the way how that went. You know what I'm saying? And so I don't resent you at all, because for a person that know you personally and was expecting big things for your career in the future, I think that derailed you big time. So don't blame you at all for the way you feel. You know, and it go, you can't tell somebody how long it takes to get over something, you know what I'm saying? Even when it's never, you know what I'm saying? Because nobody could determine that time for you, you know. It's however you feel about it, that it could take you to your grave. The way you feel about it, you ain't wrong for it, you know what I'm saying? You can't tell somebody how long it should take them to get over something. So
no, yeah. It's more like, you know, it's more, you know what it is? It's more like I don't really care about him, but I don't hate him. It's more
right.
of those people where I'm at in my life right now. I don't want those people around me. I want people who care about kids and making each other grow. You know what I'm saying? And where I'm at in my life, he can be a part of my life. You know what I'm saying? If I see him on the street and he talk to me, I'll talk to him, but I can't do no business with him and or anything like that, you know. But you know, so big ups to him.
He's retired now, though, right? Is he retired, man?
He gotta be, because he was coaching national, not just national team you're talking about, I know, but he was coaching national team when Zora them man was in high school, so he should be retired now. You know what I'm saying? But that then we glad you were able to persevere through that, because you know we all have been dealt hurdles, you know, in some point in our young career, and it's definitely a testament of the man that you are, or the man that you grew up to be, because that's a big adversity to fight through, and we're glad you were able to make it through that, because we all were proud of you when you did sign. We were as much as we were proud of Coffee for getting signed. And I remember when we was in Puerto Rico, Tegan, for the university games, that's when we heard that you went another route. I think that happened the same year. The same year we were no, that's later on down the line. But we wanted you to come on that trip, I remember. And it was just a conflict of your schedule or something going on that you didn't come Puerto Rico with us for the university game. You remember that man trying to get you to come on that trip?
Yeah, I heard about it, but just I'm playing baseball, so it would have never happened. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I was, we'll get to that when we get to that.
So let me ask Kevin Cam question, and we go. Before we go,
I can post some questions so we could get to them. So we could
before we get deep into your college career, how was that guidance experience when you went rock with us? How did Basie approach and the practices was like for you versus what you were doing in other leagues?
It was man, the guidance experience was good because I get to play with people who are referred as my enemies in basketball. You know what I'm saying? And I think it built our friendship, competitive friendship among each other, man. You know what I'm saying? Kev, that's my brother for life, man. I love that dude, man. You know what I'm saying? He's good people, man. His family's good people, and Basie is the man, man. I got nothing but love and respect for Basie. Is the fact that it's a testament to my hard work and the fact that he see a person that could play basketball and he brought me on to play with them and stuff like that, man. And I think that's what it's all about as a coach. You know what I'm saying? You guys, we could go head to head with players, but then if you're going to take a team somewhere and you create an opportunity for your team and you feel like another player could help your team, it's good to reach out because at the end of the day, there's no bad blood among us. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, me and Gaddis went head to head. I tried to lose against them, and then they came out and reached out to me, and we had the experience, man. And with Basie approach and practices, it was different because me, Nick Young, and stuff like that. Our practices was playing against each other in Harrigan. You know what I'm saying? So we didn't have no type of foundation and practices and stuff like that. So that was the first time I really have a good foundation as far as practices and everything different than the leagues and stuff like that, man. Honestly, Basie was like ahead of his time in a way, you could say, man. You know what I'm saying? Thinking back on it with his guidance team, man, it was like, he had those guys, man, disciplined and they were running plays and they know the game of basketball, man. They was unselfish and everything, man. And that fit right in my alley because I wasn't a selfish basketball player. So it was shocking, it was different, and it just taught me a lot. It just taught me more of a foundation as far as basketball. So you know what I'm saying? I forget all about that experience, man. Big up to Kev for reminding me and big up for Basie for the opportunity, man, because since then, me and him have been cool and we have been friends and stuff like that. Although we don't talk all the time, but, that love and stuff is there, so.
Yeah, I see birthday coming up Saturdays. Yeah, I got to go hook up with my boy Basie. Thank God I leave in this bubble on Wednesday. Yes, sir. 2 weeks done, Mr. Back on cruise, Pete.
Back on cruise. So Dwayne asks how I start collecting newspaper clippings. I enjoy watching myself. I enjoy reading my name in a newspaper. You know what I'm saying? I think it was like an accomplishment for you to see your name in a newspaper and stuff like that. I felt like it was like a trophy. So that's why I started collecting newspaper clippings. I always wanted my name to be in a newspaper. I real talk.
Definitely know the feeling. I wish I used to collect mines too. I used to definitely run to the newspaper to run for the newspaper to see, check out all the way up into my league. But I never kept none of them. I maybe
I'm the same. I only started collecting clippings when I really started playing professional. I was never really big on collecting newspaper at all.
Yeah, man.
I surprised some of the newspaper you sent me. I play with Tribes. I try to think back. God damn, I did play with Tribes. I don't even remember that. That's crazy.
I'm the one to help you unpack memories, man. So,
I tell you, I send them clippings to a few people, and I'm like, man, Pang, where you get this from? I said, my son, my partner Mumba collecting these when we were young, and somebody was collecting it.
Yeah.
But
we got this one from Andre. Let me get to Andre's question too.
Go ahead.
So now, this is important because when you meet a player, I'll use myself. When you meet a player like me and my attitude and stuff like that, you got to look at how I play the game. You got to look how I give 100%. You know what I'm saying? You can ask Genix, you can ask Haywood. I never miss a practice. I late couple times, and we probably get to that as well too sometime. You know what I'm saying? But I never miss a practice. I always work hard. I never disrespected Genix. I never disrespected Haywood. So, you know what I'm saying? When you see somebody with a bad attitude, you got to look at the good and you got to look at the bad. My bad attitude fueled me to become who I am today. It takes the job and responsibility of an adult not to be turned up by a kid bad attitude. You got to look at, does he have a father in his life? Does he have a mother in his life? You got to look at the situation he have at home. You got to look at the environment he live in. You got to look where he live at and St. Croix. You got to look at the friends that he hang around. You got to look at all that stuff. You as an adult, you experience like more than you experience than a teenager or a young kid. So you got to be able to tap into that kid's mind and talk to them and find out why he is how he is. You see what I'm saying? You got to ask the kid why you do that, why you behave the way how you behave. Ask the kid that. See what his answer is. Does he have problems at home? Does he get bullied? Does he have to fight for where he have to fight for? And stuff like that. All that stuff plays a part. Like I never had a bigger brother. I never had a father figure. I got my brother, younger brother, younger sister. I'm the oldest. You see what I'm saying? So I had to fight for what's right. You see what I'm saying? I have to protect my sisters, my sister, my brother. So you're going to develop that type of attitude and aggressiveness, or whatever you want to say. So it's the job for a coach to really don't be turned off by a kid's attitude and be able to help. And that's something that Lynn talked about with her nephew when she said nobody didn't want to coach her nephew because he had a bad attitude. And that's the problem with a lot of coaches at St. Croix when I was growing up. If you had a bad attitude, they might not pick you for that team. They might turn away and turn the shoulder towards you. And at the end of the day, you're just hurting that kid because that kid is an innocent kid. He don't know what's right from wrong at that age. You know what I'm saying? So,
and most of the time they reaching out for help.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So,
but you're totally right, Mumba. Everything you explained, that's the job of a coach. Everybody thinks it's between the lines, but coaching is a lot more than that. Because, like you said, a lot of the guys. Look, I've been coaching complex since 2012, since Haywood gave me the opportunity. I could probably count on one hand how many parents I see come to these games.
Right.
One hand.
Crazy.
So now the kids, so whoever we coaching throughout all them years, they're gonna have a lot more love and respect for us in terms of giving us that type of respect, because we always been there. And you could play a big role in a young man or a young lady's life who just searching for that little guidance. So what you saying, man, I wish every coach, listen to what you just described, because it's facts. It's facts. It goes way beyond just basketball.
Yeah, it's true. That's why my love for Haywood and G-Nix is beyond. You know what I'm saying? I would give my kidney for Haywood. You know what I'm saying? G-Nix, rest in peace. But I would do whatever it takes to save that man's life, because he gave me opportunities. G-Nix gave me opportunities. Like you just said, Tegan, if you could reach out to a kid and help a kid, he's going to forever be grateful. And I'm forever grateful because they never turned their back towards me. You know what I'm saying? They taught me lessons. They helped me. They teach me a lot of stuff, man. And help me out. And that's what it's all about. You got to reach out. And that's your job as a coach, to save lives, not just win games. So.
And I think that's why so many of us are still so close with Haywood. Because you're talking about from first generation complex with Pang and myself. That's from 95. So it's over 20 years now. Haywood been there. And all we still go back. We still check for him. We still call him. Actually, obviously me, because I'm here with him all the time. But a lot of other guys do come back and ask how he's doing and stuff like that, like yourself. Yeah. Because he always cared. And that's just number one.
That's true. So true.
Do you want to answer Kerry and Shepard's question, or you want to ignore it?
No, answer it. We respect other viewers' question, man. I appreciate them asking the question. He didn't care for me. I don't think he want play because he didn't want me to get hot, because Coffee was playing a lot and stuff like that. And Coffee had all the right to play a lot. He could have been playing the whole game. He was that good. The fact, you know what it is, Tegan, Pang and Tegan, I'm honest with myself. You know what I'm saying? He just wanted me because he wanted Coffee. And that's just the truth. And he probably felt like I couldn't contribute to the team. And that's his decision as a coach. And all I could do, I could just respect it. I'm an honest person. I could look myself in the room and be honest with myself. Maybe my game didn't translate like that in his eyes. And that's okay. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I just feel like if somebody gives somebody a scholarship, you would want to see what the kid could do. That's the only thing. If he didn't sign me and I didn't play, then my mentality would have been different as far as that situation. So
I agree because I had an incident with him myself. I don't want to take it away from your story, but you guys
yeah,
know about this because even before you and Coffee, they was pushing for me to sign with him, me and Jabari Brown, because we was coming out. And after we went to the Chicago tournament, he came up to me and said, "I need to go and play a year in JUCO." So I said, "Hell no, I ain't playing no year in JUCO." And I have other universities looking to give me a scholarship. So I never signed with Morris State, but he wanted Jabari Brown. But he didn't know how close we was as a VI team that unit. So after he didn't sign me at Morris State, Jabari Brown said, "Hell no, I ain't going because you ain't coming team." So Jabari Brown signed with Carlos Arroyo them down at Florida
FIU.
International with Raja them.
yeah,
That's because he blew that. And I felt he was only using me to get Jabari.
Ari.
Saying,
Yeah,
but you know, I know he looks back sometimes now and said, "Man, I could have had Tegan, Jabari Brown, Coffee, Mumba. You basically could have had the whole VI crew right there
yeah,
in Morris State." You know what I'm saying? And we
that's
could have
true.
been making waves. But he was
Right.
picking and choosing who he want. And like you said, I felt that. I wasn't sure, but I felt he was using me to get Jabari.
Hmm. I
But
didn't
I
even
tell
know.
you, no, I ain't gonna no JUCO. What JUCO? And I, I had FIU offer me a scholarship, Boca Raton, Jacksonville University, Rhode Island. And you know when I signed with Jacksonville, the next day Georgetown called and they wanted me to do a visit.
It's
It
crazy.
was crazy.
That is crazy, man.
Hmm.
That's
You
crazy.
could have been playing for the famous John
Yeah.
Thompson.
And he
And
could
you
have
know
hooked
who was
us up with
that?
them
You remember Victor
jerseys.
Page? Victor Page was still there. You, man,
Was
and
the
I
man.
love on this man.
That page was the
It's been
man.
crazy. Allen Iverson had just left. Me and Pam used to
Yeah.
be out all the time
Yeah,
in school with Iverson and Marbury. And here I just signed with Jacksonville University, which I ain't regret. I really love my time in Jacksonville, especially
Mhm.
having a relationship with Pam and my coach. We really have a very good relationship. So I ain't mad at Jacksonville. Jacksonville made me the player I am today. But I do think twice, like, damn, I wonder what Georgetown would have been.
Hmm.
I had some nice jerseys. You know, hook us up with some nice Georgetown jerseys,
They were
brother.
Georgia
Really?
jerseys already. They were fit for me, dude.
Yeah, man, you mess up, brother.
Okay. So
And
we gonna move on to you where you officially went to college. I'm gonna ask a question, but I gotta make a quick restroom break and come right back. But I'm gonna go ahead and ask a question. So you transition to college now. First year in college. Where did you end up going after Murray State fall through, and how did that come about?
So you know, we had that me and Anderson had that conversation, and he kind of got me to this school in Iowa. This guy named Ryan Swanson was a coach. This white dude, I guess he knew him from, you know, he was just trying. He was even new to the school too. He was coming from some JUCO in Kentucky. So I went to Marshalltown Community College in Iowa, small school in the middle of Iowa. So you know, fly up to well, I ain't even fly up to. I fly up into Kansas City. And my assistant coach JT Burton, which I just find out him and think Jareem Dowling is good friends, real good friends. I didn't even said know that. I was just on a video chat with the two of them just the other day because he didn't know Jerry knew me and stuff like. He told Jeremy like, dude, I coached this dude in freshman year, so it's a small world. So
telling you,
um, he picked me up from the airport. 4 hour is a 4 hour drive from Kansas City to Marshalltown, Iowa. Got there. It's a new wall, brothers. New wall. I mean Iowa. New wall, totally different culture shock, everything. You know what I'm saying? So that's where the journey began, man. So
man, what was that like? Iowa, so what was that like in terms of you arriving? What was the population of the school? So you went there for basketball, though, right?
I was in the basketball team. Yeah. So it was, you know, I got in there, you know what I'm saying, new coaches and everything. You know, a couple players from the team last year, but we have a lot of new players coming in. The coach took a lot of his players that he had from his previous JUCO and took them with him to the JUCO as well, too. You know,
Oh,
yeah. So Um, you know, I myself and I had another player. He signed with Memphis, but trouble and stuff like that. He had to go to a JUCO. You know, I signed with Morris State, the Division One school. You know, I'm at the JUCO. So you know, a lot of the boosters and stuff like that. and everything. They know the players who coming in. You know, they follow the school. They're big fans and stuff like that. They give money and all that stuff. You know how boosters is when it comes to colleges. So
Yeah.
I was kind of a talk at it, like, hey, we got this 6'5" guy from Morris State. He signed with Morris State and blah 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 and stuff like that. So got there and it was just different, man. You know how it is. You in a college atmosphere now, and this is JUCO, so it ain't like Division I like yours, but it's totally different in high school, man. You know what I'm saying? The conditioning, waking up all the 2 days, weights, all the different stuff. All that stuff was new to me. You know what I'm saying? But I was prepared and ready for it. So it was totally different. My coach, he was a yeller, he was a shouter, he used to yell a lot, man. He used to scream and stuff like that. So
how you used to perform in terms of the game? What was your performance like?
I did, man. I was doing good in practices. I had my ups, I had my downs, And what hurt me, Tegan, is that I couldn't shoot consistently, because I was, like you said, I was like a point forward. You know what I'm saying? Well, we had a point guard named Marcus Drury. He transferred from Old Dominion. We had a point guard from Memphis that said with Memphis, but the trouble, his name was Albert Robinson. And then we had this kid from Baltimore, nasty, good point guard. He reminded me of UT guy in a way. His name was Lamont Keaton. So you have those 3 guys. These guys is about 6 feet, 5'11". So they more ball handlers. So I took the ball up already. You know what I'm saying? I'm 6'5", so they more have me at the 2 and have me at the 3. We had a couple slashing and stuff like that. We had this kid named I forgot his name, man, but he reminded me of Coffee so much, man. He was a beast. His grades got him to JUCO. If he had good grades, he'd have played. I think North Carolina, a couple schools were looking at him. He was a beast. So he was like he could play the 3, the 4, and he could shoot. So that I had a tough, it was hard for me in a way to make the team. I felt like I should have still made the team in a way, but I still performed good. You know what I'm saying? I could have done more things. I could play defense. I could crash the board. I could block. I could do a lot more, contribute in so many different ways. I didn't have to score. But, we had a 7-footer named Trevor Harvey, rest in peace. He's from the Bahamas. He went to Florida State. He played 2 years at Florida State. And then we had another 6'11" guy, another 6'9" guy, another 6'8" guy. So you got the powers, the center, and you can move them at the 3 field. We had this kid that was a high flyer. He reminded me of J.R. Smith when J.R. Smith first came in the league. J.R. Smith used to like dunk and go crazy. So I ended up getting I had a good squad, man. So I ended up getting redshirted, And that was, so I ended up getting redshirted. He called me in the office. He was like, "Mumba, we're gonna redshirt you. You're good enough to make the team, but we have a lot of sophomores, and we just gonna go with the guys them that I had before. I feel like they're more familiar with the offense and all that stuff they tell you and stuff like that. I was disappointed. I was sad, but it is what it is. So during that time, I'm practicing. And that's when baseball comes back into play. My roommate Lamont, he was watching a baseball game, Yankees against Baltimore. There was in the same division in the Eastern, in the American League in the East. And we was watching that game. He was like, "Man, those guys throw fast." I was like, "Dude, I could throw that fast. I could throw 90, 92 miles an hour." He didn't believe me, and the reason why I said it is because when we rewind back in the past, when we went to the RBI tournament in Walt Disney, I was pitching against Puerto Rico because we were getting blowout. Again, I would only pitch against the garbage team, or if we getting blowout, because I wasn't that top-notch pitcher like Neg and McKeel and Rudolph and Laverne Sarah and stuff like that, and Maggi. I was okay, but I wasn't that good as them. They was legit. You know what I'm saying? And I was pitching at that time. I had a strong arm. And this is where Tegan and Bogus comes back into play with me, developing as a basketball player, is because when I wanted to be better than them, I used to walk out on the beach. I would go swimming and stuff like that. So all that workout I was doing, it actually was building my arm strength. And that's how I became to be a better baseball player and have a stronger arm. You see what I'm saying? So I was throwing hard at that tournament, but I wasn't throwing strikes, Tegan, and Laverne Sarah kind of touched on it. And he kind of calmed me down and talked to me. And he was like, "Man, you see how the scouts behind the fence have the radar got up for you and stuff like that?" Crazy, but I wasn't throwing strikes. So then I was like, "Man, he don't So we ain't wasting our time with this dude. So, fast forward to Marshalltown, I tell the dude that the next day I go to school. He tell the whole baseball team, coming out to me in the cafeteria. I eat their breakfast, and it was like, man, I heard you could run 90 miles an hour and stuff like that, and blah 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 and stuff like that. It was like, man, you gotta come out and show us and stuff like that. And then my assistant coach JT Burton, he was a cool dude, man, black dude, shy dude. He was a total opposite from the coach, man. He was a real good dude, man. He was a player's coach, man. I like him a lot. You know what I'm saying? He was a good dude, and he was, hey, man, Mumba, I heard you could play baseball, man. I heard you could pitch. I was like, yeah, man, I could pitch, man. I got a strong arm and stuff like that. But I told him, like, man, I don't think I could trust strikes. I was honest because that was what I got from, that experience in the RBI tournament. So we had a cookout, with Jupos and stuff like this. More of a family affair because I'm in a small town in Marshalltown, a real small town. So they had a cookout for the athletic department. And we just there chilling, the basketball team, the women's basketball team, girls softball team, boys softball team, the volleyball team, and stuff. We are there, nice cookout. The boosters put it together for us. I get familiar with some of the boosters and stuff that they will invite us to their homes during holidays for like Thanksgiving and all that stuff, to eat and take care of us because we don't have family here in Iowa. You know what I'm saying? So they can look out for us and stuff like that. So that's what it's all about, getting to know the people them and stuff and the players. So that happened, and then the baseball team was like, okay, Mumba, we got the gloves and stuff like that, just like that. Let's go. We want to see your arm. At the cookout.
Nice.
Real talk. So this dude named Michael Springsteen from the baseball team, Ryan Trinton from the baseball team, much love to them as well too. They might get the balls, the glove, and I started warming up. And the baseball coach there, the assistant basketball coach there, softball coach everybody watching me playing catch, as they hear about this guy, he could run 90 miles an hour on the basketball team. So I start playing catch, and Michael Springsteen is catching me and stuff like that, and I'm playing catch. And I'm gonna tell this story, right? And then I'm gonna talk about the incident that happened with me and the coach. So I'm playing catch, and then he was like, "All right, that's enough. Let's see what you got." Yeah. So they measured. Okay, this is about the length of the mound. I started pitching. I started throwing, man, and I'm throwing as hard as I can, brother. Hard as I can, brother. Everybody watching me, I throwing as hard as I can, and the coach is just like this, like. And
wow.
Michael Springsteen was like, Coach Benzing, is that 90? He was like, yeah, that's 90 and that's more. That's what he's out of his mouth. That's what he said. He was like, you have a call ball? I was like, yeah, I have a call ball. I was like, in my mind, I was like, this dude didn't know about my call ball. Rudolph talking about my call ball and stuff like that. So I started spinning my call ball, and he was like, okay. And he was like, you have a change up? I said, what's a change up? And they'd start laughing. He was like, well, don't worry about it. And then that was and then we go about our business. Yeah, man. So that's all that happened. And they had this kid, I forget his name, man. I want to say his first name was Kevin or something, or Ryan. I don't know. But he would always bother me like, you need to come out for the team. So that happened, but I never went out for the team or anything like that. So they had a scout day. They asked me to come out for the scout day. And that's why I had so much love for that baseball team, is because I was a basketball player and a basketball scholarship. These is kids that playing baseball and want to get drafted. And they was inviting me over. Even though I would have taken all the shine away from the baseball players, because I'm a basketball player. I'm the only black player on the baseball team at the time. No other black players. It was just all white players. And they show me love, and they even invite me to scout day. Scouts coming to watch you, and they want to get interested in the players. So I would have taken away shine, but that didn't happen because they had a snowstorm, so that didn't happen. So I continued playing basketball, practicing with the team, red shot and stuff like that. So we had, season start, we had Christmas vacation. So this is crazy, right? I went home for the Christmas vacation. And I'm home chilling or whatever. I got a call from a coach from a JUCO in Kentucky. And he was like, yeah, I'm just calling. This is Mumba Rivera, whatever. We talking and stuff. Like, he's talking. I'm like, where the hell is basketball coach at Kentucky College? Yeah. And he was like, he started telling me, like, I heard you didn't want to be at Marshalltown anymore. You got red-shirted and stuff like that. And I was like, what? He was like, yeah, Coach Swanson said that, you want to transfer. You see what I'm saying? I was like, nah, I don't want to transfer. And I tell him, I said, look, man, I said, I'm going back to Marshalltown. I said, I'm going by Marshalltown. I said, I don't know what I'm talking about, boy, going by Marshalltown. I said, I ain't going Kentucky. I said, I'm already at Marshalltown. I staying at Marshalltown. And that's what I told the coach. And that was it. So now I'm pissed. I'm like, what the hell going on here? This dude trying to get rid of me without telling me? Yeah. Real talk. So no, we were supposed to come back at a certain time to back to Marshalltown to go back to the school. I wasn't on it. I was registered, so I was like, man, I'm spending most of my time in the VI. I don't go back late. So I think we were supposed to be back by January the 4th, and I came back like January the 9th, but I didn't really care because the reason I didn't care is because in practice he was kind of starting to like play me and stuff like that and treat me. He kind of mistreated me and all that stuff and everything like that. You know, we in practice. I was a red shirt. Lamar Keaton was my roommate. He hardly used to get game time. We had a kid from Chicago. He had bring in. We had this dude, my roommate named another roommate named Dan Shoemaker. He never used to get game time. This kid named Leo Lightball from Barbados. So we had like a little squad that was a couple red shirts. We had 2 red shirts. Me and Leo was red shirted, and everybody else barely used to play. And we used to play against the starting 5 and against the team. And we used to kill them in practice, brother. We used to kill them. I used to be dunking a man and all kind of stuff, just killing them for rebounds and stuff like that. Coach used to get mad and kick ball in the stands and chop ball in the stands and mother effing the team and this and that. You guys got a bunch of garbage players and a bunch of freshmen and red shirt players kicking you guys ASS. You guys are SS, horse shit and all kind of stuff and whatever, man. And you know what? People seeing like seeing me dominate, seeing Leo dominate in practice and all that stuff. And it's like, man, like these guys even said these guys is red shirts and stuff like that. So, you know, I don't know why it is, man. He didn't like me or whatever. So he tried to get rid of me. And I had a chip on my shoulder, man. When
so
I
let
come
me
back,
ask you,
yeah, go ahead.
You didn't ask him what went on with his Kentucky deal in terms of what's up, coach? I got a call from Kentucky. He said that you said that actually you didn't touch base with him with that.
Nah, this what happened. So I came back in Iowa. As soon as I came back, I went in my room. This girl picked me up from the airport in Kansas City. One of the I think it was Trevor. She was Trevor's girlfriend at the time. You know, rest in peace to Trevor Harvey, by the way. So she picked me up, took me back to my dorm. Dude, I get in my dorm. All my stuff in my room is gone, brother. All my stuff is gone. We had like housing dorms. So it was 2 to each room. You know what I'm saying? Big room. We had a kitchen and all that stuff. So it was nice, you know. So all my stuff gone. I seen somebody else in my room. So come to find out, that man in the gym practicing. So I put my stuff in the living room. I walk to the gym, and I walk in the gym. And when I walk into the gym, it was like that man see a ghost. Wow. Everybody was looking at me and stuff like that. So I just sit on the side and I just watch the practice, and I had my hand folded just like this. And when practice over, they had a huddle, and I walk in the huddle, and I say, whoever effing is in my room need to get my stuff out of my room right now, because we're going to be problems. That's why I said that. And they didn't know I wasn't playing. And the reason why I wasn't playing is because we had an incident earlier in the year where them man trying to play my roommate. Trevor Harvey trying to play my roommate. And Trevor was from Barbados. His roommate, Leo Lightball, was from Barbados. And something happened. We went to the club, and then man get lost, and then man tell the dude like, "Hey, you leave us," blah blah blah. And Trevor Harvey kind of touch up the dude and chuck you up and stuff. And then the Leo Lightball dude come to me and be like, "Hey man, use his roommate. You two." And then walk up into his face and say, "I say, you know who you talking to?" I say, "You talking to the wrong person, brother." I said, "Look into my eyes, brother. You don't know my history." And when I tell you that, I open up my hand and I bust you a slap just like that, slap you in front of the whole basketball team. And then my partner and said, "Don't you ever play with me like that, brother." I said, "You talking to the wrong person." I said, "You don't know my history." I'm on the basketball team. The man know I never used to play, because how I used to bring it in practice too. The man know if we had to throw hands, we'd throw hands. So the man know I wasn't playing. So, you know, so I tell them that. The man know I wasn't playing. So the partner who moved in the room, his name was Albert Robinson. He was like, "My bad, Mumba, my bad." I thought coach told us he was leaving. So that's why I moved your room. He get his stuff out of my room. Coach is like, "Mumba, get your ASS in my office." No, just like that. That's what he said.
Wow.
Got in his office, Tegan, and he just started mother effing me left and right. left and right, this and that. And I think he was mad because he heard that I was going to try out for the baseball team, which I didn't confirm if I was going to try out for the baseball team. You know what I'm saying? But when I got redshirted, I was like, you know what? I probably might try out. I might just play baseball, man, because I ain't come college just to be a freaking student. I come to play basketball. You check what I say? So, and then he was like, mother F this, mother F that. Well, if you think you will be at the baseball team, but you're not going to practice with the basketball team, you got another team coming. Blah, 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 and this and that, left or right. And he was like, well, guess what? You're going to practice basketball, and you're going to practice. If you're going to be practicing baseball, I don't care. But one thing you're going to do is you're going to practice basketball, and you're going to be at all my practices. You're going to be at all my game and stuff like that. That's what he was like, man. And this and that. And I just said, all right, coach, we good. I just walk out the office. I didn't even have the conversation because in my mind already, I know I wasn't going to play for this dude ever again. I knew I wasn't going to play ever again.
Wow.
So we get to that, you know, about how the baseball and basketball kind of transpired. I know you have some Henry asked a question, you know. What? Somebody gonna read it.
I gonna read it. What was your opinion on someone from the VI compared to outside scouting helping the transfer from high school to college? I think he's asking like, do you feel like the scouting in the Virgin Islands is the same in the United States from high school to college? I think that's what the question is asking. What do you think, T-Guy?
Yeah.
What's your opinion on someone from the VA compared to outside scout helping the transfer from high school to college? I think I'll just say this up here. Up here, they prepare you more for college than back home. We have a lot of players back home, and I think we have more in baseball and basketball. I don't think they do a good job of preparing us to go to college. You know what I'm saying? And it goes back to you know, we gotta identify our strengths and our weaknesses as players. Like, you know, I'm a 6'5" point forward. You know, I'm gonna play the 2 or the 3 in college. So I should have focused more on shooting. You know what I'm saying? Studying shooting, pull up, jump shot, mid range, all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? So I will use that as the example. And I use this as an example too. If you go have a pitcher that has a strong arm and he has a good pitcher, focus on him being a pitcher. Focus on learning different pitches. Focus on having control and stuff like that. Hitting both sides of the plate. You know what I'm saying? Studying the hitter, identifying the hitter. Rudolph touched on a lot of that stuff. I think if we could kind of grab those kids early and teach the game mentally, like Tegan, you always talk about, if we could gain the players' mind mentally and kind of ease back and win mentality, I think we have a better job and be more prepared going into college. And Tiga, you have touched on it a lot as far as we need to do a better job, you know, mental
That's
aspect.
what we're missing in the whole Virgin Islands. Everybody's worrying only about the final score. But the final score doesn't mean your child is getting better. And that's what a lot of people don't see. They're only watching the final score. But that's not the barometer whether or not you're getting exponentially better. And that's the difference between Puerto Rico, the States, like you said, Spain, a lot of countries I've been to, Argentina. They care about developing the player himself.
It's true.
And if you can develop the player himself, his mind, his IQ, his mentality, his body, and you can groom him, in the long run, your organization is going to be so much successful than somebody winning a piece of trophy and think, okay, I win 10 championships, but none of your guys then transition or ever even get to another level. So you really haven't won anything.
It's true.
You know what I'm saying? So
that's facts.
That's fact.
Yeah, that's facts. You well said. It's true. You know, and I didn't learn that until I became an adult. So, you know, so that year, you know, I went and I ended up playing baseball with the school. So I had to practice baseball. I had to practice basketball. It was tough, man. It was tough. This coach didn't already like me already, and up to this day, I still do not know why this man don't like me, brother. You know what I'm saying? I have no clue why this man was trying to get rid of me. I have no idea, but you know, I was playing basketball and baseball at the school, you know, so I started to practice basketball in the morning, then practice baseball, then go to a basketball game. Then after a basketball game, when we clean up the gym, I have to practice with my baseball team. And the good thing about my baseball coach, Pangatiga, man, it was like he knew the situation with my coach. You know, he didn't like the way all my coach was moving with me and stuff like that. So he was like, hey, Mumba, look, I know you're doing a lot with the basketball, and I know you condition with the basketball team. So don't worry about conditioning with the baseball team, man. You just come and just focus in on being a baseball player and just you know what I'm saying, just do what you could do to help the team. You know, don't worry about what's going on and stuff like that. So he was real welcoming.
Quick question: Did the baseball team have scholarship?
Nah, there was more like financial aid and you know get scholarships and your academic scholarships and stuff like that. You know, you could have probably get like a little things, money here and there, but nothing like about like the basketball.
Okay.
Yeah. So I played on the
Like it would
baseball
have,
team
it would have
basketball
made
stuff.
sense. Yeah, it would have made sense for the baseball coach to just put you on scholarship and forget basketball. But now, it makes sense. The baseball team didn't really have the financial support like basketball.
Yeah, that's true. You know, so that's what I did that whole year, man. I had to go to my basketball game, sit on the bench, listen to this, my yell and stuff like that, man. And it was fun, man. It was fun being a part of the team because the basketball team was cool and stuff like that. I enjoyed my time playing, man. Practicing with these guys, you know what I'm saying? I got
What
a lot better and everything.
what
So,
what's your coach name?
which the basketball coach or the baseball coach?
Your basketball coach.
Ryan Swanson. I think he coaches in Arizona now, high school or something like that. But that was his name, Ryan Swanson. JT Burton was the assistant coach, and I got nothing but love for JT Burton, stuff like that. He might have a different, um, you know, memory of what happened and stuff like that. Maybe he could correct me on some stuff, but that's how I see it from from my way, remembering and stuff like that. So he might be watching, or he might have watched it, might watch this. So nothing but love with him, man, because he was more of the player coach. And he was more level headed and stuff like that and everything, man. So I just appreciate him and stuff. And we had a lot of fun together. So, so so I started. So the baseball season started. And Pangatigan up north, up Midwest and north and stuff like that. During those seasons and stuff like that, your baseball season starts down south. So a lot of teams travel from up north down south because the down south the weather is more hot and Midwest and stuff still snowing and cold. So we went to Arkansas and Oklahoma to play our first games, and they turned me into a pitcher. That's what I was gonna be. He taught me to try to change up and all that stuff. And my first game I pitched, I had a no hitter going into like the fifth or the sixth inning, and they break it up and stuff like that. And I pitched. I did a good job, man. I did a good job. That was my first time pitching. We had like a 6-man rotation, so I was a 6-man to pitch. We had some good players. We had some good pitchers and stuff like that. Second game I pitched in Arkansas. A scout, told some of the players like, man, this guy throwing 94, 95 miles an hour. And I was the hardest throwing pitcher on the team at the time. So, that season was okay. I didn't pitch a lot of innings. I think I pitched like 17 innings and stuff like that, man. I pitched like 17 innings and I went home for the season, for the off season summer. Dwayne asked, how was your school grades during this time? My school grades was it was good. I got a bunch of C's and B's and stuff like that, man. I was just going class to pass, man. It was a different transition because in school, I had a thick accent, a strong accent. When I write in papers, I write in the way how I talk. So my grammar was all messed up and stuff like that, brother. Trust me. Teachers had to be a bunch of marks on my paper and stuff like that, man. So it was a different atmosphere, man. Just being the only black student in some of the classes and stuff like that, man. So it was a culture shock, man. The different foods and all that stuff, man. So I was just going class every day just to pass. And I was passing. So I got a lot of B's and C's and stuff, So in the off season, summertime, I'm home. I got a call from my scout saying that I got drafted. I didn't know I was drafted. So I got drafted. I was shocked I got drafted. I only pitched I pitched 17 innings. This is my first time actually being a pitcher, full-time pitcher. I wasn't a full-time pitcher coming up in back home. I played 4 years at Little League. I played 1 year at Senior League. I played 1 year at my league, and then that was it for baseball. I played in a tournament BI baseball, so I wasn't like a full-fledged baseball player. And then for the fact that I could get drafted pitching 17, 19 innings was like a testament. So, they called me and congratulated me. I did a couple of radio interviews from a bunch of people from Iowa and Marshalltown. Funny thing about it is that nobody has secret even said no, I got drafted or anything like that, which was crazy.
Yeah, I for sure didn't know that.
Yeah, Phoenix knew I got drafted. Mark knew I got drafted, but some of the players that I walk out with, get prepared myself to go back for my sophomore year, didn't know I get drafted. So,
Well, I know you get drafted. Mark called me and tell me. So I know.
The scout was like, man, look, man, we draft you because you're talented, you're lanky, you're 6'5", you're skinny, you have an arm out of this wall, you got a young arm because you don't have a lot of innings in your arm. You topped out at 95 miles an hour, so we want you to get more innings in, and we're definitely gonna sign you. So the Tampa Bay Devil Rays drafted me in the 28th round, in the 28th round, yeah. So that was the second day of the draft, So
that's just a lot of rounds, sir.
Yeah, just hearing your draft in front of your name and is a moment, you know what I'm saying? And the fact that you get drafted, like know that you got drafted, know that you got drafted. What is it like knowing that, and what is the process after that? Like, what's the process after being drafted as a player? What was your process?
So my process was that I'm a baseball player now. Basketball is history. I love basketball so much. I never really picture myself, playing college, not playing basketball. So it was like, I always look back. I always wonder how my mindset was, and it seems like my mindset was I was flowing with life. Wherever life take me, I was just going with it. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's what it was. So my approach was like, man, I gotta get in the baseball field with G-Nix. It's time to walk out, prepare for my season coming up. During them times, I didn't want to go back to Iowa because I had in my mindset, even before I got drafted, that I wanted to go to a JUCO in Florida. You know what I'm saying? Wanted to be closer to the Virgin Islands and stuff. But I was thinking, and I gave, they made a sacrifice. Kevin Benzing, Michael Springsteen, Ryan Trenton, all those baseball players made a sacrifice and welcomed me with open arms and gave me an opportunity, so I couldn't turn my back on them. So they kind of scrape and did all kind of stuff to get me some scholarships and money and stuff like that, and Pell Grant and this and that, some free money to make it happen for me to go back to Iowa. So I went back to Iowa. So I work out with G-Nix, work out with some of the players, them, giving them advice and stuff like that while I learn as far as learning a change up and how important a change up is and stuff like that, the best I could have, so that was my mindset, going in. Kerry Shepard asked a question, what's the advice I would give to other athletes who may face a coach similar to your basketball coach? It's like, you just gotta take it. You gotta take it. You gotta know where you at. You know what I'm saying? This might sound weird, but you're like their possession. You know what I'm saying? You just gotta you don't want to burn any bridges, so you don't want to disrespect them in any type of way. You just want to you gotta be humble and just give everything you got, man. Maybe you might come around and they might like you, they might appreciate you and stuff like that. They might never, but you just gotta remain humble and realize there's it's a bigger picture. You just gotta learn from this experience and just move on. You know what I'm saying? Start reaching out to other people, like networking and trying to get a transfer and stuff like that. So the good thing with me is that I had an avenue. Baseball was my out. So, that saved me when it came to the basketball and stuff like that. So I don't know if any of you guys want to touch on that too as well, because that's a pretty good question. Tegan, I know you had your ups and downs, Bogus and Lynn, and a lot of people that been on this podcast had their ups and downs, with some coaches. So,
Yeah, you hit everything. It's nothing more I can add. Just the fact that these coaches are like a fraternity. They know each other. They talk with each other. I mean, I remember I sent Wilson to one of the top JUCOs, and Jareem Dowling helped me as well, and in Kansas City.
Yeah.
And he was there for a while, and man, it was very hard for him to get another scholarship because that coach told everyone about him. So these guys network. It's like a little family. like a secret family where they kind of look out for each other. So if you do burn a bridge with one of them, if he's well connected, he can definitely destroy your career.
True.
So you have to really watch it. Now you can't take any and anything. I mean, I have met some assholes myself, but
Yeah.
you have to earn your stripe first before you can, burn any bridges.
Yeah. It's true. That's true. Just we get to that question later on when we touch on professional.
So moving on, you finish your 2 years at Iowa. How did you end up at Bethune Cookman, right down the street from me and Tegan?
So when I come to my sophomore year playing baseball, I had an amazing year, draft and follow. My teammates like, man, Mumba, you're going to make a lot of money, man. You are draft and follow. You turn 95 miles an hour. You have the stats to back it up. You know what I'm saying? You pitching good. You one of the top pitchers in the conference. And then tragedy happened, if I pronounce that word right. We had a co-ed dorm, right? Well, we had co-ed dorms and stuff like that. And we started playing where we throw water on each other. It was like, my roommates this time was baseball players and some girls that live across the way, so softball players. And we would have water balloon fights and stuff like that. And I can remember this is in April, around like April 21st, 22nd. It was a Wednesday, and
you get me? I'm sorry, wait, stop. When you say I start throwing water, and my mind just. I'm so happy you clarified that with a water balloon fight.
Yeah, water balloon fighting and not trying to take up water, man. Water in a cup and trying to wet each other.
That's how we attack, man. You know we attack.
No, man.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, Mumba.
When you put in co-ed and you put in show water,
right.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm happy you say water balloon fight, okay? Because other people are gonna be thinking the same like me.
Yeah.
I definitely was there, Mumba. So I don't blame him at all for just getting that clarification.
Not he might. So
no, because you made an effort to show that you was in a co-ed.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So when you say co-ed, I know it's man and woman.
Right.
So when you say, okay, I was with a co-ed and stuff like that, and we started to throw water, it didn't come out right out your mouth. That's all I'm saying.
Well. So water balloon fight, water in a cup and a pitcher and stuff like that. So we had a baseball game that they get a baseball game. I think usually in JUCO you play double headers, so you have like a 1-3 game, and then like you take a break and then another game later on, both 7-inning games. Excuse me. So I had to go to my class, and my nutrition class was from like it was a 3-hour class, and I think it was like from 5 to 8. So now I guess they scoped me out and they see me go in my room to get my stuff. Because they know I was going to class. So I walking on my class. These girls bust out throwing water, throwing balloon and cups of water and stuff like this. It just give me, I have to correct myself again. I'm running down the stairs, right? Skipping stairs in flip-flops. And I effing sprained my ankle. Destroyed my ankle. I run to my nutrition because all that blood flowing and stuff that you could still run. So I went to class and I sit in my class for the 3 hours with a sprained ankle, right? And then when I time to get up, I went to get up and I fall down. People look at me. I look at my ankle. My ankle is like this big. I couldn't walk, brother. So people had to help me down. And I started to like limp to my dorm room, and my roommate Alan Keanu, he had a car because he was from Des Moines, Iowa. He had a car and he took me to the hospital, man, to do to check my ankle out. I didn't fracture my ankle. I didn't break it. They said, man, you should have break your ankle. That was the best thing to do. But man, so I messed up my ankle. So my baseball season was over, brother. Like over. I was having an amazing season, man. Amazing season. So my baseball season was over. It was April, so we had about another month and a half left in the season. I want to say maybe, or a month. So I tried to pitch a couple times. I couldn't pitch. I had to walk. I was limping and stuff like that. I was able to walk and stuff with a limp. And I never got an MRI, and I should have got an MRI because I think I really tore some tendons in my ankle because my ankle didn't heal until maybe 3 years later. Fast forward. So after that season, I ended up pitching a conference game. My coach was like, Mumba, can you pitch? I was like, man, I think I could pitch, man. So I pitched on a messed up ankle, throwing 86, 89 mile an hour. I pitched against this team. I can't remember this team. I think Muscatine. There was the Muscatine something or whatever, Muscatine or whatever, one of the top in our conference. And I shut them down, man. And that was my last game pitching, man. And a bum ankle. And my coach was like, man, he was like, you're a warrior, brother. You know, and, you know, I wasn't throwing 90 miles an hour and stuff like that. So after the season, I went home to the VI. And then, you know what I'm saying, I'm rubbing Iodex and all that kind of stuff on my ankle. You know that island people. You know my mother from Antigua. My mother from Antigua. So, you know, they have all kind of crazy remedies and going to the seawater and the beach. And I can remember driving to the beach, man. And I'm driving. It's funny how all this stuff play out. I'm driving, passing Polly Joseph, and this partner called me. This time I had a cell phone because I got a cell phone in Iowa. That's my sophomore year. And my scout called me. And he was like, Mumba, man, I heard what happened. You know, you sprained your ankle. You can't really pitch good. He asked me all my ankles. I was like, my ankle is messed up, man. He was like, you know, we don't sign damaged goods. That's what he told me straight up. He told me we don't sign damaged goods. And one thing about me, man, I respect people who keep it 100, keep it thorough with me and stuff like that, man, because he kept it thorough with me and I kept it thorough with him. You know, and he was like, look, man, this is how much we're going to offer you. Take it or leave it. And I remember my teammates was like, Mumba, you're going to make a lot of money. You know what I'm saying? And they was like, you know, the money to sign my signing bonus, you know, just roughly give a lot of people the idea of where it would have been. And not just me, it's just for our kids who's playing baseball and they go to JUCO and have a chance to get drafted or they draft and follow. Don't take it like a demotion if you're a draft and follow. But me being a draft and follow with a 94, 95 mile an hour fastball, have a young arm, 6'5", lanky, everything that the scout like about me, my signing bonus would have been somewhere in the 250,000 to 300,000 range. You could maybe drop it down a little bit to more 100,000, and so it just depends how you negotiate and something like that. Well, the fact that I'm a basketball player, I'm a baseball player, I'm a sophomore, and I could go to a Division One, I have all the leverage to negotiate. I got a good signing bonus. Well, all that stuff out the window when I got hurt. You see what I'm saying? So I told the guy, I was like, man, I'm gonna just go to college. And he was like, okay. And then we just hung up the phone from there, and me and him never talked again. I never heard from him again and stuff like that. So that's what happened. So that's how I went to bed, man. And the only reason why I got to bed too was because my sophomore year, I'm already drafted. In my mind, I'm thinking I'm gonna sign. Everybody on my team saying, man, you gonna sign whatever, blah blah blah. So it had like a little showcase, all-star showcase with the conference, and my coach was like, Mumba, just go, man. Enjoy your time with the players, them in the conference. You know what I'm saying? Just enjoy your time, have fun. So I went to have fun and ended up pitching. A scout from Betul Cookman saw me. George Bailey was a cookman. He talked to George Bailey. I said, man, I know this kid. I saw this kid from the Virgin Islands. George Bailey called me and be like, man, you need to come to Betul Cookman, blah, 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 and stuff like that. I was like, okay, I'm going to come to Cookman. If I don't sign, I'm going to come to Cookman. In my mind, I'm thinking, I ain't going to Cookman. I going to sign. So that's all. So I ended up going to Cookman because I had no choice but to go to Cookman. And the only reason why I went to Cookman is because I told George Bailey that I was going to go to Cookman. So it was somebody that I looked up to from Little League. You know what I'm saying? And it was my word. And I gave him my word. I'm going to keep my word. And that's why I went to Cookman. I had some chances to go to like a couple other top schools in Florida, a couple other top schools in I could have gone to Missouri, Arkansas, a couple Iowa, University of Iowa. Some schools had some like top schools that was interested in me. You know what I'm saying?
What was the schools in Florida?
Florida, UCF, Stetson. I think I had a shot to go to Miami, FAU, Florida State, 6'5", throwing 94, 95 miles an hour. I could have go to any school in the country that saw me. You know what I'm saying? Those is big time. But they took Cookman and they told me they used to play against their top schools. And like George Bailey is my big bro. And I said, I'm going to go to Cookman because he went to Cookman. So I went to a college visit. I bet to Cookman too and all that stuff and everything. So When after I come out of the phone with the scout, I told the coach I'm signing with. I'm gonna go to Cookman. They said they made me my scholarship. I signed it right there. A couple weeks later, I was out at Daytona Beach.
Yeah. Now, do you think that not playing as much when you were okay? So, transitioning, you moved on to Daytona. Like now, you come down to the sunny weather. You come into the NASCAR country. Like, how was that move? How was that move for you?
The move was good, man. It was good to be in a sunny state, Florida, close to the VI. You know what I'm saying? At that time, I wasn't big at MEAC, and the MEAC schools, and black schools and stuff like that. That was fresh to me and everything. So I was just happy to be in Florida, man, sunny Florida and stuff like that. You know, having a roommate just Page from Rock City, and everything. So I was ready to walk. The funny thing about it is that when I went to Betu Cookman, I was still limping. My ankle wasn't healed at all. So I went to Cookman. So I finessed myself telling them I got hot at the school by we walking out, running. Because Tiga, you've been to Daytona Beach, right? You have that bridge to go to Atlantic Avenue or whatever. Yeah. So we used to have that run that bridge for conditioning. So the first time I ever run that bridge, we had to run like all in the morning. So every time, so when I run that bridge, the first time I run that bridge, I come back limping and tell the coach, like, look, man, I think I rolled my ankle running off the sidewalk, from the sidewalk to the road. And that's why I tell them I hurt myself. So
you never went and check it after that? You never went to get an MRI or nothing like that?
Never got an MRI. They had me rehabbing, going to the stem machine, the machine, ultrasound and stuff like that, and that kind of helped me and stuff like that. So as time went on, it kind of got better and stuff like eventually kind of healed and stuff. So
besides Jad Bailey, because I know a few, I had been on the campus before you got there a few times because of Winsbot. So who else was from the Virgin Islands that was there by the time you got there?
So when I got there, I know Jason. Then they had some girls, Sheena Fantin, who does the full shield. She was there as well too. Some other girl from back home. Sorry if I forget your name. Some girls from Rock. Sorry if I forget your name. And then you had what's his name? Who went to Central that 1 year?
Tucson.
Then you had Tucson. I even know Tucson was there until because me and Jason then we used to go to the basketball games. We were like freestyle rap and all that stuff and everything. And I hear Richard Tucson. I was like, Richard Tucson? I said, I know this dude. I said, what frig I see ya. And then so I went to Tucson. I said, Tucson, man, what going on? You remember me and stuff like that? And we talk, and then he remember who I was. And then we used to always get to the basketball game with them. Always deep.
How was Tucson playing on that level there?
Man, Tucson was balling, man. He was unstoppable, bro. He was nice, man. Tucson was just good, man. Tucson, I don't know what happened with Tucson because he left Orly. I don't know what happened with his situation in the States when he went to Babylon and stuff, but he was too good to be at that school, man. He just was in the wrong place at the right time, man. You are cooking and stuff like that. He wasn't really gonna look as a bad basketball player, so he was just in a bad situation and stuff like that as far as game looks. But I don't know what happened. I don't know what transpired after that. If you have any overseas opportunity, I don't know if did he ever play for the VI national teams or anything like that. I don't know what happened. So, but he was legit. And Carlos Hawkins, he was at Delaware State too and stuff like that. So
Tucson was one of the best scorers, especially off the backboard.
Yeah,
the backboard shot was money.
Yeah, he had a mid-range game too, man. He was nice.
And Tucson learned basketball from scratch because when Tucson first moved St. Croix, he used to live Grove. So he went elementary with me. And he learned basketball from scratch. He didn't know a lick about basketball. And that dude just play. He was definitely a basket. He had a hunger for the game. So he just play. Any place that he could play basketball, he could play. That's the man eat, drink, and slept basketball. Like he just love it so much. And he just groomed himself into becoming a great player.
Yeah.
And he just really work on his game and just groomed himself and become a great player.
That backboard shot is money.
It's true.
I don't remember Tucson from no basketball league or nothing, right?
I just remember I used to hear
I
about
remember him
him.
from Central. Obviously, he came Elena with me, but Central is when he really started making waves. Like he's a top dog, you know. And he was really good in Central.
Yeah, he was good.
Definitely.
Yeah, he was good. Those games when I play against him and stuff like that, you got Rock, you got a tournament, and Rock come over. I think that was pretty much the height of the height when it came to high school basketball in the Virgin Islands. Tegan, your 11th grade year, Pang, your senior year. It was some amazing. Like I said, come to some big games, man. I used to man, crazy.
Yeah, BA basketball them time had talent.
Yeah. And the only thing like
was right, Pang. Even when we played with Hope them with East and Lamar, them had talent, but we used to beat them by 100. But when you look back, like these man could have played.
Yeah.
And if you go to St. Joseph with Dave Martinez, who could have dunked on you easily.
Jump out the gym.
Any type of dunk you want, Dave could have put it on your head.
And Good Hope Lamar had a jump shot, like his jump shot was wet. You couldn't like his mid-range was wet.
True.
So the talent was there, man. The talent was really there, but I just guess it's the era, dude.
Right. So Mumba, you there on campus. Like now that you there on campus, you all baseball, like no basketball opportunity arise for you. Like just the same way how baseball came about at Iowa. Like somebody hear about your basketball game and went to the coach and said, like, hey, this man could play. Like nothing like that ever happened.
Yeah. The coach, I had an opportunity to probably try out for the team. Coach heard about me and stuff like that, but my ankle was messed up, man. Like honestly, I couldn't play no basketball, man. Me and Jason, we used to go out and play with me, Jason, John Gregg, and stuff like that. Money and Neighbor was in Orlando at that time, and Kareem Jackson, Taco. Then I used to come up to Daytona and check me, and we would play basketball, but I was playing basketball limping and stuff like that. So I just couldn't, I couldn't play, man. My ankle was really messed up, bro. Like it used to take me a while for my ankle to get warm up, and I could run without that.
Something in the ankle. Something was torn.
Yeah, something was torn, man. You know what I'm saying? So, as a heel, and I developed scar tissue and stuff like that to prevent some of the pain and stuff. It got to the point where I used to have to warm up my ankle before I could start running and stuff, man. So I couldn't play basketball. I would have definitely tried out for the team because the love was still there for basketball as always. So I would have definitely tried. I wasn't prepared.
Kerry, and my apologies. I didn't even see your question down there. It was kind of like the same question I just asked.
Oh, that's crazy.
If you want to tackle it, she said, did you ever think about playing basketball again while at Cookman?
No, because my ankle, so I couldn't play, man. My ankle wasn't in shape. I would have destroyed. I'd get destroyed.
Yeah. And you always was a little injury prone with your ankle from young.
Yeah, rolling my ankle here and there.
I could always remember you playing with an ankle brace on one of your leg then.
Always.
That's what happened when you're playing in
the penetration. You are just love to penetrate every time. It must happen. You must step on somebody's foot.
That's true.
One thing I learned later on in my career, especially like in my latter years at college, I remember somebody walk up to me and like ask me, like, because I used to play with ankle brace on both my legs, my feet. And they used to like ask me, like, why you don't play with those? I said, honestly, I think they just look good. You know what I'm saying? He said, but those that make your ankle weak. Your ankle start to rely on them so much that when you don't play with ankle brace, you might break your ankle, like literally might break your ankle. And I just stopped. Never wear ankle brace ever again. I just stopped wearing them. I just never wear ankle brace ever again. I don't know if you can remember, Tegan. I used to have this style I used to do because I used to wear a black ankle brace over white socks. So after I stopped wearing ankle brace, I started to wear black socks over my white socks to keep the looking good. Because like I said, I just started to look good. So I start wearing a long white socks and I will wear like a mid black Nike socks. And I just kept that style going for the rest of my playing basketball, and that's just how I used to play. But I
never like ankle brace.
Yeah, then when they had the ones that used to lace it up and tie it, I thought there was a fresher thing since sliced bread when they are first come out.
True, that was the style.
Honestly,
I had rather tape it with a tape it is better.
I'm about to take and look where you there. We gonna tape.
No, you know who the first man who taped?
Ari.
Bogus.
Yeah, that's true.
That was the first man start taping in high school back.
You're right.
Dead serious.
Bogus had tape on his wrist and all kind of heck.
Yeah, man. Bogus had a big thing to high school.
I definitely was a bushman all my years growing up playing basketball, so I ain't never know about none of them things there. But once we get to college, we didn't have no official trainer on our team like I did Tegan. So I ain't got no tape on them things, man. I just tugging it. Luckily, I just never had no major injuries. I rolled my ankle in the first half. By the second quarter, before the first half done, I back in the game, done playing on it again. That's the most that used to happen. So
that's God gifts, man.
It's true.
How long?
I used to fuck my ankle up.
Yeah, you definitely had to. You break your leg.
Break my foot.
Yeah, you break your foot the first year in school.
Oh man!
You walk around in a boot or crutches. Man, I know that had to been devastated.
Man.
But Mumba, so how long did it take for you to play your first game in college at Cookman, if you ever played a game at that?
Yeah, I played that year. I pitched. I had a good year, man.
My fault.
You good?
How did you recover from your ankle injuries? Like, what type of things that you did to recover from your ankle injuries?
I did rehab. I was, the rehab at Cookman, the medical, whatever you want to call it, the sports place or whatever you want to call it. I would go between classes. I would rehab. They have my schedule. So a lot of STEM, a lot of ultrasound, a lot of balancing and stuff like that. I was trying to strengthen my ankle, lifting weights to my ankle. They created this thing where I would rub my ankle so they could get rid of the swelling, because even when I went to Cookman, I still had a lot of swelling in my ankle. Like the swelling was there for 2 years, 3 years, man. So they did a lot of work, man, and it gradually got better and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? And I was able to pitch, my junior season,
That's just amazing, man. Batul Cookman staff never tried to get MRIs and stuff like that, because they have the money to do that easily.
Yeah, so I was surprised. And you know what, Tegan, is crazy because I never knew about MRIs even then. You see what I'm saying? Like, I'm still fresh. I'm still learning. As I go into college year by year, I'm learning the ins and outs and everything as far as medical and everything, how it goes with college. So I didn't learn about MRI until I became a professional. You know what I'm saying? So I would have definitely asked for MRI if I knew. So it was just like a lack of knowledge and stuff like that, So yeah, but I pitched. I had a great season, man. I had an amazing season. It was my first time really pitching more than 25 innings in a year. My arm is still young, still fresh. Had a great season. Every top D1 school in Florida that I pitched against, I pitched good.
That's
Represent.
Good.
You know what I'm saying? So had a good year. We won the conference tournament. We getting ready for
nationals,
for regionals. We get ready for regionals. Yeah. Usually with the small schools, and it's similar with the basketball too. The small schools, the conference tournaments will be a little bit about 2 weeks ahead of the more major conferences. Same with basketball, same with baseball. So we practicing at DBCC because in Betul we used to play at the Jackie Robinson Stadium in Daytona Beach. But by the time our conference tournament happened, minor league season is on their way. So the Cubs, the Daytona Cubs, they used to play there, so we couldn't play anymore. So we had to move our stuff out of the locker room and stuff like that. So we was practicing at DBCC, Daytona Beach Community College. You know what I'm saying? Now they're called Daytona State, I want to say. So we like pitch. We there walking out and getting prepared. We going to Miami. So now we're gonna play against the Miami Hurricanes, Florida Gators, and I think it was the FAU. If I'm not mistaken, it was FAU or Stetson. I can't remember which one. And I remember, no, that whole year I ain't hear myself no buzz about draft and stuff like that, which was kind of funny. And I remember going to my coach vehicle. He used to drive a green Explorer, Coach Melendez. You know what I'm saying? And I went to get something from him. And Tegan and Pang, it's crazy. And I always think back to this. I was like, dude, this is weird. He opened the car door and a bunch of letters drop out. That was for me from major league teams.
Wow.
So he was hiding them from you?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That's retarded.
That's insane.
So
he deserve a mask out? A mask down?
I tell you. Wait,
we'll get to that.
Do we need a radio?
We'll get to that. So it happened, and Atlanta Braves, Philadelphia Phillies. No, Atlanta Braves is my team. You know what I'm saying? Fucking letters from Atlanta Braves. Now again, these letters, the draft is about a week and a half away. It's too late for me because the letters then, they used to send you letters to talk about your weight, your height. They ask you questions. It's like a questionnaire. You know what I'm saying? Like how you have that little questionnaire stuff with the NFL quarterbacks. I forget what you call that test, just to test your knowledge and drawing up plays and all that stuff. It's something similar to that, but not to that extent. Huh?
The Wanderling test.
Yeah, but it's not to that extent. It was just more to know you as a player and know your character as a person.
More of a psychological profile.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, just like that. So it's too late for me to send those letters. So I get the letters them, and I bring it. I was like, this is BS, man. You know what I'm saying? So I just try the letters in the mail because it's too late. It's too late for them. The deadline is already passed. You know what I'm saying? The dates and the letters, they have the dates. I could see that this man was holding my letters back, brother. So
why the hell would you do that?
So I'll get to that. I'll get to that. I'll answer that question. Because we end up having that conversation, but this is after the regionals. So I'm upset, but it's kind of like I just kind of would live. It was just going with the moment, man. We getting ready to go to regionals, so a lot of stuff was going on. You know what I'm saying? He didn't say who was going to be the starting pitcher, but we know we was playing the Miami Hurricanes. The Miami Hurricanes had Ryan Brown on the team then. Ryan Brown is like top of the notch baseball player. You have Baseball America, the magazine. College they used to talk about college players and stuff like that. This man is all over the magazine and stuff like that. And we used to get him in our locker room and stuff. So we hearing about the Miami Hurricanes and the Florida Gators and FAU. I pitch against FAU already, FAU, so I already know how they get down and stuff. So I'm hoping this man put me to pitch against Miami Hurricanes because I was a big Miami Hurricanes fans growing up. I used to always watch them all the time. So he said John Grab was going to pitch against Miami. So I was kind of disappointed, but I agree. He was the better pitcher because during the Jason episode, we talked about John Grab being the best pitcher that year. You know what I'm saying? I had a great year. I was better. I walked a lot of people. My control used to be up and down. I used to walk a lot of people, but I used to strike out a lot of people. You know what I'm saying? But so John Grab pitched against Miami Hurricanes, and I was either going to pitch against Florida Gators or FAU, I think it was. I'm not sure. I can't remember the school, man. I wish I could remember the school. Anyway, I'll just say FAU.
But how did that game with Miami went with the other pitcher? Did he pitch well?
Pitch well. Crazy game. We play under the lights in Miami Stadium, man. That shit is like you going into Duke Stadium or North Carolina type. You know what I'm saying? Miami is one of the top baseball schools in the country. You know what I'm saying? So, you kind of compare it to that type as far as basketball. And we under the lights, man. Night game, the main game, Miami Hurricanes, scouts is there. Everybody's there and stuff like that, man. John Grab pitching against the big, mighty Miami Hurricanes. They run nationally, and he pitched good, man. Couple bad calls here and there, umpire squeezing him and stuff like that. But he pitched a hell of a game, man. He represent, and we was winning the game, and we ended up losing in the later innings and stuff like that. So we lose the game, Miami was ranked number 1. Florida Gators was ranked number 2. The other school, I was just say, FAU was ranked 3, and we was ranked 4. So 1 play 4, 3 play 2. Miami beat us. Gators ended up losing to which was a shocker because Gators was ranked big time that year too. So I got the Florida Gators coming up next.
So no, I'm hype. I'm hype, but calm. Because me as an athlete, I don't get too high against games. My hype, my competitiveness is all in the game. Before the game, I'm calm, I'm humble, I'm cool, I'm chill. So playing against the Florida Gators, man, first inning, kind of little, whatever, getting the knobs out, pitching. I still can't believe I'm pitching against the Florida Gators just because, in the regionals, it's just different, man. It's like a tournament. So I grew up watching this stuff, man, watching these games. These games is televised. This game was nationally televised in the whole of Florida. So, my girlfriend at the time, she recorded the game and stuff like that. And everything, I still get the game on tape up to this day. Pitch against them, first inning, so. I give up a run. After that, I was cruising. I was balling, man. I was pitching. Beating Florida Gators. Everything. Going into the 7th inning. We beating the Gators. I think the score was like 5-2, 4-2 or something like that. Close game, intense game. I am throwing gas. I know I'm throwing gas. Because you could hear the mid popping. You could see the scouts behind with the guns. And I'm shutting down, representing. And then the 7th inning come, brothers. And getting into a little trouble. Everybody know you watch baseball, man. The 7th inning is the inning, brother. The inning is that's the nitty gritty. That's when you got to bear down. So I kind of go into some trouble. Hit here. I got run on first or second. I got 2 outs. I got this hitter named something Rose. His last name was Rose. Big dude, heavy hitter for them. And I'm throwing, and they, excuse me, they can't really touch my fastball. But I was called back, trigger happy. And it's a 2-2 count. 1-2 count. It's a 1-2 count. One ball, 2 strikes. And I keep throwing call ball. Catcher shaking up. I keep throwing call ball. This man falling it off. And this man hit a friggin' call ball, base clearing double, and I end up tying the game. Yeah, we was winning 4-2. Base clearing double, 2-run score from the runner from first, the runner from second score here on double, and the score is tied 4-4. Next thing you know, this hitter coming up. Damn, I can't remember his name, man. Lefty, good hitter too, right after him. Far behind, trio, fastball down the middle. Next pitch, home run over the right center field wall. Florida Gators take the lead, 6-4. I come out the inning. This man went berserk and me in the dugout, brother.
You serious?
Yes, he was like, you keep shaking off the fastball. You should have thrown your fastball. You throw your curveball. You effing mother effer, blah, blah, blah. Coaches again and stuff like that. And at the time, I'm pissed off. I'm disappointed. All the emotions is running through me and stuff like that. I even said talk back to coach. That's one thing about me. I never really disrespected coach during those type of moments.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? I never did that. I always, even in college, even outside of it, I never disrespected the coach because I just felt like, they had the power to kind of, do some stuff. So I just had to take it. And I took it. Game is over. Win up losing. This man is pissed. He's disappointed. And then, dude, I will. Milwaukee Brewers scout came up to me after the game, brother. I'm getting my bags, getting ready to go to this press conference and everything. We have to do our press conference. So before I get to the press conference, this scout come out to me and was like, "You ready to sign?" I was like, "Yeah, I'm ready to sign." He was like, "We interested in you. We definitely interested in you because man, the thing that the stuff that I showed, it showed that I could pitch against any team and I could shut down any team. My stuff was just electric that game, electric to the 10 power. So
Question before you go further. Why were you shaking off the catcher?
Because I wanted to try to call back. Because I just felt like the call back was the pitch to get him out. That's why I was like, I'm call back happy. You know what I'm saying? And I'll touch, and as I go fast forward, I'll touch back to why I learned about pitching as I got to the professional level, So that's the reason why I was trying to call back. I feel like I just had in my mind, like, you know what? You always want to get guys over off speed pitch. You know what I'm saying? But as I learned to be a pitcher as I got older, it's just about setting the guys up and stuff like that. It's not about here, setting guys up, timing and all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't on my fastball, but he was on my call ball because when he was falling out my call ball, he was on it. That's why the catcher was calling fastball because he would have never touched it. But I hard-headed. I wanted to go with call ball and I paid. Being hard-headed paid and Lorna left him. So I went to the press conference, and you know these press conferences like you see it on TV with Kyle and stuff like that. But it's like it's just the same thing, man. Lights is on you. They got the friggin' stuff in the background, Sun Sport, and all that stuff. And these guys is asking me questions about the game and stuff like that. And I'm just like in a blur, bro. I'm like, dude, that just friggin' cost us the game. I'm like, Florida Gators, we done. We going home. We had a chance to go to super regionals and stuff like that, man. So we left. You know what I'm saying? We left Miami and the bus. That was the longest bus ride home, because you as a pitcher, man, all the center attention is on you. And we got back to the school. This is where it gets funny. So we had conversation, you know, your exit meeting or whatever and stuff like that. So me and him had an exit meeting. And he was like, look, man, Mumba, you could pitch anywhere in the country against any college team. You know what I'm saying? You are SEC pitcher. At the time, SEC was the conference. He said, Mumba, you prove that you're an SEC pitcher against all the teams you pitch against. You prove you're an SEC pitcher, blah, 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 and stuff like that. He was like, then he said, I don't think you're ready to play professional baseball yet. That's what he told me. Then he said, anybody call about you and ask me if you're ready to play professional, I'm going to tell them you're not ready. That's what he told me. Eye to eye, face to face, just like that. And then they all came together about hiding the letters and everything. They all came together. Just like that.
Man, crazy. That's not how it is. If a scout sees something in you that, I mean, I could understand the coach, he's with you every day, you know. But it gotta be something about him. He just probably wanted you to stay another year, Mr. Because that wasn't your last year, right?
Junior year. He put his goals as a coach over my goals as a player and my future as a baseball player. Because in our conversation, he said the only player we was losing was Johnny Wright. That was impactful to our team. That same pitcher. We still had the meat of our team. He really felt that we could have gone to the College World Series with that team. So he put his personal goals and his accomplishments he wanted to gain, the bonuses, the money he would have achieved, the bonuses of making it from to not just regionals and winning the conference, but super regionals and going to the College World Series. He put his accomplishments and his goals over mine. That's what he did. That's the conversation we had. And I didn't understand it at the time, but as I got older, I understand it. You know what I'm saying? And I didn't respect it. Me and him, I would talk to him, me and him, cool. But I still don't respect it. But I understand it. Why I don't respect it? Why I understand it. And I could see it.
I won't respect that either. You really meet some shitty coaches with some Jesus Christ.
He definitely deserves to be.
Wow. What a story beyond story. I mean, I don't know why a coach would do that. I would understand he's saying, Mumba, I don't think you're ready, but the opportunity has presented itself. These are things you need to work on in order to get to a higher level.
Yeah.
But you are in an opportunity here to not only be financially set, but to also set up your family. And I can't hold you back against that. That's something I'm supposed to say. Not flat out say, I gotta crush you from going out there to make money.
Yeah. It's true.
Yeah.
It's crazy. You know, so that's what happened, man. I was upset. The major the draft was like a couple of days away. I want to say maybe in 2 days. And even in the draft, St. Louis Cardinals called Kami. I think it was like in the second round and stuff like that. Excuse me. And then he was like, you know, we thinking about drafting you. But then they never draft me. And then nobody else ain't draft me. Nobody ain't call me and stuff like that. So, you know, a lot of those scouts, they lean on the college coaches and stuff like that for information on players and stuff like that. You know, that's their job. That's what they got to do. And one thing I respect about Coach Melendez, and I'm going to be honest, man, and that's one thing I always respected about him. He keep it 100 with me, man. He straight up. It just said like it was. He told me. I will tell them you're not ready. You know what I'm saying? I have no power, and that's the problem with college sports. You have no power. You don't get paid. You know what I'm saying? You have a lot of responsibilities. You don't have no power. So these guys kind of control your life in a sense. You know what I'm saying? They could kind of bully you and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So, and when it comes to baseball, when you are senior and you get drafted, your negotiation is down the drain. You can't really negotiate. You can't I will go to another school now. You either take what they offer you, or you go to independent baseball and try it that way. So it kind of screwed me. Like I got screwed big time. Like screwed big time. I was projected to be our first 3 rounders. You know what I'm saying? And you could kind of Google the amount of money and all that stuff. And so again, it's the same thing. You know, it kind of messed up a lot of opportunities, like you said, for family and put yourself in a good situation, you know, financially to kickstart your career and kickstart your life and stuff like that. So,
man,
you know, so
that's some serious struggles.
yeah, you know, and that's what it was.
So you have to go back into now your senior year.
Yeah, man, Tegan. So I went back into the senior year. I wasn't happy, Tegan. I pretty much, in a way, I kind of gave up. I was like, you know, I'm gonna just play this year, and it is what it is. That was my mentality. When I don't like a coach, when I don't respect a coach, I can't really play for the coach, and my performances, it affects my performance, and it did that whole year. You know what I'm saying? That whole year wasn't a good year at home, man. I didn't respect the coach. I didn't like the coach. I just went and I was just kind of going through the motions that year and stuff like that. You know, and even that year, that's when my brother was diagnosed with mental illness, schizophrenic, bipolar, and psychosis and stuff like that. So he had to come up and stuff. He was giving my mother problems. She went through a lot and stuff like that. So, you know, my man was a bunch of different places and stuff like that because she had to deal with my brother. My sister was over in Germany because she was in the Air Force and stuff like that. So, you know, my mother was going through a lot of problems with my brother. My brother was running the streets and stuff like that as well, too. But he got sick, you know, and he did a lot of stuff to my mother, which was crazy. So she had to call the cops and stuff like that. So she sent him up to Daytona Beach. So I had to kind of find places for him to go and stuff like that. You know, so all of that.
You had your own place and stuff like that for he to come up with you?
Yeah. So I live with you know, me and Jason was living together. You know, Winsbot lived in that same apartment complex, but Winsbot was driving, you know, semis or whatever the case may be. So he was always traveling and stuff. So I was seeing him once in a blue moon. You know what I'm saying? So I was living with my girlfriend at the time, you know, which is my kid's mother, and then Jason was living with his girlfriend at the time too. You know, and so he came up, but it was uncomfortable, man, because he's suffering from mental illness. And he's not the same person that he was. So it was kind of weird, man. It was kind of different. So I kind of had to drop him to like homeless shelters and all kind of stuff when I'm not at home, when I have to go to practice. Or when I finish practice, then I'll bring it back to the apartment when he was there and stuff like that. You know, and it was just uncomfortable, man, because he wasn't in the right mindset. So he would make my my girlfriend comfortable at the time. And just,
you
know what I'm saying?
As well.
Yeah, but I appreciate them, man, because they understand the situation and, you know, they did the best they could. But, you know, I didn't want to make them uncomfortable. So, you know, I found a place for him and stuff like eventually, you know, I got him a chance to get checked out and stuff like that and get diagnosed. So all that stuff I was dealing with on top of me not liking the coach and playing and all that stuff. So all that stuff affected my performance and stuff like that, you know what I'm saying? So I got him a chance to, you know, go to a place in up in Maryland, Virginia area and stuff like that. So he was in an institution where they house people with mental illness and stuff like that. You know, so we was able to do that. So I did that. You know, I finished the season. You know, we went to the Florida State regionals. I didn't have a good year. You look at my baseball stats in college. My junior year, my senior year is totally different. You will wonder why I got drafted my senior year and not drafted my junior year. The stats will pretty much tell you. So I pitched in the region against Florida State. You know, I was the number one pitcher at the time, but I think Jason had a better season than me overall. But, you know, I'm the name of the staff, so they put me to pitch. You know, I was walking out kind of people. I showed some glimpse of my talent, you know, but I got taken out the second or third inning. I didn't even said pitch good, man. I walk a bunch of people and stuff like that, man. And that was my last performance in college, man. It was a horrible performance, horrible experience. You know what I'm saying? Just have to perform good the next game and stuff like that. I represented the VI and stuff. And one of my teammates, they said, man, you know how hard you threw? They was like, man, you tapped out at 97 miles an hour. I couldn't believe it. He was like, you tapped out at 97 miles an hour. He was like, a lot of the scores that was up there saying, man, if you could throw strikes, you would be unbelievable. So that happened. Season over, whatever. It is what it is. I didn't really talk to him after that. I went about my business. I got drafted in the 21st round by the Seattle Mariners and stuff. I signed me and this guy named Sebastian Boucher. It's funny that his name is Boucher, but his last name is Boucher. But Sebastian Boucher from Canada. He got drafted like in the 5th round. I got drafted in the 21st round. The same scout that drafted him drafted me. I signed my major league contract at Applebee's. That's where I signed my contract in Daytona Beach.
Man, Mumba. And viewers, I want her to know I am learning these things just as you guys are. These are the first I'm hearing these stories. So this is good, man. And Mumbai did not know you was going through all this adversity right down the road from me. Because Tiga, no, I would definitely drive down there a long time and come and check you if I know you were down there, because I used to love driving. I happen to car me and Frenchie or me and my roommate, or we got even Tigan. Tigan, we go down the road, man.
Maybe for sure.
Yeah, man.
But let me ask you real quick, before I forget this one. So at Iowa, you got drafted in 28th round, right?
Yeah.
And then at Bethune, you got drafted in the 21st.
Yeah, 21st
so
round.
You obviously made up 7 rounds.
Yeah. I was a first round and the second day at the major league draft. First rounder.
So that's big time.
Yeah, you could say that, So
that means if they had drafted you in your junior year, you probably would have been in the teens, possibly top 10 rounds.
Yeah.
Because like you said, you had better stats.
Yeah. From hearing from people, I was projected first round to third round in my junior year. Because real quick, my junior year, I used to have agents and people coming to me, trying to give me money and stuff like that. Like, that's how good I was performing. Like, people was trying to represent me because they know what it was. A pitcher you throwing 94, 95 miles an hour in college, 6'5", oh my God, everybody wants you. So they know they know your ceiling. So, but yeah.
That's for sure. Somebody just put college coaches are selfish, and then that's for sure.
Yeah, some are. A lot of them are.
So you're on to Seattle now.
Yeah, so I was there. Then I'm on to Seattle, and then I went to They sent me all the way to Everett, Washington. Start season 8, start getting ready. You know what I'm saying? Fresh start, and then it was a fresh start, man. In my mind, I was like, man, I got drafted. All right, I'm a professional. Let's go. And my focus just went like a real focus. I was focusing on throwing strikes and really not walking a lot of people because I used to walk a lot of people. So I just wanted to throw strikes. I had a great year, man. I made the All-Star team. We got a chance to play in the 50th anniversary and stuff like that. It was a special moment. The fact that I got drafted in the 21st round. And a lot of players on my team was high picks and stuff like that. And I was able to get drafted. I became an all-star my first year and stuff like that, So I was a reliever. I became a starter. That's when I developed a great friendship with my coach and stuff like that. That ended up being an important person in my life and looked out for me and believed in me as a professional and stuff like that. So.
So now you drafted. You move up to Washington.
Yeah, shot season 8. So they send a lot of players that got drafted in college over there because when the baseball season in college is going on, minor league is already start. So like a lot of the players that out of college, they'll just send them to the shot season 8. That shot season 8 season is especially made for college players and stuff like that.
And is that if a minor league player get injured or something like that, they'll just throw you in the lineup? Is it something to that effect?
Well, nah, it's short season it because you have the major league season going on. You have minor league season going on. So no, you have to the players that get drafted that's in college, the first runner, second runner, third runner, some of the top picks and stuff like that. 3 year, 4 year players. They don't want to put them in the extended spring training because extended spring training is more for like rookie players from a lot of players who just learning the game just out of high school and still get to wet their feet, and a lot of players from like the Latin countries like Venezuela and Mexico and the Dominican Republic and Puerto Rico and stuff like that. That's where they practice every day and train and get better because a lot of those players is like 60, 17 years old. So they're too young to play low short season A, high A, double A's, triple A. And maybe some of them they might move into short season A, but short season is more for college players. And if somebody get hurt, then they bring somebody up from extended spring training to play.
Gotcha. So, fun question. Like,
Yeah, quick. I mean, there's the watching.
Yeah, go ahead.
Fun question. Like, so you get sent up to Washington. Like, how was it feel? How did it feel? When you got your first check, you ain't got to say the amount or anything. When you got your first check, like, how did it feel? And what was the first thing you thought about doing when you got your first professional check?
Well, when I get my check, I just sent it to my girlfriend at the time, because she was pregnant with my son, at the time. So I didn't really do anything with the money. It was a signing bonus as a senior playing baseball. You don't really you don't really get that much money because you don't have any leverage. You know what I'm saying? You don't have any leverage and stuff like that. So you take what they offer you. If you don't like what they offer you, then you go independent baseball. But I signed my bonus. I sent it to her, and then I just started playing baseball. Professionally. The money we was making was nothing. It was like $850 a month. They make more now. By the time when I signed, that's the money we was making, man. You barely made money. You know what I'm saying? So you barely made money.
But although that was nothing, did you have to pay for your housing and stuff like that, food and stuff like that? Then you get like snipings for food, and didn't they put you up in housing?
We had fast appearance, you want to say like that, you know what I'm saying, with it like the host parents, you know what I'm saying, so they host us and stuff like that, and that's why I had. So we used to have to pay her rent. I think we had to pay her like $200 a month or something like that. I don't even know what she charges because she was rich. She had like a Jaguar and all kind of stuff. And she had money, bro. She and her husband had money. They had a big ass house and everything. So I don't know what she would charge us. Me and my roommate Mark Lowe, he ended up making it to the major league. So we she was our host mom and stuff. So we just pay her $200 or $100 a month, I think, each. So, and the rest of my money I just sent to my girlfriend at the time, because she was pregnant with my son, and I was pretty much saving up all my money because I was gonna propose to her, and we was gonna get married and stuff like that because she was and I ended up marrying her. So that's where pretty much all my money went towards the wedding. So
how was your how long did you have to stay there, and like what was your mindset while you're there, especially since you were getting a youth? Like, what was your mindset?
So my mindset was like, is I do this for my family. My mindset was like doing it for my family, man. I'm doing it for Mac. I'm doing it for Genix, because all the time, even when I was going to colleges and stuff like that, it was them I was kind of doing it for. At the same time, I was doing it for the VI and stuff like that, man. You know what I'm saying? I was just representing. I wanted it to be proud of me and stuff like that, especially here with Mac, my mother, and stuff like that, my family and stuff. Just to make them proud and see that, a pupil that they help groom or making it. So that's what my mindset that's what it was all about, man. Just making it and making the next steps and stuff like that. So
Tegan, mute your mic.
Oh, I'm gonna mute him. I got you. Yeah.
So how long did you stay there? I think.
You asked me that. Yeah, my bad. So so the June draft. So the draft is in June for baseball, right? The draft is in June, and then I want to say after I sign my contract, maybe the next 5 days I had to leave. So we was there mid-June, until mid-September, and that was the season. So I finished the season, and after I finished the season, they sent me back to Daytona Beach, but then they was going to send me to developmental league. I think that's what they call it, developmental league, just to work on your skills. Because every time you pitch a game plan, every time you play, they have reports and you have scouting reports. They always report after the game. The coaches is writing reports and all the players that played and how they did, what they need to work on, what they struggle on, and all that stuff. So you know what I'm saying. They invited me to developmental league and stuff like that. So at the time, she my girlfriend at the time, she was pregnant still and stuff like that. So we just didn't know the due. I think the due date was in September or something like that. I can't like it was in October, I think. So I was kind of on pins and needles and stuff like that. Like, man, So they just told me like, hey, if she going to labor or whatever, or if she feel like it's coming soon, just let us know. We're gonna get you a plane first thing over and stuff like that. So I was there in Arizona for a while, So, and then I just worked on my skills and everything like that, man. Just trying to get better, working on pitching, learning the game of pitching, learning and stuff like that, because I was still fresh in pitching, man. I still didn't know how to pitch and stuff like that. So I was there. So from June to September, then I went home to Orlando because, actually, I just moved to Orlando that year too, and then went back to Arizona. And then I was in Arizona for about a month and a half.
And you officially playing now in Arizona for a minor league team?
No, it was still the Seattle Mariners, but it was just development. It was just developmental. It's just all about getting better. It's just developing your skills and stuff like that, So yeah, you just play a bunch of scrimmage games and stuff like that. So it wasn't like a league and they keeping stats and stuff like that. It was just more of like just developmental and just practice and stuff like that.
Now, even though like you weren't playing, would this is your second run? Does that earn you a raise as far as how much you get a month? And were you still getting housed by a faster host?
No, they Seattle when they invite you, they pay for everything. You know what I'm saying? You get meal money, you get a per diem and stuff like that. They put you in a hotel and stuff like that. All of this is in Seattle. They take care of everything. You know what I'm saying? You just come, you just walk out every day, you train, weights, all that stuff. You go home, you chill, and you just relax. So you know what I'm saying? You just go, wake up, you got to be at the field about 6:30, 7 o'clock every day. By the time we leave the field, it's about 4:30, 5 o'clock, and then I got the rest of my day to do whatever I want to do in Arizona. So
and are they still paying you monthly?
You just get per diem and stuff like that. Per diem,
okay.
Money per diem and stuff like that for your food and all that stuff. So it was good and stuff like that. So I got a chance to be able to travel around Arizona. That's the first time I ever went to Vegas and all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Enjoy the nightlife in Arizona. Going to Scottsdale. If anybody ever been to Scottsdale, that's the place to be. I call that place Little Hollywood. I call that place Little Hollywood. Trust me. If anybody been to Arizona, I've been to Scottsdale. I've been to Tempe, Arizona, and Arizona State Campus and stuff like that. Problems. So,
all right, Mr. Mumba, your story. We might have to get part 2 for you, man. Now, well, because we haven't reached the end yet.
No, we coming. It's gonna be quick. The end gonna be quick. Everything coming.
Okay. So let's talk now that you went through like 2 years. You 2 stints of developing your game. So, how was the first opportunity to actually play for a minor league team? How did that come around?
Well, so after developmental league, they sent me to Norway in Wisconsin as a starting pitcher. So had a good year. Started of the season. My first 10 starts, I went 7-0. Went 7-0. Made the All-Star team again. So first 2 seasons, I made the All-Stars back to back. You know what I'm saying? I'm ranked. I got in the ranks in prospects. People call me and say, man, they put your picture up on Seattle during the major league game. You doing good in the minor leagues and stuff like that. So I earned a promotion when my was I married then? I wasn't married yet. I wasn't married. So my fiance at the time, she and my son was about to come up to Wisconsin to visit me, but then I got promoted to High A out in California that year. So that's in 2005. I got drafted in 2004. So that's the 2005 season. You know what I'm saying? So I got promoted. Mediacity got promoted. So I went I went to High A now. When I went to High A, so I was here. I got smacked in the face because the competition was out of this wall. I had a new coach. The coaches that I had in Wisconsin was great. Pitcher coach was great. Had a new coach. It was a lot of tough love. I was a lot of players. Them was in the system for a while. You had a lot of top players. You had Adam Jones, a lot of baseball players who viewing the podcast right now. If you hear about Adam Jones, he played with the Baltimore Orioles. He was my teammate. He was my shortstop, but he played center field for the Baltimore Orioles. He was an all-star. He played a lot of years in the major league and stuff like that. He was in a team. Brian, like here, he played for the Cubs. A lot of top prospects in the league, California league. So rough league, man. Rough league. Had a rough season, man. It was a learning experience, man. A lot of
what was so different about it for the ones them like myself who don't really understand the I can relate because sports is sports, and obviously the higher the level goes, the tougher it gets. It look easy on TV until you actually be there, and a lot of people don't understand that. But give like a short insight. What makes it more difficult in terms of Wisconsin and California? What was different about the hitters? What was so much different?
So when I was in Wisconsin, the hitters, they're still trying to learn themselves as a player and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? And then when I went to California League, a lot of the hitters was more big time players. They got drafted in the first round, second round, third round. They're more top prospects. They're more almost ready to take that next step to get called up to the major league. So these players kind of had an idea who they was, and they was just good. They were just better hitters, man. My first game, we playing Rancho Cucamonga, which was the Angels, and I seen a dude's stats, and the dude had like 24 home runs and like 60 something RBIs. And I coming from a league where the guy who had like 7-9 home runs was leading the league. This dude have 24 home runs. So I'm like, oh my God. Then I'm watching the game and I'm like, geez, like the talent, the skill level was different. At the same time, when I was pitching, my pitching coach in Wisconsin, it was more focused on my control as a pitcher, not walking, hitting both sides of the plate. When I got to the high A, and I will never forget it, this pitcher, I think he coaches at Michigan State or Michigan. He's a head coach or the pitching coach. He told me this white dude, he told me, Mumba, don't let them change you. They like to change players and stuff like that because they want to have that name on you saying that they help you get to the top. He was more of a veteran player. He'd been in the league for a while. I had a couple of veteran players that have been in the league for a while, and they was just there just to fill a spot. They wasn't going to make it anywhere. And that's what he told me. And the pitching coach and the head coach, we bumped heads, man, because they coach different, and they changed me. They wanted me to be more of a power pitcher. When I was in Wisconsin, I was more of 88 miles an hour to 92, 94, changing speeds. They wanted me to be a power pitcher, to use my God gift abilities and show my arm out and be in the mid-90s as a starter. And I just wasn't ready for that. My arm wasn't built like that. I was still young in the mind as far as a pitcher. My stamina as a pitcher, my stamina as a pitcher wasn't there yet. Just to all the high velocity every single pitch, man. It wasn't there. So I struggled a lot walking players. I lose my control, And me and the coaches them had a disagreement because they see it one way, I see it a different way. The pitching coach was hard on me, so it was just a rough season overall. It humbled me. Well, I was humble, but it kind of just opened my eyes that this journey is so easy. I just started being an outlaw back to back, and then boom, I got smacked in the face. So that was what happened. That was 2005. Yeah. Somebody asked if my bonus was less than my offer that I got offer when I was in St. Croix when they said we don't sign damaged goods. That offer was more. So I paid for less.
The damaged good offer was more?
Yeah. But I didn't take it because I had all the leverage.
I know.
So I play my cards right, but with the coach and all that stuff. So, but that's life. Yeah, so it was more.
Man.
Yeah, so after that season, after that season, I got sent back to Haie again, California League. Had a good year. Didn't make the All-Star team, but I had a great year and stuff like that. And then boom, after that, the coach.
What was your adjustment though that make you had a good year? Did you keep the mentality still of having a power pitcher, or you went in with your style, trying to find a balance between the two?
Trying to find a balance between the two. And going into spring training that year, I had a conversation with my previous coach and then the pitching coach from that year that we kind of butt heads. We had a conversation. We had a man-to-man talk. He kind of talked to me. He was like, "Hey, this is the reason why I was so mad I was so hard on you and stuff like that. And this is how we view you. And this is how the organization view you. And this is what they see that this is what they want out of you and stuff like that." The coach from Wisconsin kind of agreed in a way and disagreed in a way. It felt like they was moving too fast with me, but it felt like I was a fast learner, and it felt like I could, do what they wanted me to do. So we had a conversation. We kind of mend what we had the disagreements and stuff like that, and we became real close. Man, we became real cool, and I had a good year. And I made some achievements as far as velocity. That year I topped out at 96 miles an hour. He was happy. I had a good year, and I earned a promotion to double A. So that year, the off season, where that's my first year playing in Puerto Rico. I played with Mayagüez Indios and stuff like that. They wanted me to work with the pitching coach for Mayagüez. At the time, he was the major league pitching coach for the Seattle Mariners. The coach who was my short season coach, who I said really looked out for me, he's the one that got me connected with him. And he always looked up for me. He always believed in me. He used to always tell me, "Mumba, you have a major league arm. You are a major league pitcher in the minor leagues. Once you find yourself, you're gonna make it." So he got me in contact with him. So that's how I got the connection to play in Puerto Rico. So I played in Puerto Rico as a native because of my last name and all that stuff. So I didn't play as an import. I was making good money, way more money I was making in the minor league. So that was good too. And just playing in Puerto Rico and playing in front of those fans and stuff like that, it was nothing but love, man. They loved me. They used to ask me. It's funny. They found out I used to play baseball. They used to ask about Tegan and all that stuff and everything. Asked me if I know him. I used to tell them I know him. We play high school basketball together and stuff like that. It was like, "Oh, for real?" and all that stuff. So it was cool. They asked me about Horace Clark. They asked me about Emma Plaskett. They asked me about Jerry Brown. They asked me about all kind of people, man. And they always showed me nothing but love, man. They used to call me. They used to call me the horse.
Caballo.
Yeah. So, and plus they loved me too because they had a famous pitcher named Mambo from Puerto Rico, a famous pitcher. And I ended up meeting him. So the name they love my name on top of me being Rivera. So they always show me nothing but love. So I love those guys over in Puerto Rico, man. All my people in Caguas, Ponce, Rio Pedres, Cabo Rojo, Rincon, Mayagüez, Manatee, I'm saying, Arecibo, all those places, Carolina, Tiga, those places. So much love to those people.
Yeah, man. And the fans are great. So you hit it on the nail. Puerto Rico fans support me, son.
Yeah.
So another question that Tiga may know this, but I know I don't know this. Your father is a Puerto Rican?
This is funny. My father is an Eastman from up east and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? But here my mother had whatever they had and stuff like that. She didn't respect the way how we move and stuff like that. So she was pregnant at the time. She had met my sister and brother father and stuff like that. So he kind of took me in as his son, even though I wasn't really his son. You know what I'm saying? So she just gave me his last name because of what he did and what he stand for as a, taking in a kid that wasn't his. So, at the time I didn't like the last name and stuff like that. But when I really found out the story, when I really had a conversation with my real father that one time and stuff like that, you know what I'm saying? I just respected him as a person taking in a kid that wasn't his. So I respected him as a man doing that and stuff like that. And he was in and out of jail at the time, my sister and brother father and stuff. And he used to always come and check for us. So I always respected that about him. So that's why I kept the name Rivera. I wasn't going to keep the name Rivera. I was actually going to change my name to my mother name, which was a Christian, because she's from Antigua and stuff like that. So she's a Christian. So I was going to use that last name. But, he did that. So I respected that. And having that name kind of opened up a lot of doors for me in Puerto Rico, so that kind of worked out good in my favor and stuff like that. So
Mumba, my grandmother, rest in peace, last name is a Christian.
yeah, man.
Neck never tell you that.
Yeah, Nick father know, because my mother and Nick father and stuff like that is friends. My mother know. I think my mother knows some of your family and stuff like that, because we used to go to the soccer field over by that across from Machuchala watch a soccer game. Because my mom from Antigua, so she knows some of your people them from and Neg them people them. And me and Neg is like brothers. My uncle played soccer, cricket. So my uncle I know Neg them. So I'm guessing my uncle know your people them too as well. You know what I'm saying? So small world.
Small world, son.
Yeah, small
When
world.
you said Christian, I just started smiling because I didn't know that. My grandmother first, before she married, her maiden name is Christian.
Yeah, where your grandmother from?
Antigua.
Yeah, so that's
Ned's grandmother. Me and Ned got the same grandmother.
Okay. Yeah, so
that's Tyrone. That's Money Mother.
And how people them is from where?
Pretty much, it gotta be St. John. St. John, Antigua.
Okay,
yeah,
man.
But it's a lot of Christians from Antigua for real. Christian.
Yeah. So I got a chance to work with the pitching coach from Seattle. Had a good year in Puerto Rico. Going into the season, played in the Major League spring training games, pitching against Major League players, pitching a Major League game, pitch against Jermaine Dye and a lot of Major League players, strike them out. Excuse me, had a good spring training, man. Great spring training in Antigua, and great. The Mariners was happy. I played in a lot of spring training, Major League spring training games, and I'm traveling with the Major League team to San Francisco. We played it. We fly in the team plane. Myself, a couple of minor leaguers. I think it was 7 on us. Played with the team, the Major League team. We went to San Francisco and we played against Barry Bonds. That was Barry Bonds last year. So me going into that park in San Francisco. That's when the park I just opened to, if I'm not mistaken. Just be So just be there, standing up for the national anthem, and I'm looking across the field and I'm seeing Barry Bonds and stuff like that, players that I grew up watching. And so I was like, man, this is crazy. You know what I'm saying? Having conversation with Ichiro and telling him about the VI, and he's saying what a scunt and saying, yeah, man, and stuff like that. And his accent. They're serious, brother. They're serious.
Ichiro was saying mother scunt?
Yeah, I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. You know what I'm saying? One thing about our forefathers, man, they represented the VI, man. So when you're a VI player, man, a lot of people gravitate to you on top of you just being a hard-working person and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of respect and, big up to, all those figuring all those players that made it before us, man. So, yeah, Ichiro and stuff like that, man. It was cool, man. You know what I'm saying? A player like him is like, they humble you because he's a legend. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
He'll have a conversation with me and stuff like that and just have fun and joke and stuff like that, man. And I'm a minor leaguer. You know
and just so I know who you're talking about, he's one of the best base hitter ever, right?
Yeah.
From China or one of them places there?
Yeah, Japan. Yeah. Yeah, so I got to play with him. I get him a play. I get to travel with the Major League team. I didn't get to pitch against San Francisco because I pitched the game before against the Rangers. So it was just it was good to be with the team. So I felt like I made it. Honestly, I felt like I made it, man. Just traveling with the team. And then after that, we went to Vegas for 2 games against the Chicago Cubs. Rafael Soriano, all those guys across the diamond and stuff like that, man. So it was a great time being with those guys for that short period of time. You know what I'm saying? Wow. Being in Vegas and, having lunch with some of those guys and stuff like that, just talking about life, and they want to learn about the Virgin Islands and stuff like that and everything. It was good, man. It was good. So,
yeah, that's definitely big time.
Big time.
Big time. Yeah, it was big time, man.
You make me feel so proud right now. I don't even want to go to sleep. It's 12 o'clock my time.
Your voice sounding like you're talking in one of them walkie talkies.
I just choked up. Super proud, man.
Yeah, man. So after that season, going into that year, I had a good spring training, pitching a lot of Major League games, trouble with the Major League team. I'm high on the board as a prospect. Going into that AA season, I'm pitching. My pitching coach is a coach that I love. and I just had a bad year, man. Had a bad year, had a bad year, man. And after that year, I went to Arizona Fall League. Arizona Fall League is a league where all the top prospects go to. If you go to that Fall League, it's like you're gonna go to the major league. You're about 85%, go to the major league and stuff. I went there, they work on some stuff with me. I had an up and down Fall League and stuff like that. Then the next year I played, had a great year, got promoted to AAA, went to AAA. Oh, this is important. So that year before I went to AAA, so this is 2007, then 2008, got promoted to AAA. But before I got promoted to AAA, my same coach that got me to hook up with the coach with Seattle, the pitching coach I worked with in Puerto Rico, he was the director of minor league operations. So he had clout as far as doing stuff, you know what I'm saying? In a way, you know what I'm saying? Getting guys promoted and pushing for who want to get promoted. And he always loved me, man. He always believed in me. He liked my mentality, my aggressiveness, my just the way how I played the game. And he said to me, like, man, Mumba, you're gonna be up in September, man. You're gonna be a call up. He told me like this, straight up. He looked me in my eye. He told me, he shook my hand. He said, man, I'm proud of you. Don't lose it. Just like that, he told me. And then I got promoted about a couple days later to AAA. And I was like, man, I cannot believe I'm going to AAA, man. I was like, dude, I'm gonna be in the major leagues this year. I was like, this is crazy. I was like, man, this is nice. That's what I was saying in my mind, And had a couple good games in AAA. And this is how crazy AAA is. I had a good game in AAA. My first game I pitched in Portland, I forget the name, Portland Timbers or something. One of my favorite cities, by the way. And after the game, a scout from Japan came up to me, and he was like, how you feel playing baseball in Japan? And I was like, man, I have no issue with that because I know those guys make money over there. We talking like millions and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? And they was like, well, we're going to try and buy your contract out with Seattle and have you play in Japan. Well, Seattle denied that. They didn't want Japan to buy out my contract just because they had plans for me. You know what I'm saying? As far as making the major league team and stuff like that. So the opportunity of me playing in Japan kind of went out the window. They wasn't gonna let Japan buy out my contract. So I ended up pitching a year, and then I started getting pain in my elbow and stuff like that. But I remember where my guy said, like, hey, you gonna make it. So I tried and pitch through my injury. I couldn't pitch through my injury. I started struggling, started walking, started getting hit. My start started struggling. And then our pitching coordinator, his name was Dave Wallace. He was Pedro Martinez's pitching coach when he was with the Boston Red Sox. And he came to me after I pitched a game. And he was like, Mumba, you hurt? And he was one of those old guys. He was like, listen, don't effing lie to me. You hurt?
Yeah.
You know what, man? I got pain in my elbow, man. Honestly. He was like, I know you hurt because you tried 84, 85 miles an hour. And he was like, that's bullshit. Like you was trying 96, 97 miles an hour when I see you last time in AA. No, you trying 85, 88. What happened? And I told him the truth. I was like, look, man, I feel like I'm going to be on the 40-mile roster. I feel like I'm going to make the major league team this year. So I didn't say anything. He was like, well, you ain't making no roster. I said, go and go see the doctor. They went to see the doctor. They call up the team doctor, Dr. Carl Fain. He does the surgeries. He's a team doctor for the Seattle Mariners. His office is based in Everett, Washington. That same day, there's one of the girls that work at the stadium took me to Everett, Washington. And that's when I kind of learned about MRIs and stuff like that. And they got me an MRI. Come to find out I had a partial tear in my ligament. And then they was like, hey, you want to get your Tommy John injury or you want to rehab? I was like, I want to rehab. I don't want to get surgery. So I finished the season on a disabled list, and this is 2008. And I finished the season with a AAA team. And then after that, I went home quick. And then, at that time I was married and stuff. Me and my wife had a conversation and stuff. My son is young. And then I was like, I had to go to Arizona. I was in Arizona for 3 months. I had to live in Arizona for 3 months to rehab. And that was in 2008. So the wife wasn't happy about that, but it's part of the game.
Yeah. Yes.
So that was it, man. And
so
then,
wait, if you had the Tommy John surgery, would it heal faster?
No, it healed longer because I'd have been out about 12 months and then I would have to rehab and all that stuff. So I didn't want to go through that since I had a partial tear. And the doctor was like, I think you should rehab. You know what I'm saying? So I just decided to rehab. I had to talk with my agent too. And I was like, I just rehab. So I rehab in Arizona. You know, I had my time in Arizona. I just chill, rehabbing and stuff like that and everything, man. It was crazy.
Damn.
Right.
Yeah. You know,
Even though
So
you were
close,
dealing with that
so
injury,
close
that
to the
injury
last
is still
fight.
it's still a good feat how they were taking care of you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You was like a priority. You know what I'm saying? They ain't
yeah,
just throw you to the wayside and just like, here, take this banana and go chill out. You know what I'm saying?
no, it's true, man. It's true. You know, they definitely
Yeah,
take
I respect Seattle for that because a
yeah,
lot of people would have been like the first guy that told you we don't sign injured goods or something like that.
yeah.
But Seattle definitely took care of you, so you definitely owe that man a definitely great sense of gratitude.
Yeah. You know, so yeah, man. And then you know that injury kind of moved me back. It dropped me down several places, man. Because when you hurt, it's like a red flag to your name. You know, a lot of kids coming up, they draft kids every year. You know, you always gonna get a new hot shot, like how I was once in the organization. So I had to fight my way back up, man. And it was hard. You know what I'm saying? Went to double A, had an okay season, struggled a little bit. Next year, double A, had an okay season. And then I got promoted to triple A, worked with Jamie Navarro. He was a major league pitcher, you know, for the Colorado Rockies. At that time, I was in AAA. That's when I traveled to like Sacramento and all that stuff. You know, Carry On, you know, Marika, Ian Brother. Damn, I keep forgetting his name, man. They all come to the game and stuff like that. I wasn't pitching and stuff like that, but I was working with a coach. He got me right, man. And so they had me. This is towards the ending too. So they had me in and out of the table list. It was kind of like, you know, they didn't want me in double A. I didn't even supposed to be in double A anymore. They wanted me in triple A. And this is like 2010. So they had me in AAA, and I was working with a coach, and I would pitch, and it was making a lot of movements up and down with players going up and going down to the major league team. And I'm performing well, man. My velocity is 96 to 98 miles an hour. Crazy. Performing well, doing good. Excuse me. Doing good. And then towards the season, they sent me to double A because they wanted to bring some top prospects out, you know. And that was the call from the GM. The GM made that call. My good friend, you know, he was upset. Will kind of look out for me and stuff like that. But that's just the game, man. That's the business. You got prospects, they higher priority. You know, they got to come in front of me. And that's what happened, man. That's the game of baseball, just how it is. When you injure, when you have that opportunity, you know, you got to seize the moment. You know, injuries push me back, and I was
Yeah.
performing better then, but they had
But
priorities.
see, one of the things, sorry, to remember, one of the things people don't understand about professional sports, and I'm so happy you touched on that. That's why they see a lot of players when you see they get hot, they start crying. People think they're crying because of the pain. Buddy. They know another man right there waiting to take his paycheck.
Facts.
So players hate to get hot pan. Players will literally ball road man tears out of their eyes when they get hot. Because they know how hard it takes for you to get an opportunity. And one injury, another 20 more people waiting in line to take that spot.
That's true.
Right.
That's
It's
true.
really hot.
Yeah,
Especially like you Tegan in the overseas and Mumba you in the minor leagues, because there's a lot of people trying to make it to the major leagues or trying to get a good run into the highest team overseas, Tegan. So I
Yeah,
could see that happening for the both of you and how hard you had to work to keep a higher position.
I'm
facts.
telling you, it's
True.
hard. That's why you gotta keep walking. You can't worry about what you did yesterday. You gotta keep walking, man.
Yeah,
Because they don't care what you did yesterday. It's what you can do for me now.
yeah, that's true. That's true. You know, so yeah, so you know, that year I had that was one of my best years, I think, pitching. I think I finally found myself and I was comfortable in my body. You know, Jamie got the best out of me. He wanted me to be like an angry pitcher and just give everything I brought every time we work on my velocity. I mean, we work on my fundamentals and the delivery of a pitcher and stuff like that and everything. And I found myself, man, and I was doing good, but it was just too late. You know, Mariners was moving in a different direction. I was a free agent coming into that year. I signed back with when I was at the Mariners moving in a different direction because I signed back with the Mariners. I negotiated my own contract. You know, I was gonna make some good money with them. You know, being a free agent and everything. They brought me back, But then they had a new manager, they had a new GM, and they made some changes where going into the season, they didn't want anybody with no major league experience in AAA, and that was handed down from the up top. So, my coach, the same guy, my shot season coach, he's the one that always looked up for me. Me and him talk. My contract, he offered me a certain amount of money. I was like, nah, I need this much, and he was like, all right, you dissolve it, and he gave me this much, signed the contract and everything, man. And this time he's the director of minor league operations, so he's kind of a whatever. And whatever. So spring training, I wasn't having a good spring training either. I was starting to get pain in my shoulder and stuff. And he kind of called me in the office. He was like, look, Mumba. He was like, look, this is what it said. They don't want anybody with no major league experience in the minor in AAA. Even though you did what you did last year, you opened up a lot of eyes. A lot of guys, they love what you did, but it went in a different direction. We got a new GM, we got a new manager. The manager, this is what they want in AAA. They feel like they're gonna be competing for a pennant and the division crown. So they want people with major league experience. When somebody get hurt, they could plug somebody in with major league experience. He was like, I disagree with it, but it is what it is, Mumba. I don't want to send you back to AA. You spent too much time in AA. You way better than AA. You was an all-star in AA. You don't need to be back in AA. So this is what we're gonna do. And you tell me what you think. He said, I think I'm going to send you to independent league in the Atlantic League up in New York area because that's the best league. A lot of former major league players play there. You know what I'm saying? That you're going to be a free agent like everybody else, but we got first dibs on you. You know what I'm saying? But you're going to be a free agent and you could kind of, other people could see you. And that's the best opportunity I could give to you. He said, I'm going to call some major league teams, but he was like, this is bullshit because it's just too late because a lot of people is finalizing their major league roster and people are going to be getting kicked down to the minor leagues and there's going to be a trickle-down effect. So it's going to be hard for somebody to sign you because it's too late. So you kind of got screwed in a way. I'm going to do my best to look out for you and stuff like that. And we had that conversation. So usually when you get released from my major, you get released, they send you home. So they already was going to release me. They didn't release me yet. They didn't finalize it and promote it and put it into the minor league circuit to let everybody know you got released because that's what you gotta do. So I was still in Arizona when they already got all the teams. All the teams are already set. Teams is already to be going to start the season. I still in Arizona because he's still trying to pull some strings to trying to get me some places and stuff like that. And I ended up going to Atlantic League and everything. I went home first. Chill out with the wife and everything. That time my daughter was already born and stuff, and we talk and stuff like that. And I already said this was gonna be my last year. I was like, this is gonna be my last year, and then that's it. And someone just come home and be a father to the kids, be a husband, and just move from there. So I just went into the season already saying this is my last season, and I had a great season and stuff like that up in I was in damn. Was it? Man, I forgot. Yeah, I was in New Jersey. Bad place in New Jersey. One of the worst places in New Jersey.
Brick.
Damn, I can't forget the name, man. So Camden River Sharks.
Okay.
That's where I was playing for Camden River Sharks, just out of Philadelphia. I used to always be in Philly. I would take the train, go over the Ben Franklin Bridge, and walk around by myself in Philly all the time, hanging out in Philly. Ryan Joseph, Amira, and Ryan, they were living in Philadelphia. Those is my brothers and my sisters. So they look out for me. They used to take me out in Philly. Ryan was singing the Den. Ryan used to go by the name of Ryan J. He used to sing R&B. So I used to go to the place where he'd be singing and be chilling out, watching he sing and stuff like that. They used to take me to some of the top pizza places in Philadelphia. So they show love to me. They come to my baseball games and stuff like that. They look up for me in Philly, man. So it was all love. And then that was it. Season over.
Rakim wasn't there then.
Oh, Rakim was. Yeah, he was already out.
Okay.
So,
man,
Dwayne asks why you didn't try to go Puerto Rico or Japan. When I played in Puerto Rico 3 season, I used to just play in the winter leagues. I didn't want to play professionally in Puerto Rico because the winter league is more of the big time league than the regular league. And then Japan is just all about what I'm saying? I was hurt. I struggled a little bit in the minor league, so that opportunity of me playing in Japan kind of went down the hill in a way. You know what I'm saying? So that's why.
Man, what a illustrious career, man. And you definitely had a journey, my son.
I tell you, that's
You
a
know,
journey.
all I'm thinking, man, I never know Mumba going through all of this, man. Never know. Never know you're going through all of this.
Yeah, man.
Wow. So you got 3 coaches, we got Miles out and fine.
For real, yo. You definitely had a tough road. People were working against you for
I
their
know
own
it, yeah.
agendas. But it says a lot about your talent, though. It could never take anything away from your talent because they had a reason why they were doing what they were doing.
Yeah.
Your college coach, the first one, well, he just was an asshole. But yeah, he never gave you a reason why he was doing what he was doing. But he definitely was an a-hole. But the Bethune Cookman coach, he was trying to keep his that team together
Yeah.
and withholding your your scouts and your letters, your scouting letters, withholding your scouting letters. He was trying to keep his that team together, and then you got your professional coaches who you had a professional coach that working against you too. I didn't hear that part there.
No, they wasn't really working against me. It's just that year, some of the coaches, them, if you are top prospects, they let the top prospects get away with a lot of stuff. Adam Jones used to get away with a lot of stuff, and I wasn't letting that fly. If they had a bad at bat, you know what I'm saying, they would take it out to the field and now hustle for ball and stuff like that. I'm pitching my ass off, and if you're not hustling for a ball, then the stats is going against me. So it kind of makes me look bad from a statistical point of view. You know what I'm saying? So I used to, when we go in the dugout, I used to be like, look, bro, you got to run off for that ball, man. We're going to have problems. These guys is like first rounders and second rounders. So they part of the major leagues is pretty much set for them. They're gonna have second and third chances and stuff like me. I didn't have the opportunity for that. So I had to fight and craft for everything. So if you're not running hard for me and I pitching my ass off for you, then we're going to fight after the game. And that's how it was.
You let them know. You let them know you got your slap record is ain't got no embellishments on your slap record. You let them know.
Oh man, no man. It was just about respecting. It was about respecting your game and respecting your teammates, man. And I wasn't going to let anybody disrespect the game or disrespect me. If I, because once these guys get hit by people and get beamed, I'm the mom having their back and hitting players. And players looking to charge them on for me, and I'm protecting these guys. So, you know what I'm saying? It goes deep into baseball and stuff like that. So
Right.
so that's why. And some of those coaches just let them get away with everything. So that's why we bump heads.
We'll mask down and go after the GM for the Seattle because he was making sure only players with major league experience, and that's how you move down to double A. Yeah. So we'll mask down on a GM.
No, man, it's all I love with them, man. That it's a business, man. It's a business, and when it comes to that, you gotta even eliminate your feelings, from the business. The business standpoint is not fun. That's why I don't regret anything I did. If I rub any coach the wrong way, professionally and stuff like that, I don't regret anything because it was all about respect. You know what I'm saying? And I wasn't gonna be losing my job and stuff like that, and end my career being a kiss ass and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? I spoke my mind and I did it right when I respected the game. Everything I learned from G-Nix and learned from Haywood, that's why I carry on. It was all about respect and respecting the game and working hard. You know what I'm saying? And if they didn't appreciate it and I got released, I could have lived with it. You know what I'm saying? I could have never lived not making it and being a kiss ass because I'd have been like, man, I kiss all this ass to do what? To get released?
Right.
Wait, no, sir. So, and then I had a son, you know what I'm
Good
saying?
for you. And
Yeah.
that's a good segue into carry-on question. This is a good question. You overcame so much adversity. Would you say your upbringing and experience in the VIA helped you overcome the obstacles you faced in your journey to pro?
Yeah, I'll say, yeah, that I said I played a part too. And the fact that me, I just love sports. I love sports. I love sports. I love competing and stuff like that. So ain't nobody who gonna, I'm gonna make me quit or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? But I think my upgrading a lot and, playing against a lot of players and stuff like that, the competitiveness and stuff like that to me helped me out a lot. I think having D. Haywood and my mother and G-Nix in my life as well too kind of helped me out. You know what I'm saying? Because they always kept it 100 with me. They always kept it honest with me. And they always treat me like a man from since I was a kid. You know what I'm saying? So you reap what you sow, and everything I did, I had to reap what I sow, and all the decisions I made, I had to live with it. So, all of that helped me overcome all the obstacles. You know what I'm saying? So good question. Dwayne asked if I thought being a coach or a pitching coach. I thought about being a pitching coach. I wanted to do that with UCF. And then I kind of say, I don't want to do it because I was going to travel and be away from my wife and be away from my kids and stuff like that. And I didn't want to do all of that. But I wanted to do it for the kids them in the VA to give them an opportunity. But I knew that all my knowledge that I learned from pitching, because I ended up being cool with a lot of my pitching coaches and learn about pitching. I'm learning about the ins and outs. I learned about a lot of the great pitching prospects from back in the day, like Pedro Martinez and Roger Clemens and stuff like that. That some of my pitching coaches and coordinators rub shoulders with. I was able to have a lot of deep conversations with them, and we just talk about life. We talk about baseball, and we talk about pitching, the pitch delivery. So I know the pitching delivery from up and down. If I want to be a pitching coach for the major league level or minor league or college, that's nothing for me. So I just decided I have all this knowledge. I could still spread it, to the kids them in the VI, and that's if they want to know, if they want it, and if the coaches them back home allow the players them to listen to what I have to say. That's another thing too. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to be aggressive with my information. Is if they want it and if the coach am willing to let me talk to the kids them. So big up to Renis James and Jamila, because they had me come down one time and did a pitching clinic for the kids them. You know what I'm saying? They put their trust in me, and they're the only people that actually reach out to me so far and have me, teach the coaches beside G-Nix as well too. And Haywood, because I would talk to a lot of kids. Haywood would come and be like, hey, this player is good, that player is good, etc. and stuff like that. And I would talk to them, send them gloves, send them baseballs and all that stuff. So, much love to all of them.
That's good, man. Kudos to you.
Yeah, man. Respect, man. Respect.
Well, seeing you the other day, you still look like the same kid that I remember in Complex, because that trip in Barbados actually was the last time I saw you. And seeing you a few weeks ago was the first time I seen you in almost 20 years. No. I'm lying, Mumba. I'm lying. We saw each other in Orlando a few years ago playing in a basketball tournament. I am so lying.
Tournament, facts.
Yeah. Well, anyways, that was still a long time though. That might have been like a good 7-8 years.
Yeah, it was a while.
Yeah, about that. But that's still a long time. But man, Mumba, you bring back a lot of memories in your episode, because you are one of the closer interviewees other than Tegan and Coffee, to me. So I am in a lot of path. I'm in a lot of your stories based on being in the era. I'm in a lot of the time frame of your Complex era. So just you bring back a lot of memories. I just remember one specific thing in Complex. I didn't want to say it then. I wanted to wait until you tell your story and then we could talk fun stuff. But I remember one time I saw you dunk. I don't remember who are you playing, and I don't remember. I know it was in Complex, and I just remember you driving to the hole, and I just take off on the hole 5, and you turn your body sideways, like your body is sideways like this, and you just like everybody hand like swinging like this, yeah. And Mumba just going through the hole, my son, and just dunk on the whole 5, my son. Hey, that was one of the sweetest dunk I ever see in my life, honestly. And like I swear, I promise you, your body was like sideways like this, and it's like you were going like looking to go past the rim, and then just last minute you just dunk it and hang on to the rim and shake it up like right.
He loved to hang on to the rim, son.
Facts.
Man, I ain't never seen like in person. I ain't never seen nothing like that there, like other than like Jabari Brown, who supposed to be doing that because of his size. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And seeing Mumba do that there, man, ain't too much people I ever see dunk like that. Like like it's crazy. Like he looked like Kevin Durant for a second. Like, before there was a Kevin Durant. You know what I'm saying? Man, but this was definitely good, man, Mumba. And you
can't live without the top 5 or so.
No, we can't live, right? We can't live.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I put a lot of people in the process. Major league, professional or island people first?
All of the above.
All right. So top 5 basketball players: Kobe number 1, Penny Hardaway number 2. That's the reason why I got the jersey number 18, similar to what Tegan did. Penny won. Kobe was number 8. I put it together, and that's why I create 18. You know what I'm saying? So I was a big Kobe fan even before Kobe was Kobe. So I get a lot of bandwagon Kobe fans out there. I was one of the first. That's facts. You know what I'm saying? So, but much love to everybody. Much love. Rest in peace to Kobe. Those two. Hakeem Elijah one. I always been a fan of Hakeem. This was my favorite. Iverson, how he changed the game. You know, that thug mentality. You know, he had Tupac in his Hall of Fame speech. You have Tupac in your Hall of Fame speech. You in my Hall of Fame. So, you know what I'm saying? And then I would say, man, I have so much, but I'm gonna go with Magic Johnson because he was my first basketball player because my uncle looked like him, and that's how I became a Lakers fan, and that's why I like Magic Johnson just because of that. And then when I see him play, it was like, okay, yeah, he's a real deal.
He's probably the first ever top 5 NBA that leave out Jordan. Why?
Yeah, leave out Jordan. I think in the same thing.
Yo, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I thought when I used to see Kobe play and stuff, I used to be like, man, Kobe is the best ever, brother. So anytime people would say like Jordan or LeBron, I used to just hate on them just because they used to say they're better than Kobe, but I didn't really have no reason to hate them. You know what I'm saying? But,
you used to have a lot of arguments about Jordan.
Yeah, you know, so you know, but I just pick these as players that I like, but that's not the best of the best. Like, yeah, but if I had to pick a top 5, Jordan is in the top 5 ever. Jordan and Tim Duncan is in the top 5 ever for sure, no doubt.
Yeah.
No second guessing. You know what I'm saying? Like Duncan is from St. Croix, so he's not in my top 5, but he's one of the greatest ever. He's in the top 5 greatest ever for sure. You know, so.
All right, so do your 5 best basketball players from the Virgin Islands. Your 5 favorite.
5 favorite. My 5 favorite. You know, I ain't gonna choose Coffee. I ain't gonna choose Zorro. I ain't gonna choose Mark. I ain't gonna choose Shotgun. I ain't gonna choose Terry Simon. You know what I'm saying? Those 5 is 5 that I would pick, but I'm gonna choose people that don't really get choose. So I'm gonna go with Tyrone Lake because I touched on him earlier. One of the best defensive basketball players ever. It's just that he just never really took basketball serious, and he really, you know, did what he had to do. But he was one of the best ever. You know what I'm saying?
He could jump out the gym too.
Yeah, he could jump out the gym. You know what I'm saying? He did everything he would ask for him to do. Still walking any toes. Yeah, still, man. So he's a legend in my eyes. You know, Naibo Rajas, same thing. He was a hell of a basketball player. You know what I'm saying? From young, you know what I'm saying? I was rolling with us playing in Harrigan and stuff like that.
Is Naibo from Harrigan or Raleigh?
Naibo, no, he's from Botanical Gardens area, that over there. But his people them is from Harrigan. That's Saeed. That's Saeed. Saeed is older brother and stuff like that. He's Maki brother as well too, and stuff like that. So he's always in Harrigan because his grandmother live in Harrigan. So gotcha. Yeah, Tree. I'll go with Dean Martin, good basketball player too. You know, I ain't gonna choose Carlos. Carlos is up there already, so I ain't gonna choose Carlos. Dean Martin as well. That's what 3. I'll choose John St. Louis, very good basketball player, very underrated basketball player. You know what I'm saying? That's 4. And I'll give it to Nut, Tyrone Woodley. I like how he used to play too. You know, I used to like how Flight played too. Big out to all my brothers in Central. I used to hate playing against them. You know what I'm saying? But not, you know, big up to KJ, Kami as well to all my brothers. But that's my 5, you know. So 5 major league. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say must do baseball as well.
Yeah, 5 major league baseball. Terry Pendleton was my favorite baseball player growing up.
Atlanta Braves.
Yeah, Atlanta Braves. I liked Greg Maddox too, Atlanta Braves. I like Pedro Martinez. That's 3. I like Barry Bonds when he played with the Pittsburgh Pirates. That's 4. And I just love Manny Ramirez, the way how he used to approach the game, free spirit, have fun. And it was pretty much, we're just like, hey, guys, life is not serious, man. It's good to enjoy the game because when you leave you want to be able to look back on it and say, man, I had a good time. So that's my 5.
That's a good fight.
And then you have 5 from home.
5 from home.
Hey, sorry, Mumba. Can I cut you?
Go ahead.
Since we were talking about top 5, when you was in Seattle, Griffey was still there in A-Rod?
Griffey was there my last year, and I had a chance to rub shoulders with Griffey and talk with Griffey and do yoga and all that stuff, in spray training with Griffey. So when you hear, yoga, I did yoga and meditation and all that stuff. I kind of getting deep into the minor league, but I did all of that stuff, man.
I
You
get
know what I'm
it.
saying? Yeah, we used to wake up early 5:30, go to the field, spring training. Yeah,
It sounds easy, man. That thing will sweat you like crazy.
I need yoga. I need yoga. Just like a young Mumba in yoga. I don't, I think men would get into yoga now because it's more trending now than back then. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it helped me a lot with my life, man. It just helped me out, just helped me out with everything and stuff like that.
Your mind.
Yeah.
What about A-Rod? A-Rod wasn't there?
No, he was with the Yankees and all those guys and stuff.
Oh, so yeah, he got traded. Oh,
yeah, but Griffey was there. Nice guy, man. He's on Jordan level as far as that. Yeah, he's a good person.
What was you said something about Ken Griffey? I didn't hear you.
He's like on Johnny level as far as athletes. Like how Johnny is in basketball. Ken Griffey is like that in baseball, but he's like a down to earth brother. He would buy dinners and take guys out to eat and shoot the breeze with everybody and stuff like that. He's a nice guy, approachable. He take pictures with you. He sign anything. He's a good dude. You know what I'm saying?
You got pictures with him?
No, I didn't take no pictures with him. I ain't get no autographs. I never did that in the minor leagues and stuff like that.
Right. Because we don't find out when we see people.
Yeah, I never found out or anything like that. It was just more like, you know what I'm saying? We talk and we shoot the breeze and stuff like that, and we go about our business. You know what I'm saying? The only difference with me and that person is that they're millionaires and I'm a whatever. I'm sense. You know what I'm saying? So.
So you listening to Pang? When we've been in Vegas, we walking outside with Kobe. You don't want to see Pang face.
Yeah.
That's different. Kobe is different, man.
Pang was on cloud 9. I said, Pang, say something to the man.
You remember when we were standing up waiting for them man to done play, and we were getting ready to play, and I nudged you on your shoulder, and said, you see who this Mumba standing up right next to me, right at me, Tegan on this side, Vanessa Bryant touching shoulders with me, brother. So she looked like an angel, Mumba. She had on like this white like silky dress, just like, and the dress like no breeze blowing, but the dress like still floating around in the she got this red lipstick. The son like saying, "What?" The son she look
about this big at top a little finger.
Yeah,
yes, my God.
So good, my son. And then Derek Fisher, wife there on the other side of she. Derek, I ain't gonna say that. I ain't gonna say what about that.
Please don't. I'm gonna pause.
Hey, it was just so crazy to see Kobe Bryant wife and then Derek Fisher wife. It was just night and day. That's all I'm gonna say.
Well close.
It was just night and day. I just thought that was so crazy. But I ain't gonna say nothing.
Kobe was cool. We talked to Kobe. Kobe was cool, man. He won like he walked with the aura of cockiness. But I think I must say the VI give you this kind of I guess the aura. We don't really look at them like that kind of superstar like the States. And then guys like that. I meet a lot of them. They love that. They don't like the fanboy.
That's true, yeah.
Girl.
Makes that
they
uncomfortable.
Just want to feel down.
Yeah, that's true. You're right about that.
Yeah.
That's true.
But it was cool, man. I ain't really found out like what Tegan said, but I definitely was in awe when I saw Kobe, just to see him in person and see how cock diesel Kobe was. Like Kobe ain't small.
No, he big.
Yeah.
He won time. His arm them were huge, Mr. I said I was impressed with that because you don't see that on TV. He looked skinny on TV.
Because all them man is the same size Pang. So comparing, they gonna look the same. It's like them fat man and NFL. A two fat man pushing each other, they look small on TV, but Let it push you now.
He was definitely.
Huge, brother.
But that's the only thing that I was impressed. He was just he was just like he didn't look like he looked on TV. He was just a lot bigger
All
than
of
like
them
that.
man really impressed me with it by Jason Kidd, even our boy that you are liked by he used to play for Utah. He kind of fell off the cliff, but he was really good.
Darren Williams.
Darren Williams, his body was very developed. Chancey Billups, that man was developed. That man was no skinny little slouch.
Right.
Dwight Howard that looked like a coconut and two coconuts put together. Dwight Howard make Coffee look small. You know how crazy that was?
That's crazy. That's crazy.
I still got a picture of them when Coffee and Mountain tried to block Dwight. You remember that picture?
Yeah.
Look at Dwight compared to them two, man.
And Dwight almost take them up with he. He get fouled, but he almost
Dwight's strong.
And don't talk about LeBron. He is really legit. That's that 260 or whatever they say he is.
Yeah.
That's a big boy.
Yeah, he definitely a freak trainer.
Yeah. So, like I say, when they're on TV, they give you a wrong perception. You know what I'm saying? When you see them up in real life, only man who are really skinny to me when I meet him was Iverson. Iverson was skinny.
No, not just Iverson. Tayshaun Prince was a little stick though.
Oh Lord, yes.
He definitely was skinny, brother.
Yeah,
but
definitely really skinny.
We're gonna let you finish your fab favorite. So I think he was at number 3 with
Major League. No, yeah, don't do Major League. You're going
I'm sorry,
yeah.
VI.
You're going local, right?
Yeah.
You're going local now, okay.
Yeah. Man, big up to Terry and big up to Terry Barron, big up to George Bailey. I ain't gonna put them in my top 5, but I look up to them as baseball players. I really did, and they really helped me out with my game. So much respect and love to them, but I ain't gonna put them in my top 5. I want to give love to other people. So I'll go with Tyro Lake, Makhi Rogers, Arthur Kanai, Ryan Joseph, and I will give, and then I'm gonna go with Pika. I could have put Rudolph in, but Rudolph was on our show already. He had the love, so I'm gonna go with Pika. So that's my 5.
So
Pika, yeah, live with Pika.
Yeah, Pika, yeah. Joel Rodriguez, Pika.
Yes.
Yeah, Joel Rodriguez.
Yeah, you are a bad boy. Okay.
So
good 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the way to show love to the people that don't get mentioned much. Before Rudolph, Joel, I don't think I heard Joel's name on the show, and it was so funny, Tegan, that then man started talking about Joel, and I went to Facebook, and he's the first person that pop up on my head that it said people you should know, and this man never pop up on my head before.
Wow.
I said, I do ever think these computers will be listening to we, my son.
Yes, they do.
We should have had Tegan on the show for one of his conspiracy them. I promise you, Tegan, this man never pop up on my Facebook. And I mean, Mumba was a line literally after the man talk about it. I look at my phone and I say, I just want to stop by you for a second. Sometimes I don't think these devices will be listening to me. I was just talking about him, and look, I showed them my phone. I said, look who just pop up on my phone as first on the list. People you may know. I thought that was so crazy, Mr.
Oh, it's crazy.
Believe me, they do. I don't tell I lock up that girl by the name of CV and what another devil name is?
Alexa.
Alexa, lock them there.
Yeah, I don't play with that. I don't even mess with that. Hey, big shout out to Arta Kanai too. RT so much love to RT.
Man, wait, before we go, man, what's going on in Florida, man? Because I seen a lot of Trumpers in Washington, D.C., son. They doing the same thing in Florida too?
I don't know, man. I don't really pay attention to the politics and stuff like that. All that stuff is brainwashing. They just do all that stuff to control you. Is fear tactics with all this BS and all that stuff like that. All that stuff is just population control, man. So you're gonna get to the point where you're gonna have to stand up for your rights.
Right.
Go and listen to Bob Marley Uprising album and Survivor albums, and everything he sing about is what happened to me.
Right. I agree with that. I take it serious because like I don't follow politics a lot either, but I take the stuff that people say about it serious because like Trump empower people that have a lot of hatred in their heart. You know what I'm saying? And he think that that's okay. Like he embellished that. Like he proud of that. You know what I'm saying? So these people out here like still having up Trump saying and so like still out on the street promoting Trump. I don't see it. Like they still like campaigning for he. You know what I'm saying? Like why? He lost. You know what I'm saying?
And that's the thing though. People these days is so emotional and everybody want to be right all the time. Let them idiots keep doing it. Nobody don't have any competition with them. He lost.
Exactly.
You think I'm gonna wasting my time with these people? But that's the
Nah,
problem. That's what they want. They want people to egg on and react, and it's a distraction when behind the scenes they over in Venezuela and all kind of stuff going on in Africa, and people dying left and right. And we cheering for Biden and people cheering for Trump.
exactly, Mumba. That's my point. That's why I put my little post on Facebook today. Now, I don't know if I read it, but that's exactly what I'm saying. This big distraction thing that everybody watching Trump Biden all the time. People better pay attention to that HR 666 contact tracing bill, you know, because if that bill get passed, and we don't know, along with Obama bill that he signed in 2013, where the army can come in your house and lock you up without a trial. They can use them two bills together and take you from your house if you ain't want to take the COVID test and lock you up forever apart without a trial.
That's where it's going. That's where it's going.
This is dangerous. We watching Trump and Biden, but we ain't watching what they're doing back there. And that was my point. This thing is a trick, man.
Taking away your
freedom. The same family, brother.
And even just a little lesser than that, like these people out here arguing on Trump behalf, and this man will be home playing golf every day.
Common sense. I'm team common sense. I'm not gonna be wasting my streets promo.
You think I get a stand up and hold any sign for a man and they're playing golf?
Right, this man playing golf every day. He ain't like he there out on the road with everybody else marching and he there home playing golf.
Because people will get distracted too quick. It's the same thing. Look, a lot of people lose their job and all that stuff, right? And people going out protesting this and that, all them different protests and stuff like that. A lot of people lose their job because of the whole coronavirus stuff, whatever, and stuff like that. You think I'm gonna go out there and be promoting somebody to run for presidency when all them man is millionaires and get money and they got a bunch of poor people fighting for jobs?
Exactly.
Take care of the people them so they could fight. But no, people don't be using their head. Come on, man. One stimulus package I'm gonna pass out. Are we in November? And you gonna be talking about you standing in long line doing that kind of stuff with these candidates and stuff like that, and they can't get a bill for you. Come on, man. People gotta start using their mind, brother. Gotta start using their mind. But
the first stimulus was like a lollipop, like a sucker, you know, like something to pacify you. You know what I'm saying? To shut you up for a little minute, you know what I mean? But
man. People just gotta use the mind.
I just got a text to make sure I ask this question. Somebody sent me this question. Langolo sent me this question. Ollie, I think it's a good one. To finish you off for the night.
Pick up Langolo.
She said, what was the catalyst or what inspired you to start this podcast?
And
when she said catalyst, it means like the exact moment, the exact thing, the exact person you were talking to that, you know what, I go do this podcast.
Well, I decided to do it. I mean, because I was trying to find ways in my whole entire life to try and honor Dean Haywood and honor Eugene G-Nex Thomas. I used to always try to find ways and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? T, I remember we had the conversation. We was trying to get the quote name after Haywood. You know, so I was, you know, I had goals as a player growing up. Like if I made it to the major league, I was going to try and build a basketball, you know, arena and put in the name of Haywood and build a baseball team. I mean, a baseball field and put in the name of Genius. That was my goal if I became a multi-millionaire athlete as far as, you know, that level like A-Rod and stuff like that, and just give back to the kids and all that stuff. That was my goal. So I always used to find ways to honor these people. And then I watched be all the small podcasts with Steven Jackson and Matt Barnes, and that's when I came up with the idea where like, man, I should just do a podcast and we just honor all the VI athletes left and right. You know what I'm saying? People who they don't know about and stuff like that. And during that time when I was thinking that, I had a conversation with Hayward about it. He was like, man, that's a good idea, whatever the case may be. And he was like, man, I go contact Tegan because Tegan is the man in the mic, brother. You know what I'm saying? So I got to hit Tegan up. So I've been trying to hit Tegan up because remember we were playing phone tag a while and stuff like that. And then, you know, it was funny that during that time when we were playing phone tag, it had a conversation. It had a conversation on Facebook where people saying, I think that partner just passed away, that basketball player. And it was like, man, he was a good player and everything. And I was like, man, see, this is the problem, man. It's always like, man, this posse was good, that posse was good. And nobody never really get a time to tell this story. And I was like, man, I got to really get in contact with Tiga. We got to get this thing going. And then we talk and stuff like that. He was on board and stuff like that. I said, Tiga, look, man, you the man in the mic. I'm going to just be there, but you're going to be doing the most of the talking. You know, I said, you the man in the mic. So, and then that's how we got started, man. And that's how we put in progress. I did a lot of researching and podcasting and how to build the platform up and, you know, how to get over to YouTube and all that different stuff. So I did all that stuff because I don't really mess around with Facebook and stuff like that, man. People be talking too reckless and stuff like that, and then they're going to bring out the old Mumba, and I don't want to bring out the old Mumba. So, you know, there's the most you guys people always see me on Facebook, you know, so people be, you know, so yeah, man. So that's how we got started, man. Good question, Langalo. I appreciate it. So Hayward, G-Nix, them is the two, Matt Barnes, Steven Jackson, you know. And then
it was an easy decision to get the first interview. We are both.
So how did that come about? I remember Mumba calling me or messaging me, one of the two. But how did that come about where I decided for me to be the first interviewee?
It wasn't hard. We just said we're gonna just honor you. You will be first.
Yeah, you will be first because remember
we didn't even think twice.
Yeah, because remember we was doing the testing with me, you and Shotgun.
Yeah.
And then he was like, "Man, hit Pang up." So that's how we all happened, you know. And then Pang, you just come on board. I was like, man, well, cool. You can come on.
And surprisingly, Pang, you were so good.
That's true.
Like after we come up, it was like, damn, we should have Pang as another host. This man is really good at the bike. Because I didn't know how you would have been, Pang. Real talk, we didn't know. But you was really good. So I was like, okay, shit. Well, let me have three.
Yeah.
But I trying to stop Mumba at 3, but Mumba bring out 4, 5, 6, 7.
I just like showing love, man. You know, it's all about showing love to people, man.
Every once in a while, we could bring on somebody to help, you know, like to bring a different character to the show. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
Oh yeah, it's all yeah. You know,
Mumba did a good job.
But I ain't gonna say much about this, Tegan. But one time, I talked to Mumba. Was that last week or the week before, Mumba?
Yeah,
I talk a little bit, but
we still live, you know.
I know. That's why I say I ain't gonna touch like deeply. But one day we gotta sit down to like bring like just to see how far we could advance the show. You know what I'm saying? We could take it to a different take it into a different direction for different reasons. So one day we gotta sit down and talk about it because I love doing this.
I love it too. We need a time limit. Yeah, we be the last 5 hours we go on the show.
Right.
I wasn't even trying to go 5 hours, brother. Trust me.
The last. Hey. And I think you know, like I ain't blaming it on the people exactly. I blaming it on the overall the way how this generation is. Like this generation, the era that we in, like people attention span is short. You know what I'm saying? I think it's just nature of the era that we're in. You know what I'm saying? And people are just moving. The wall is a lot faster than it used to be. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, and I just think people attention span is just too short for like a 5-hour show. You know what I'm saying? Or a 3-hour show. You know what I'm saying? So, but like I said, we're gonna talk. We just gotta sit down and put some stability to the show and see if we could take it into a different direction and, you know, see what.
I agree. I was doing so many episodes now, 47, so we don't have great idea what questions we want to ask. That's the beauty about it.
Yeah.
So Go ahead.
I just want a time limit to be. I wouldn't want. I think the time limit should be 3 hours, no more than 3 hours. I think to aim for 2.5 hours is the and then it just depends on the guest. We might have to go over a little bit to 3 hours, but I think 3 hours is the max. Honestly, I really don't want to really be going 3 hours, but sometimes
Yeah. I think we
Sometimes
should.
it's going to be so good. Sometimes it's
Right.
going to be so good.
Right.
But I think 2.5 is pretty good. I would say 2 hours,
Yeah.
2.5. 2 hours, 2.5.
Yeah, 2 hours, and we stretch it to and a half, but not no more 3 hours. That's a long time.
No, I agree. Trust me, I agree.
So, but yeah. But Mumba, this was good, man. Seriously, like, I think you might have been our young. No. I want to say you might have been our youngest, but
Nah,
maybe Lynn and I think we had one more young guest.
Carlos ain't younger than me.
They both
Oh,
the
no.
same.
I'm 39.
How old Carlos be?
I think he about the same.
Yeah. So
You might, or older. You might be older than Carlos, honestly, because you say you had some setbacks in Arta, and then you had another setback in Complex.
yeah,
If I heard you right.
yeah.
Yeah, you're older than Carlos.
Yeah, so you got
Maybe,
Carlos.
yeah.
So Lynn and maybe even Jerome. You might even be older than Jerome, but
yeah. I think hold on, Jerome.
you in the younger eras of our guests. So
Jareem too. We got Jareem, man. He young.
right, Jareem. So you're in the younger era of our guests. So yeah, man, we just could dial it down a few. And honestly, it's based on the feedback that we've been getting from the fans. So if we could dial it down a few,
The viewers. Yeah.
So your episode was real good. As even though you're younger than us, I still learned some stuff today and learned some stuff where I could like really look up to you for advice. Even though you're younger than me, I could still look up to you for advice because of your experience. You know what I'm saying? You have experience. You have honestly experienced more than most of us. You know what I'm saying? Out of all the interviewees that we had, you have experienced the most out of us, other than a Tegan and a Coffee, who really took their career more than 10 years. You know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah.
but you right up there, man. You're right up there. And I just wanted to say proud of you, man. I really didn't know half the stuff that you talk about today. Did not know. I know about your bad boy days because I watched you coming up. But after that, after the complex days, after you left to go Iowa, I really wasn't hearing nothing about you. You even told me you came and played games in Jacksonville, and I never knew that then.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I could have been watching you playing, but because we were so out of touch, which I never want that to happen to any VI kids, man. I'm glad we got like cell phone and Facebook and all kind of thing now, so people could stay in touch and you never lose touch with your friends them. You know what I'm saying? I wish we had that when you were playing baseball, even though we had Facebook, but still we won't really like communicating like that. Because I would have known you came to Jacksonville and I would have been at your game. I would have been at more of your games in Daytona. Even though I wanted to say you was in the gym the one time the few times me and Johnson came down there, but I don't, for some reason I don't 100% remember. I remember us going down to watch Carlos, and I remember us going down to watch Toussaint, me and Johnson. But that's all I can remember. I don't remember you being in the gym or coming. Maybe you knew that we were coming down and you came through in the gym, or I don't remember that. I even come down. You say you live in the same apartment complex with Winsbot. I've been there a few times in Winsbot apartment. Winsbot are living with another partner from. I want to say Winsbot and George Bailey roommate one time.
That man have been before me because when I came, George Bailey already I left.
I want to say he's the dude that used to be Winsbot roommate, but I just know a partner from Rock was Winsbot roommate when he had an apartment. And yeah, I done been by Winsbot a few times, and it wasn't much for me to drive anywhere in Florida to go see any one of my friends. Anyone. It didn't. That was like going from Lorraine to Kramer's Park to me. You know, it wasn't nothing.
I don't like to drive for real. I was really drive that shit.
Yeah, but nobody there know was at Daytona Beach, man. If you was in contact with Haywood, then you would know. You know what I'm saying? Because I wasn't like I don't. I don't really post stuff about myself, and then so nobody really know my history or know anything about me playing baseball and stuff like that, unless you like close to me, So
I
that's how
did
it
hear
is.
about you getting drafted though, and I was proud of that. I did hear about you getting drafted. I don't know by who. I don't know where I was, but I definitely heard about you getting drafted.
Yeah.
And I think that was like something that other people were posting for you. I think David Idol was still doing his thing, and I think I read it somewhere. It could be
He
even.
might have, yeah, David might
Yeah,
have put something in there,
yeah.
but
Yeah.
you know, it wasn't
But
nothing
I
big
get
or
mine
anything,
from
man.
Haywood, so I didn't really. Haywood used to send me most of the information about Mumba. So we
Yeah,
used
because
to
I
just
used
be calling him.
yeah, because I used to say hey with my baseball cards and stuff like that.
Yeah,
He put up in the office and stuff like that. So he would call me and be like, "Hey, man, you have this kid, man. He's a good kid." And he would give somebody baseball players my number, and we would talk during my baseball season. I would give them advice and stuff like that, etc., etc. So I just did my stuff low key, man. I just did it, I just did it low key and stuff like that, man. You know, so
well, for me, Mumba man, I go beyond proud, son. You. Like Frank said, we learn some stuff about you. But man, if it's one thing that anybody can take from you, even watching this thing, even myself, your inspiration of just not giving up, son. It was always something inside you. You know how many times you could have quit?
You're
oh yeah,
right.
for
How many
sure,
times you could have give up, throw in the towel?
yeah.
How many obstacles you had to face, both physically, mentally, dealing with coaches, dealing with GMs, man. And you just keep fighting and pressing and pressing and pressing. And that's in itself is super impressive, man. I got always forever be proud of you. You know what I'm saying? And me ain't even lie to you. To me, you's like blood. And that's how
Facts,
much I think about you, bro. So,
facts.
man, keep doing what you're doing, bro. You know I love you. Anytime, right
Love you
there.
too, brother. Yeah, man. I just appreciate you guys inspiring me, man. You guys, that's what I'm saying. You guys played a pivotal role in my life and stuff like that. I'm forever grateful, about that. Through my whole, experiences in life and stuff like, especially baseball. That's why I just kind of I'm more just laid back and humble, man. You know what I'm saying? Because life ain't easy and stuff like that. So, and that's just the way it is, man. But I appreciate you guys. You know, so slow quitting is hard, brother.
No
Right,
quit.
right,
No quit.
man.
Yeah,
Good, man.
yeah, yeah.
Good. No quitting, and make sure you pass that on to your son. It was a pleasure meeting him the other day.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
My son Tyler and he and Tegan.
Can't wait to meet you.
Yeah, man. I can't wait for you to walk with him, man. I'm telling you, when you see the kid, you're gonna be, he reminds me of Coffee a lot, man. He's a good kid. He's totally opposite than me. He's a bet. I thought I was good in high school. This guy's fucking better than me, brother. I'm telling you,
That's how it should be.
I'm
That's
telling
that's
you.
how it should be.
Yeah, no, it's true, man. Like when they love him up here, man. So he's gonna be good, man. All my life experiences, I just gonna tell him about it, but he's gonna have to make his own journey.
That's right.
Right,
Same thing with me a
right.
lot of times. So
They definitely gotta make their own journey. Which I would have praised that they become hard workers. Um,
facts.
just take the game serious. Try to get better every day. Work hard. Don't sell yourself short. Practice every day. Practice on your own. And that's how we wish for our kids, man. Do the things them that, especially me, do the things them that I didn't do. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
But yeah, your son definitely on his way, and hopefully he sticks with it. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
it
man.
was a pleasure meeting him, and
Thanks, man.
definitely looking out for he.
Yeah, man.
For
Appreciate it,
sure.
man. Much love to all the viewers that tuned in, man. Appreciate you guys supporting me, supporting the podcast and everything, man. Much love to everybody. We have Derek Miller coming up Wednesday. Baseball coach, and ladies basketball coach for the complex. And then we got the great Jomo coming up next week Sunday. So
Yeah. I like this episode with Miller so I could get to tell you how much I hated he in complex, my son.
Especially with the pants.
Yeah, I did not like Miller in complex, my son. So I mean, I didn't grow to all of that. I could tell you to your face that at the time
Yeah.
I didn't like Miller in complex, my son.
So this should be a great episode.
yeah. Pango clear the air. He could clear the air.
Yeah,
Tell him how
man.
we really feel.
Miller, I telling her that my Miller, like the dude was done painting number 6, and that Barra by the back door. He done had like he was halfway through number 6, and I guess when Miller pick up on that, he tell the dude no, he ain't want nobody getting big headed and whatever the case may be, and tell the partner put number 20.
Can you say that question? I would like to hear the answer.
Yeah.
I gonna say the question, but you know what's so funny? His star player, his female star player is number 21, so it work out good for he.
Monica.
Yes, because Monica was number 21. It work out good for he with his star player. Peep the Barra ponytail. Who used to wear ponytail all the time? Monica wear number 21, and they got number 21 and the female Barra in the gym. I know it's Tim Duncan number 2.
You're really over analyzing this one, back.
I tell you, my son, I hate that it pissed me off, my son. That it pissed me off, brother. But you know, it's I really don't hate Miller or whatever the thing. I just at the time I was young and you know that it pissed me off, brother. But yeah, that should be good. I could tell you, I could joke with him how much I hated him in complex. He didn't know that though, because I would still hold conversation with him and so.
True. So hopefully next year we'll have a permanent number up there. So that's what we're aiming for.
Yeah. Tiga, you got to talk to Spot to see if he wants to come on. Dwayne asked him.
Yeah. I got. When I go home, I got to talk to the Dapper.
The Dapper.
For sure, the Dapper will come on. For sure.
Yeah, man. Appreciate everybody, man.
So,
you know, much
check us out, Mumba, man. Check us out, guys. Right now.
Before you check us out, Mumbai, I hope we did you justice. You know what I'm saying? I hope we asked all the right questions for you to share your story. I hope we touch everything. You know what I'm saying? I hope we did you proud. You know, you normally the host, the true host. You know what I'm saying? We to just bring the jokes and the questions. You know what I'm saying? But you is the one that really run the show. So I hope we did you justice.
No. I don't run the show. I don't keep Ayo in check. I don't make sure I can control and keep Ayo in check because your mind to be going out about your Antigua mind about throwing water and stuff like that. So you guys already know.
That's what, man. That's when you listen to this thing tomorrow. Just listen to how you frame it.
I was about to say those were your words. Those were your words. You know what I'm saying?
If you had never said the Cohen thing, it would have never passed my mind. But you totally emphasized it was a co-ed dorm. So me know what you want me to think.
Listen, no man, but you guys did an amazing job, man. You guys just keep me on here too long, man. 5 fucking hours, are crazy?
I know, right?
I keep me on too long. 5 hours. Hey. Tiga, how long was yours?
5 hours.
I was 1 o'clock in the morning and I got your grab at about 5. I got me slacking.
Hey.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah,
that's true. You're there hour ahead of we.
Yeah. I did the bubble. This morning I carried the girls them at the beach at 4:30. Hey, they are pissed like shit. They are pissed like love.
Hey, appreciate everybody tuning in, man. Thank you guys for staying this whole time with us. Everybody who did it, man. Much love. I appreciate everybody, man. Appreciate everybody. You know, Mela Wednesday, Jomo Sunday. You know what I'm saying? So everybody be safe. Everybody have a good night. You know what I'm saying? So my alpha males, make sure I take it easy trying to water out there. This is so. Love everybody. Love Ayo. I love both Ayo, man. Appreciate Ayo.
Likewise, man.
Sure.
Give thanks for sitting down and sharing the story. To all the viewers, remember there's no us without you. Good night to everybody. Early morning, raise for work tomorrow. Catch as much sleep as you can. Night, Karen. Night, Alrika.